This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed.
Members, Mr Alex Easton has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to say thank you for allowing me to present this petition to the Assembly today. It is not the biggest petition in the world, and it only has 100 names, but as I briefly speak, it will maybe become clear as to why. This petition is to ask for the Infrastructure Minister to have the speed limit reduced on the A48 Cotton Road from 60 miles per hour down to 40 miles per hour. This is an extremely busy road and is the main thoroughfare between Donaghadee going to Bangor, Newtownards and indeed Belfast. And there are 334 people who live in this rural community of the Cotton. It's also a townland, and we visited over 100 houses when we were calling around before the lockdown, and indeed recounted many harrowing misses for cars trying to get out from Bailey's Terrace onto the Cotton Road. And indeed, residents recall accidents that happened were never reported because they didn't believe that Transport NI would ever do anything to reduce the speed limit. Since I've been elected since 2003, I have been trying to either get road calming measures outside the Cotton and indeed trying to reduce the speed limit. And unfortunately, since then and before my time, residents have never been able to get the speed limit reduced despite this being a rural community. I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Janice MacArthur and Alderman Bill Carey, who helped speak to those residents and helped with this petition. Work was meant to have been done on the Cotton Road coming out of Bailey's Terrace. There is a hill there. It blocks the sight lines and is extremely dangerous, but unfortunately Transport NI cancelled that work some time ago. There is also the old Cotton Primary School, which I got correspondence from the Education Minister recently to say that they are looking at using that old school for special needs. So it's imperative that something is done on the A48 to protect those who may attend that in the future. Also, Mr Speaker, just quickly, we have many villages in North Down, such as Grimsworth, Malile, Conleg and Crawfordsburn. All their main roads going through their villages are reduced down, and I expect that the Cotton should be the same. I don't want to have to come back to this Assembly where somebody has been possibly killed in the future, and we had the serious situation where somebody was knocked down in October. That young lady was seriously hurt, and I would like to pass on the Assembly's best wishes in her full recovery. So just in conclusion, thank you for letting me present this petition to the Assembly. It will now be passed hopefully on to the Infrastructure Minister, and hopefully something will be done to reduce the speed limit on the A48 Cotton Road. Thank you.
Thank you. And the member will know that I would normally invite him to bring his petition to the table to present it here. However, in light of social distancing in place, I would ask the member to remain in his place, and I will make arrangements for him to submit the petition to my office later. I thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the committee. Thank you. Moving on, I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I do remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this by rising in their places, as well as notifying the business office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise, please, in asking their question. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the period of questions after. Thank you. And I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding the 27th North-South Ministerial Council Agriculture meeting, which was held in the NSMC Joint Secretariat Offices Armagh and by video conference on Wednesday the 18th of November 2020. Nicola Mallon, MLA, Minister for Infrastructure, and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting. The Irish Government was represented by Mr Charlie McConalogue, TD, Minister for Agriculture, Food and Marine, and Heather Humphreys, TD, Minister for Rural and Community Development. I chaired the meeting and the statement has been agreed with Minister Mallon, and I am making it on behalf of both of us. A very positive meeting, a lot of progress was made. I'll now take each paper in the order it was discussed. In response to COVID-19, the NSMC noted the collaborative approach to the further studies of COVID-19 risk in meat processing plants and the current position with regard to the ongoing difficulties being experienced on agricultural markets and associated measures introduced to address these difficulties. Ministers noted the close contacts between officials from DAERA and DAFN on areas of mutual interest in the agri-food sector, in particular on significant environmental issues as they relate to the implementation of future agricultural policy. Ministers noted the continuing close contacts between officials from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and the Department of Food and Marine and the Department of Rural and Community Development on ranges of issues associated with the pandemic. The Council noted the work carried out to prepare for the end of the transition period and agreed to further investigate the potential for cooperation to address specific challenges which may arise in the sector relating to the UK withdrawal from the EU. In terms of the review of the work programme, Ministers noted that DAERA, DAFM and DRCD will hold a workshop in early 2021 to review the work programme in the agriculture sector, and an update paper will be brought to the next agriculture sector meeting. In Common Agricultural Policy, the NSMC noted that DAERA intends to launch its future agricultural policy framework for Northern Ireland in the coming months, and the simplifications DAERA intends to make to the rules governing direct payments for the 2021 scheme year and the longer-term approach to support payments being considered by DAERA. The Council also noted the future plans being developed by DAFN for the agri-food sector under the latest CAP proposals. Ministers noted the close contacts between the officials from DAERA and DAFN on the areas of mutual interest in the agri-food sector, in particular on significant environmental issues as they relate to the implementation of future agricultural policy. On animal health, Council welcomed the continuing work and progress achieved in the delivery of the All-Island Animal Health and Welfare Strategy Action Plan. Since the last NSMC agriculture meeting, Ministers encouraged officials from both jurisdictions to seek ways to maximise existing cooperation on animal health and welfare, and look forward to the continuation of practical and effective cooperation on animal health and welfare and disease control in both jurisdictions, in order that the health and welfare of livestock is maintained at the highest level. The NSMC noted the progress made with the review of the All-Ireland Cholera Control Strategy by officials from DAFM and DAERA in response to ongoing scientific and surveillance evidence and research programme undertaken to develop a population of Irish planting stock tolerant to cholera dieback disease. Ministers noted the ongoing commitment of DAFM and DAERA to continue to work towards a shared objective of achieving and maintaining good plant health status on the island. Ministers welcomed the continued cross-border cooperation in dealing with tree and plant health and in the shared approach to regulation as evidenced through a common approach to oak processionary moth risk management. Ministers also welcomed the joint approach to the continued sharing of science and diagnostic capability and the regulation of the use of pesticides. In terms of farm safety, the Council welcomed the continued cooperation between both administrations and the ongoing work to improve farm safety. Ministers welcomed the issues of welcoming the issuing of a joint North-South press release in relation to increasing awareness of farm safety across both jurisdictions, the sharing of information in relation to the On Firm Ground and the EU-funded Cost Action Programme on Farm Safety, the sharing of Northern Ireland Farm Safety Partnership, 4th Action Plan and the sharing of commissioned farm safety research results. The NSMC noted the ongoing work in both jurisdictions to develop rural policy and the strong commitment to further enhancing the sharing of information and the best practice on rural development policy. Ministers noted the good progress made in both jurisdictions in implementing the leader element of the Rural Development Programme under the areas of cooperation and the excellent progress towards developing a co-produced rural development support package for inclusion in the new Peace Plus cross-border programme that will contribute to a more prosperous and stable society in Northern Ireland and the border region of Ireland. The Council welcomed the ongoing good collaboration between DAERA and DAFM aimed at maximising the drawdown of EU funding under Horizon 2020 and the €102 million in funding secured to date by successful applicants in both jurisdictions for the agricultural, forestry, food and marine sectors and the bioeconomy. Ministers noted the progress made in funding projects in both jurisdictions under the DAFM National Competitive Call and agricultural research schemes under the US-Ireland R&D partnership. Finally, the Council agreed to hold the next agriculture meeting in early 2021. And in closing, Mr Speaker, I welcome the re-establishment of formal NSMC meetings. I look forward to working with my counterparts in the South. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Declan McAleer.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his statement. In paragraph 8, the Minister has indicated that he intends to launch his future agriculture policy in the coming months, and the Minister will be aware that the South of Ireland are currently consulting on their National Strategic Plan for the Common Agriculture Policy with a confirmed €10.5 billion budget, along with an additional over €1 billion from the Brexit Adjustment Reserve. And as a consequence of Brexit, we are no longer in the Common Agriculture and Policy, and we have the financial uncertainty of no certainty of funding beyond this mandate in Westminster and no progress on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. I want to ask the Minister, is he concerned that our farmers and rural communities in the north could be at a serious competitive disadvantage to our counterparts in the south as a consequence of this?
Well, in terms of the issues around Brexit and the funding, we have got a commitment to the end of this mandate, and no government can give a commitment for future governments because that will always lie with that particular government. The EU run their cycles in 7 years, so there's no commitment beyond the 7 years in that respect either. We shouldn't be talking up the fact that there's no commitment beyond this mandate. We have a commitment for this mandate, and I believe that there will be substantial support for agriculture and the environment going forward beyond the mandate of this Parliament. I do not believe that there is any profitability in actually navel-gazing on this issue and seeking to create a straw man in that this is something which may happen in the future, but there's no evidence that that's going to be the case.
I call William Irwin.
Mr Speaker, in relation to animal health, TB in Northern Ireland is one of the big issues and very costly to the taxpayer. We are aware that in the Republic of Ireland, levels of TB are much lower than Northern Ireland. Can the Minister tell us what the Republic of Ireland is doing differently to Northern Ireland in relation to TB to have lower levels?
Well, we've met with officials from the veterinary division within the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marines. I suppose essentially they took a decision some time ago that they would deal with wildlife that are transmitters of TB, and consequently they saw a significant drop-off in terms of TB in Ireland. I would say that wildlife is a significant contributor here in Northern Ireland. All of the evidence points to that. The work that was done on TVR, the evidence of that points to it, and that the TB that is identified in the wildlife in particular areas is directly associated with the bovine population in those areas as well. So we have different strains of TB, but it is identifiable to particular areas that those strains of TB are associated between the wildlife and the bovine population. So it goes without any real scientific argument that that is the case, and therefore it is something that we have looked at in terms of the development of the TB strategy, and we will be moving forward in the TB strategy soon. We're just waiting on the business case to be completed, and that should be done by early March, but we want to move ahead with the TB strategy. I could have moved ahead now, but the consultation would have to have been done whenever the business case came out as well, so we're holding back for the business case, but there'll be no holding back thereafter in terms of getting out to the public.
Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister too for his response, and I'm sure the Minister will join with the rest of us in welcoming Minister McConaughey's announcement today about the introduction of extra ports in the rest of the country for access for those fisheries, particularly at Greencastle, Rathmullen, Port, Rossaveel and Howth, which is a useful bit of progress, and I'm sure to thank the Minister for that. Could I ask the Minister what kind of scoping exercise has been done, particularly with the agri-food sector, to establish that, in fact, that free movement of goods and services that's so crucial and pivotal north and south in the agri-food sector, that is continuing to go ahead unimpeded and without any difficulties?
Yes, I had raised in letter to Minister McConaughey the issue of the ports for landing. It was impacting upon Northern Ireland vessels who were fishing in the Atlantic Ocean. So I welcome that. I could have went a bit further, but I welcome where it has got thus far. I still intend to meet Minister McConaughey about that issue and indeed about the issue of Dublin Port in particular, in seeking to have better access for hauliers who are using Dublin Port as a land bridge between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. The issue of unimpeded access for both food and indeed livestock between Ireland and Northern Ireland is something which continues, and that remains the case because we remain part of the single market. Our problems don't lie there. Our problems lie where over half of our trade exists between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and we would appreciate any assistance that we can to resolve those issues. Those issues are not just issues for ourselves, they're issues for Ireland, and those issues will grow in Ireland going forward as well, in terms of many of the key foods that are on their shelves. So I see some people may think that trifles and gravy are not important elements of the meal. There are two bits of it, but we're talking about hundreds of products which are going to be challenging to have on our shelves post the 1st of April, should we not get a bit of common sense applied beyond that point.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, as we meet here this morning, you will be aware that there are huge problems now in relation to plant and health pesticides, and I see you had talks in relation to that with your counterpart in the Republic of Ireland. Can you tell me what further cooperation there can be to resolve this issue in relation to the plants coming into Northern Ireland at the moment? There is a huge problem there. There's a huge problem with the seeds, parsley seeds, etc., that we plant in our gardens, and as you know, with the potato seeds.
Yeah, well, yes, well, we're very clear that there is significant problems getting many of the seeds into Northern Ireland. That previously was the case, so many of our nurseries are complaining. My local Christmas tree farm was on complaining that they were ready for planting and went to their supplier who cannot supply them currently. So these are issues which really need to be resolved. They have a significant impact. And particularly, our potato seed mainly comes from Scotland. High quality potato seed, and indeed other grain seeds. And as we move towards March and April in particular, the springtime, when farmers plant their product, they need product to plant. And therefore it is absolutely essential that these issues are resolved. And we have been raising these issues for months now with the UK government. Obviously, they had quite a lot of other issues going on in relation to Brexit, but these issues need to be resolved. And I am an absolute pain in terms of writing and being in contact with the UK ministers, but I make no apology for being a pain, because it is necessary for us to raise the issues on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland over and over and over again where these problems are highlighting themselves.
I call John Blair.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement and answers? I welcome the work of the All-Ireland Animal Health and Welfare Strategy Action Plan, and that officials north and south are working together to maximise cooperation on animal health and welfare. Can I ask the Minister which stakeholder groups his department has engaged with here in Northern Ireland in relation to the action plan moving forward?
Well, we relate with all stakeholders. Certainly people are in regular contact with our department on these important issues, and whether it be in writing or whether it be verbally, we seek to engage with key stakeholders, and my door is always open when it comes to meeting stakeholders. We have sought to do that. Obviously things are slightly different now, but the virtual platform is something that we use extensively to continue that engagement.
Call Morris Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for attending and delivering his statement this morning. Minister, could you give us an update on the state of the avian flu outbreak in Northern Ireland and how it's affecting trade? Thank you.
Avian flu is very worrying, just as we have the COVID-19, and it's very difficult to stop the spread of that. It's very difficult to stop the spread of avian influenza. Different situation, different circumstance, but the consequences for the poultry sector are huge. So we need the absolute cooperation of poultry farmers in terms of everything that they're doing, of the suppliers to the poultry farmers and all of that, to take all of the steps that they can to stop the spread of avian influenza. Poultry is a massive part of the Northern Ireland economy. Over £1 billion is traded by one company alone in poultry, and there's a number of other companies. So we need to ensure that this is an industry that we can continue to support through good practice, and my veterinary service are doing that. Currently we have 2 outbreaks of avian influenza. We will do our utmost to ensure that it remains a 2, but we need full cooperation in doing that.
Philip McGuigan.
Minister, there's been a number of references and questions already with regard to paragraphs 10 and 11 in your statement about cooperation on animal health, and following on from Mr Bradley's question on avian flu. I mean, you've talked about the difference in terms of strategy in the south with regard to TB, and you've talked about cooperation in the north between farmers and suppliers dealing with avian flu. But can I ask you perhaps to give an update on your department's joint efforts with DAFN Minister in the south to tackle both avian flu and TB?
Well, the department in the south have always made it clear that we aren't getting it right on TB, and that is something that they believe that we need to change, and that is something that we do need to look at, and I trust that the Assembly will look at it in a very reasoned and sensible way when the proposals are brought forward. In terms of the avian flu, there is significant cooperation takes place between the 2 veterinary divisions, and indeed on other animal disease problems, because we know that these things don't recognise borders, and therefore sensible cooperation will help us to win the battle that we inevitably will have, and it's an important battle that we do win, because it affects both of our economies very significantly.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, your recent introduction of the protein crop support scheme here in Northern Ireland, just wondering what we can maybe learn from the protein support scheme in the Irish Republic, and also maybe you could tell me what environmental benefits these crops would bring. Thank you.
Well, the Republic have had a scheme for a period of time, and we actually looked at that scheme before we introduced a pilot for Northern Ireland. Protein crops offer a number of advantages, and particularly in an area like Strangford, where there is extensive cereal growing takes place, then that enables farmers to introduce a new crop for rotation purposes. And Mrs. Barton raised the issue of pesticides in her question. Clearly, if you rotate crops, you can reduce the amount of pesticides that you use because there's less disease recurrence in the crops through just a simple practice of rotation. So a lot of the protein crops are excellent at breaking soils up and providing a degree of renewal. They also draw nitrogen from the atmosphere, and they will reduce the amount of proteins that then we have to import. We can never replace the proteins that we import with our own cereals, given the level of proteins that we require. But nonetheless, we can reduce it, and that then reduces pressure on materials coming from South America and perhaps areas where people are looking to remove trees, for example, to create more farms. So doing it at home is something which we can do in a more environmentally friendly way.
I call Sean Lynch.
Can call you. Minister, in paragraph 4, you mentioned COVID in meat plants. Given the number of outbreaks that have been in meat plants and how crucial they are to the supply of food, does the Minister support the call from the Meat Exporters Association that plant workers be given priority list for receiving the vaccine?
Not only do I support it and agree with the member, I have raised that at the Executive with the Minister for Health. At this moment in time, his view is that they carry out as the JCVI recommends. Personally, I believe that people who are working in the food sector and who are, it has been identified as an essential service, and those people who are working in it in cold, wet conditions where it's actually suitable for the virus to spread, and we have had a number of outbreaks in a number of the plants, in spite of best endeavours, that we should seek to introduce those people somewhat earlier into the scheme than is currently the case. So I will continue to endeavour to press that case, that we do get staff in our food factories the COVID vaccine at a somewhat earlier point. I don't think that they should be in there just with the rest of the over 50s or whatever. Do accept that we need to get the population, and particularly of the vulnerable and the over 80s, done first. But beyond that, I do believe that there is an opportunity to introduce it to people who are in more vulnerable situations in terms of where they work, and that would include our food workers, and I'd also include teachers in it, by the way, and police officers.
Call Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks for coming today. I wasn't here yesterday, and I trust that your health is getting better, and I wish you speedy recovery for what comes in for you. Not to put your blood pressure up, but I was looking at the Council noted the work being carried out to prepare for the end of the transition period, Minister, and agreed to further investigation the potential for cooperation to address specific challenges. I noticed in the news that you talked about food shortages. Can you tell me what your department is doing to look at new supply lines so as this nonsense doesn't happen?
Well, it's I suppose for the supermarkets and the retailers to identify where their supply lines come from, and there is strong supply bases that are currently coming from Great Britain to not just Northern Ireland but to Ireland, and the consequences of barriers is leading to problems both for Great Britain, or both for Northern Ireland and Ireland. So it is important that we, particularly in an internal market, ensure that we do not have barriers, and therefore the work needs to continue both at UK Government and European Union level to ensure that these barriers that are being proposed do not happen, because the consequences of them are significant. In terms of cross-border trade, one of the issues that came up over and over again after the Brexit decision was made by the people of the United Kingdom was the issue around milk and about the fact that we produce more milk than we process, and the Republic of Ireland process more milk than they produce. Consequently, once you mix milk, it is mixed, and therefore you cannot unmix it. So that's a significant problem. So what we're pressing for, and what we wish our Irish colleagues to assist us to press for, is that Northern Ireland is part of the free trade arrangements that exist within the European Union, and European Union sales to third countries where those free trade arrangements are in place. And it seems somewhat odd that we are being kept into the single market, but then we are disadvantaged in not being part of the free trade arrangements within that single market. And there is common ground between us and the Irish Republic, because our processors need those opportunities to sell to the Middle East and Far East and other places where those FTAs exist.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for his remarks so far. When you discussed the UK's withdrawal from the EU, was mention made of travelling with pets? Because it seems you can now take your pet to Dublin and back unfettered, but that's not the case if you're visiting another capital city of the United Kingdom, where you will actually need paperwork and a rabies jab for the pet, obviously not for yourself.
Might be looking forward to other vaccines, but I don't think I need the rabies one just yet, thankfully. But in any event, the member is right. However, it was always the case that we could travel to Ireland, but the introduction of this rabies and tapeworm policy, which is coming from the European Union, let's be frank about it, is something which is, there's just no benefit to it. There is no benefit to this for anybody. There's no benefit to the single market. There's no benefit to the European Union, but there's disadvantage. There's disadvantage to the animals in the first instance, because they have to get a rabies vaccine that they don't need, because the islands, the British Isles, containing United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, are free of rabies. They're free of tapeworm. So medical interventions are being imposed upon animals which do not require them. And secondly, the implications for guide dogs is very significant, and for those people who require those assistance dogs. And then we have the issues around the training of guide dogs. So in all of that, we need common sense to prevail. And I trust that people within the European Union in particular, who have been pressing for some of these things, actually recognise the damage that they're doing to Northern Ireland, because they like to hype up their support in Northern Ireland in terms of the peace process. Well, why hurt us now? Why does the EU want to damage Northern Ireland now? Why does it want to damage the economy? Why does it want to put up the price of food in Northern Ireland as a consequence of introducing these barriers? It's not necessary, it doesn't help the single market, and we need to get a bit of common sense and reality back here.
Call Paul Given.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement and his ongoing work to mitigate the unmitigated disaster that is the Northern Ireland Protocol. What evidence is there of the Irish Government in taking a much more constructive approach, rather than seeking to isolate Northern Ireland as a punishment and to pursue their own ideology of the reunification of this island, that they're going to start putting the interests of people of Northern Ireland first, and that they will join with you in trying to convince people like the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State, who are downplaying the problems of the protocol, not least even today blaming empty shelves upon COVID. When will the Irish Government join with us here in this Assembly and actually seek to mitigate the disaster that is the protocol and the protocol deniers in this House of the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin?
Well, Brandon Lewis, he is quite clearly going about like the emperor with no clothes, only it isn't the small boy pointing it out, it's the entire crowd is pointing it out. And, you know, he really needs to reflect on that. It's not a good policy to go about just saying something which is blatantly not the case. And we know what the problems are, and we know where the problems emanate from, and we know that those issues need to be dealt with. In terms of the Republic of Ireland, I have had requests in for about 2 weeks now to meet with my counterparts there, because there are significant issues of concern. Now, I have to admit that I'm getting much better cooperation in getting meetings with UK ministers than I am with ministers in the Republic of Ireland. and they may be busy, but everybody's busy, and these are significant issues. The Port of Dublin is a huge issue. There's huge problems at the Port of Dublin. Hauliers are waiting there for days in some instances, in very poor conditions, I might add, not having good sanitary conditions or anything else. It's grossly unfair. Perishable goods are being lost as a consequence of these delays. And from what I can gather, there's actually quite a number of vehicles which would normally have transited through Dublin are now coming through Belfast and Larne, and that includes vehicles which are their destination is the Republic of Ireland. So really do need cooperation on working these things out for the better for everyone.
I call Emma Sheeran.
Minister, thanks for your statement. In paragraphs 19 and 20, you refer to an update on EU funding, and I know that others in this House today have referred to the issues that Brexit has caused for fishermen across the country. And in my own constituency of Mid-Ulster, we have the Lough Neagh Fishing Cooperative, a fishing community with very real fears about Brexit that they have been communicating for some time now. I met with you about a package of support for Lough Neagh fishing operators in summer of last year. In September, on the 11th of September, you responded to a written question that I had submitted to tell me that a package worth £250 million was being worked on using the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. You told me again in this chamber on November 3rd that this was soon to be delivered, and then on the 12th of that month you said that it would now value £336,000. Can you advise if the package of support for the Lough Neagh fishing operators was discussed at the NSMC?
No, it wasn't, and it's a good angle to get it in. I'll give you that, and it is my intention to ensure that funding does go out to the fishermen, and you know the officials are working on it, and refining it, and all of that there. And I would have much preferred it to have been out earlier. I would have much preferred it to have been out before Christmas, but it hasn't been. But I'm still committed to doing that.
I call Cal Boylan.
Could I thank the Minister for statement. Minister, I just want to refer you to paragraph 19 in relation to EU funding, because I appreciate the programmes that Horizon 2020 has run out and the support programmes and the monies. But was there a broader discussion in terms of how we're going to replace that monies and extend or protect those programmes to ensure that we don't delve into other pockets of money that's been used by community and universities? Because it's important to find out where we are in the future with supports and fundings for those groups.
Well, a series of those funds will be taken up directly by the UK Government, and there's commitments on quite a number of them. There then is those ones that we can continue to tap into, so the likes of the peace funding and so forth, we can continue to tap into European funding, and we'll do in cooperation with our colleagues in the Republic of Ireland.
Call Alan Chambers.
Mr Speaker, the Minister will be aware of the disappointing withdrawal of prominent mail-order horticultural plant and seed suppliers based in England from delivering their products to Northern Ireland because of what they see as draconian regulations caused by the protocol. Does the Minister feel that this situation will be temporary, and is there anything his department can do in the meantime to help restore this valuable service to gardeners, and indeed to ensure that garden centres will be in a position to maintain imported stock levels? Thank you.
Well, gardening is a very important aspect for many people, for many people's mental health, and it's a time of the year when people do get their seeds in and have them well started for planting in the springtime. So it's hugely unfortunate that this circumstance arises now. So we have been raising this on a regular basis with ministerial colleagues in the United Kingdom Government. And do I believe it can be resolved? Yes, I do. Will it? That's a different matter entirely. But we just need to keep working on these things because we have the commercial side of it, which I referred to in terms of our farmers planting in March and April. Absolutely critical. If you don't plant, you don't harvest. And it's very important that continues to happen, and therefore it is something which has a significant priority in our department.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Yesterday, the Economy Minister told the House that 20% of Northern Ireland's agri-food traverses to GB through the Port of Dublin. And she went on to call for the Dublin government to step up and take some responsibility for the chaos at Dublin. That caused some members of this House, who are key proponents of the rigorous implementation of the protocol, to think those comments were worthy of laughter. Is it a laughing matter? And does the Minister think that the Dublin government is doing what it needs to do to sort out that chaos?
Well, if you take the 20% and you take the £5 billion of that's in the processing sector, then that's £1 billion of trade that is affected by this. And if you take the 100,000 people who are employed in the agri-food sector, that's 20,000 people's employment are affected by this. So I suspect that the people who are in the sector won't be laughing as a consequence of the problems at Dublin Port. Dublin Port is incredibly important, particularly for just-in-time goods, for goods which are traversing to parts of the south of England, and it is incredibly important that we, as a country which sells a large volume of food and relies on the food and food processing sector for so many jobs, that we ensure that we keep all routes open for the exports of our goods. And therefore, Dublin government does need to step up and does need to work with us in terms of ensuring that that transit can take place.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in relation to paragraph 9 and close cooperation on what you have described as significant environmental issues as they relate to the implementation of future agricultural policy, I mean, we know already that under current policy, Northern Ireland fails to meet its obligations under the Habitats Directive. And I'm starting to hear reports of animal waste now being moved across the border for what is suspected to be attempts to continue to circumnavigate these obligations in a few cases. So, Minister, what coordination is happening to ensure that we meet our obligations under the Habitats Directive across the island?
We referred to animal waste moving across the border, and that's an entirely legitimate act. And I would refer to it as animal nutrients, because that can provide nutrients for the soil. And if we have an excess of nutrients and the Republic of Ireland don't have enough, then it's an entirely reasonable thing to export those nutrients to the Republic of Ireland. Ultimately, as we move forward, I would like to see us getting to a much more efficient way of doing that, which will involve significant investment in anaerobic digestion, slurry separation, pelletising phosphates, producing nitrogen in a liquid form, which can then be exported not just to the Republic of Ireland but right across the world. And that can be something which will help us to ensure that we meet our environmental obligations and continue to grow the agri-food sector in Northern Ireland, because it is a job creator. And I hope that the Green Party will recognise the benefits of the agri-food sector to actually putting food on people's tables and putting a roof over people's heads, because it's a very important sector in doing that.
Members, that concludes questions on this statement. Can I ask members to take a ease for a moment or two before we move on to the next item on the order paper? Thank you.
Order, members. The next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Harbours Grants and Loans Limit Bill. And I call the Minister of Infrastructure, Ms Nicola Mallon, to move the bill.
I move that the further consideration stage of the Harbours Grants and Loans Limit Bill is now taken.
No amendments have been tabled to the bill at this stage. Therefore, there is no opportunity to discuss the Harbours Grants and Loans Limit Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Harbours Grants and Loans Limit Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Again, I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments until the Minister for the next item of business takes their place. Members, the next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. And I call Mr Jim Allister to move the bill.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the further consideration stage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill be now taken.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional groupings of amendments selected list. There are two groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 17, 48 to 53 and 56, which deal with the appointments and management of special advisors and an amendment to the long title. The second debate will be on amendments 18 to 47, 54 and 55, which deal with the administrative reform and accountability. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debates on the two groups of amendments, they should address all the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. If that's clear, we will proceed. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 17, 48 to 53 and 56. Note also that Amendment 50 is consequential to Amendments 15 and 49. I now call the Minister of Finance, Mr Conor Murphy, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
I beg to move Amendment 1. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to open this debate. I have tabled a number of amendments to the bill. Some of these amendments address flaws in the original drafting Others seek to mitigate the negative consequences of the clauses of the bill, whether those consequences were intended or unintended. But in opening, I would underline that by tabling these amendments, I am not endorsing this bill. I still believe that this legislation largely deals with administrative matters that should be contained in codes and guidance. But if there is any risk that this bill reaches the statute book, it is important that it does not remain in its flawed state, and that the damage it may cause to the effective functioning of government is limited. I have a responsibility to ensure that ministers, special advisers and other civil servants are not fettered in their ability to serve the community and perform their functions effectively. The first group of amendments is concerned with the role of special advisers, and I will address each of the amendments in turn. Amendment 1 is a technical amendment to Clause 1.2 to insert the usual wording for a textual substitution. Amendment 2 is a textual correction to Clause 1.2 to reflect the fact that Section 2B of the Civil Service Special Advisers Act 2013 mentions certain powers but does not confer them. Amendment 3 is intended to ensure clarity in Clause 1.3 that where the Northern Ireland Civil Service Disciplinary Code has rules for special advisers which are different to the rules of other civil servants, it is the former which must be applied to special advisers and not the latter. The current drafting of the bill leaves that ambiguous, and whilst it would be perfectly sensible to interpret the clause in that way, we are looking at primary legislation and we need absolute clarity. Amendment 4 follows from the earlier provisions contained in Clause 1.3, which prevents the interference of a minister in the disciplinary process as it applies to special advisers. The amendment sets out that the ban on ministerial interference does not prevent the proper involvement of the minister in a defined role under the disciplinary code. The minister is the appointing authority for the special adviser, and as such has a responsibility for discipline. That responsibility cannot be removed or delegated in its entirety to an official, so the minister must have a role. The amendment also makes clear that the ban on interference must still allow the immediate dismissal of a special adviser by the minister. It has been my concern that by applying civil service disciplinary procedures to the discipline of a special adviser, the bill might remove the discretionary power of the minister as the appointing authority to end the appointment forthwith. That power may rarely if ever be needed, but there may be an occasion where the relationship breaks down entirely, and in those circumstances there must be the option to end the appointment immediately. Amendment 5 removes the clause 1.4 to pave the way for Amendment 8, which I will deal with in turn. Amendment 6 is a technical amendment to Clause 1.5 to make it clear that the inserted text is to go into Section 8.3b. Amendment 7 is a small textual amendment to Clause 1.6 to reflect the fact that Grade 5s have a pay band rather than a single pay rate. Amendment 8 would insert a new clause intended to address some difficulties with Clause 1.4. That clause, as it presently appears in the bill, would render the appointment of a special adviser of no effect if the appointing authority does not adhere to the code for appointment as set out in the Civil Service Special Advisers Act 2013. Retrospectively invalidating an appointment in this way raises difficult issues about recovery of pay and in turn would open the employer to legal challenge in respect of remuneration for work done. This amendment instead provides for immediate rather than retrospective termination without prejudice to the rights to payment in lieu of notice where summary dismissal cannot be justified. The amendment also makes clear that the responsibility would lie with the Department of Finance for terminating employment and that termination would take place only in the event that a senior officer of the Department is satisfied that the criteria is met. Clause 1.4, as it appears in the bill at present, would have the effect of terminating the appointment because the appointing authority had failed to adhere to the code. However, the 2013 Act does not require the appointing authority to adhere to the code. The statutory duty is to have regard to the code, so that amendment has been made to the text. Amendments 9 to 12 make small textual changes to Clause 1.6 to reflect the fact that there are multiple ministers and special advisers in the Executive Office. They also seek to put the emphasis on the duties of each individual special adviser's post rather than on duties of the kind which may be undertaken by special advisers and which may or may not also be undertaken by other civil servants. Amendment 12 further ensures that the bill does not inadvertently catch Whitehall departments which operate within the jurisdiction such as the NIO and thereby render the bill outside the varies of the Assembly. Amendment 13 is an attempt to address some of the potentially problematic consequences of the current drafting of Clause 1.6. At present, Clause 1.6 says that no special adviser shall be supervised by, directed or answerable to or report to any person other than their minister. It takes no account of the fact that special advisers may quite properly be accountable to another person In particular, at 8.4a, the amendment would allow a professional organisation, for example, our membership of organisation or church, to discipline a special advisor for something they do as a special advisor, if that special advisor cannot be disciplined for doing the same thing if employed in a different role or in the course of their private life. Amendment 13 also removes the provision that a special advisor must not be supervised by, directed by, answerable to or report to any person other than the appointing minister, either directly or indirectly. This clause is unworkable. Firstly, the clause does not make explicit where the duty lies to prevent such a thing happening, whether upon the minister, the special advisor or some other person. Secondly, it is unclear what it means to indirectly report to another person. This could be interpreted to mean that special advisors cannot liaise with their party, a crucial part of their job. I doubt the courts will thank us for spending their time and resources on adjudicating on such questions. The amendment to 8A(3) now also addresses how the services of a special advisor could be made available to junior ministers in the Executive Office. I believe that this is consistent with the Bill's provisions to remove the power of the junior ministers to appoint a special advisor of their own. The Bill sponsor has made it clear that the removal of that power was primarily aimed at limiting the number of special advisors in the Executive Office to 6 in total, and this amendment does not change that. Amendments 14 and 15 address problems with the drafting of clauses 2 and 3. As originally drafted, these clauses repealed the legislation that amended the Civil Service Commissioners Northern Ireland Order 1999. They did not, however, repeal the amendments to the 1999 Order itself. Rather than leave a question mark over whether the powers had actually been repealed or not, I have tabled these amendments to ensure the Bill's sponsor's intention is delivered. Amendment 48 extends the commencement of Clause 1(3) to allow time for the review and revision of the Northern Ireland Civil Service Handbook to enable it to be applied sensibly to special advisors. I am allowing 6 months given the need to engage with the civil service unions through Central Whitley. Amendment 50 is consequential on the proposed amendment in Clause 3. Amendment 52 removes the unnecessary definition of the executive in Clause 15, and Amendment 53 adds to the drafting in Clause 15. Last Concordia, I hope for a sensible debate on the amendments being proposed. Whether or not we can agree on the need for legislation, I hope we can agree that any legislation made in this place is orderly.
I now call on the chairperson of the Committee for Finance, Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Minister, for moving your amendments. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee for Finance considered written evidence and oral evidence from a range of organisations and individuals, including the Bill sponsor, the Minister for Finance, the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance, and officials from the Department's Strategic Policy and Reform Division. I want again to thank all members of the committee for their input and engagement during the committee stage. I would also like to offer my thanks on behalf of the committee to the Bill's sponsor, Mr Jim Allister QC, for bringing amendments to the bill to address a number of concerns raised during the committee stage by members, by witnesses and by other stakeholders. I welcome the fact that most of the amendments supported by the committee have passed consideration stage. In relation to Amendments 16 and 17 to Clause 4, these should address concerns raised by some members at the committee stage, and in doing so should resolve any issues that would otherwise arise should the legislation not achieve royal assent before the 31st of March. In addition to the Minister and Permanent Secretary providing oral evidence to the committee, Department of Finance officials attended on 2 occasions. The Department also provided responses to committee questions on a number of occasions. Throughout this evidence, the view of the Minister that codes sufficiently address the relevant issues and that legislation is not necessary was referred to, reiterated and reinforced at every opportunity by them. The Department criticised the drafting of a number of clauses in the bill, yet when the committee sought assistance from the Department to help improve the drafting, the responses received were less than helpful. They included statements such as, "The drafting of the bill would be a matter for the member." "The improvement of the drafting is a matter for the member." "The provision is unnecessary." And in relation to Clause 6, record of meetings, when they said it seems to be unnecessary specific and it's not appropriate to legislate in this area. Yet now, at the final opportunity, the Department has changed its approach and no longer considers the drafting of the bill to be a matter for the member. I welcome the Department's efforts to improve the drafting of the bill, which will, if agreed, improve the wording of the Act and ensure that the legislation passed by this House achieves its intended aims. The Department could, however, have provided this support much earlier when requested to do during the committee stage. As for the suggestion that Clause 6 is unnecessarily specific, as originally drafted, the clause contains less than 4 lines of text. The amendment to Clause 6, tabled by the Minister, contains an entire page of text. It includes 6 subsections and is very specific in its intentions. Whether they support the legislation or not, Department, Ministers and all members have a duty and responsibility to ensure that the legislation passed by this House is clear, coherent and effective. And the best way to achieve this is through supportive and meaningful engagement at an early stage and throughout the legislative process. That concludes my remarks, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Paul Free.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise at this stage of this bill, a process and a journey that I've thoroughly enjoyed, I must say, because I enjoy my committee work. I enjoy building up relationships with other members from other parties, and it's the one chance you really get to build up relationships with those people outside of party politics, where you have a common goal and a common job to do, and one which you should apply all your professional will and necessity around. So I welcome legislation coming to this House so that we can all debate and make sure that that legislation is the best it could be. And what I see in this bill is simply reform. What I see in this bill, irrespective of who brings it, who the author is, who moved it, all I see is reform. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask myself a simple question. Is this reform necessary? And I answer absolutely. Is this the right approach and the right way to go? And I answer myself, yes, absolutely. And whilst other members may criticise individual private members bringing forward legislation or bills, I do not see that. In fact, I want to encourage that. I want to encourage private members to bring what's in their head and their ideas and their interests. I want to see it on blue bills. And then let the committee scrutinise, let the Assembly decide what should go forward and what should not. And in that context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must say that I am disappointed by the attitude of some parties and members of this House. And whilst it is entirely appropriate for the Minister to reserve the right to not endorse this bill, it is not appropriate to dampen down on any private member who wishes to bring forward private legislation. And it is not appropriate for a party not to engage in a decision-making journey and a process that could well lead to legislation. So whilst I reserve the right, and I will protect the right of any member not to endorse any direction of travel via legislation, it is incumbent on us all to engage in that process to make sure that legislation is fit for purpose and is exactly what we need it to be going out the other side. And whilst I acknowledge the Minister and the Department's will now to lay down amendments at this stage, that process could have been started a lot sooner, even by his own political party, in the committee for which was scrutinising this bill. And all of the areas of amendment which the Minister has brought forward could well have been discussed at the earliest stages of scrutiny that the Finance Committee endeavoured throughout this process. So it is disappointing that the Department and the Minister comes at this late hour with these amendments for us to discuss here today, albeit I welcome them because it needed to happen. the Minister's amendments needed to happen so that we can have a good debate, a thorough debate, and that the Department stamps their thoughts and processes within this process. That is the way it should be. Could have been on earlier, could have been done politically earlier by the political party. And I must say I was disappointed because Sinn Féin turned their face away from this bill. They didn't want to know it. They didn't want to engage. And that's deeply disappointing. It's deeply disappointing. This is reform. Why are we as MLAs here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if it's not to reform? What are we here for if it's not to reform the practices and processes that we encounter on a daily basis in order to make it easier and better? Why are we here if it's not to transform the lives of our people? The lives of our people. Yes, I will give way, yeah.
Will the member agree with me that it's ironic that we're listening to a 5-minute lecture about the appropriate behaviour of ministers and political parties regarding, given the fact, that this whole topic has come about because of the inappropriate behaviour of ministers and members of political parties on the opposite side?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member makes an intervention, but he neglects to look at his own party, at his own side of the House with regards to bad behaviour. And that is not acceptable. That is the attitude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have seen from Sinn Féin throughout this process. And it is not acceptable, it is not good, and it is not conducive to good law. And I would ask the member to consider his ways and to engage fully in reform. And why do we need this reform? It's not even because of an RHI inquiry or any other inquiry. Reform is a good thing. Reform is something that we should ask ourselves on a daily basis, what can we do better? And this bill goes some way, a small step in doing that.
Can I encourage members to return to the amendments, the specific amendments we have in front of us here at this stage?
Yes, I will, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And when you look at the amendments and the amendments from the Finance Minister himself, it recalls in my head the fact that reform should be led by the Executive. But here we have an Executive Minister being forced to bring reform by a private member and his bill. And that's not good enough. I want to see reform coming out of this Executive. I want to see reform coming out of this Finance Minister. And I want to see reform. And of course, we live in challenging times, both for health and economy. But those challenging times should not be an excuse not to do reform. It should be the catalyst to do reform. That should be the reason why we need reform. Because we cannot simply keep doing what we're doing over and over and over again. It will fail our people, and it is failing our people. On the Minister's amendments, most of them are stylistic and tidying up wording, and that's to be commended. But I do have a concern and question mark around some. Amendment number 5, leave out subsection 4 of clause 1. And again, it's conducive to do with regards to the appointment process, which leads me on then to the issue around Amendment 8. And whilst I can understand in most of these amendments by the Minister, it is about putting the meat in the bones, putting detail in so that both Minister, SPADs, Civil Service and everyone else for that matter knows exactly where they stand, and I welcome that. I have a concern with Amendment 8 in the fact that, and again this might be for the first time, I don't know, give a senior officer in the Department of Finance the power to, if you like, null and void an appointment of a SPAD because of an issue around the Code of Appointment. Now, it's important to say that it's the Code of Appointment and not the Code of Conduct. That's important. But I can't help but think that a SPAD, whoever that would be, no matter what party that would be out of, could well be made redundant, not because of the sins of that person or that SPAD, but because of an appointment process that may well have been flawed, through no fault of the SPAD in question. So that's the first thing I would say about Amendment 8. Then, if we are giving a special or a new power to, and it says here, a senior officer in the Department of Finance, who is that senior officer? Is that the Permanent Secretary, or is that someone else? And what powers, if this amendment gives them the power to then terminate an appointment, what capacity do they have to investigate that? What powers will the Department of Finance and that senior officer have in investigating and then the disciplinary of that action? And how do they satisfy themselves that a person did not have regard for the code? That's something that troubles me going forward, albeit I welcome these amendments. It's something that still has queries in my head around some of those things. Amendment 8, that was. Then we go to Amendment 13, and again, this is noteworthy, I think, because I do believe this is, again, tidying up an aspect and giving more detail as to the roles of a SPAD within the Executive Office. And again, whilst I support the fact that a junior minister should not have, junior minister does not need a SPAD. But there may be times when a junior minister may need assistance, may need guidance, may need advice. And so it may well be appropriate for the appointing minister to then task a SPAD or SPADs to assist, advise or help a junior minister. And I suppose that adds a level of flexibility to the bill, which again I think there's merit in. I have no problems with. I think it adds to the clarity, and I think it adds a flexibility that would be welcome. Moving on then, Mr Deputy Speaker, 16 and 17, Amendment 16 and 17, of course, I can understand what's happening here. We're running out of time with the procedures of legislation, and I think that's common sense, so I'll give the sponsor of the bill the issue around 16 and 17. I support. I think it's common sense. And then we go on then to 48, Amendment 48. Again, allowing a period of 6 months, beginning with the end of the day of which the Act receives royal assent. And I suppose if it's okay for the bill sponsor to adopt a time period in the bill as opposed to an arbitrary date, I suppose we should allow the Department a flexibility with regards to their duties and responsibilities. But again, the 6 month period may well be an issue and may need some clarification. Why the period of 6 months? Why is that required? And if you think what that means, if this bill receives royal assent in March, probably April, maybe even May, what that does then for the process coming up to the end of a term. So again, I would worry about that and the necessity and the need for 6 months whenever it's quite clear-cut what is being asked of the department and the duty left within. Mr Speaker, that's basically, again, most of these are non-contentious, tidying up wording and making the bill read better, which I support. I support that engagement by the department and by the minister. And we've come a long way from civil service telling us in the committee that this bill couldn't be amended, it wasn't good enough to be amended. Now we're seeing amendments, and about time too. So again, I welcome the engagement by the minister and the department, and I hope that we can all together support a bill at the other side of that will bring good, decent reform, which is only the start, not the finish. It's only the start, and we await to see the reform bills that the executive will produce in the very near future, I hope. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call John O'Dowd.
I rise to speak on a group of amendments, Group 1, and by and large we'll be supportive of these amendments, but as the Minister has said, it's not a case of supporting the legislation. because the question has to be asked, is it a bill for every ill? And the rush by Mr Allister to bring forward this legislation has brought forward a very poor piece of legislation, it has to be said, and the fact that we have 56 amendments in front of us today shows how poorly drafted the original legislation was. And Mr Frew, who has gifted us with his single transferable speech around why he likes legislation, because it helps him make friends in the committee, because he likes reform, hasn't been able to, through his period in the committee and his support for this bill, or indeed those other people in this room who supported this bill, have failed to recognise the fact that the legislation before them is poorly drafted and unnecessary. I will, yes.
Thanks, Member, for giving way. Just for my own information, I was on the committee, on the Finance Committee, and I noted that the members from your own party, from Sinn Féin, never engaged with us on this bill in order to try and make it better. So I think some of that fault has to go back to your own party.
Well, you can try and make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but it's still a sow's ear at the end of the day. And the question the members have to ask themselves of the committee, and those who have been cheerleading this bill going through, have to ask themselves, firstly, what's the motivation of the proposer of the bill? Is Mr Allister a defender of the Good Friday Agreement, a supporter of the Good Friday Agreement? Does Mr Allister want to see government function well here? In my opinion, he doesn't. Mr Allister is an opponent of the Good Friday Agreement, an opponent of the executive, and has told everybody who was prepared to listen to him that this place is unworkable because it's built on a foundation of sand. So therefore, why would he want to improve the functioning of government? Or is it the case that the legislation as originally proposed is going to make the functioning of government more difficult? I think it's going to make it more difficult. And that may not become immediately visible to members of the public who see their public services being delivered. But it will make the workings of ministers, the executive, of SPADs and of civil servants much more difficult, much more complicated. And while everyone has to work to the rulebook, the rulebook, as previously was during the RHI scandal, should have prevented SPADs sending emails to their fathers-in-laws, to their cousins and others around how can make a quick few pounds off the public purse. It should have prevented SPADs from filling their boots. It should have prevented ministers from coming into this chamber and presenting legislation which they hadn't read or they weren't over the jot and tittle of. Oh well.
They also include in that list of ills Ted Howell, Padraig Wilson and Martin Lynch. And the minister's predecessor, one of them, Martina Muller, who is no longer in this House, strangely enough, who somehow just sort of disappeared. Would it prevent those ills that Connolly House was, and still is probably, the centre of the policy making of your party as opposed to this House being given its proper place?
Members, could I encourage you to go back to our function today rather than recount history? Our function today is to consider the amendments that are before us for this bill. Mr O'Dowd.
Well, in regard to special advisers, the amendments brought forward under Amendment 3 and 4 and the other amendments brought forward by the Minister allow for the proper accountability mechanisms around those special advisers. But Connolly House wasn't the problem. Certainly wasn't the problem. It was those who were prepared to fill their boots with public money. And those members who were prepared to fill their boots with public money were sitting over there, or were being employed by members over there, or were being encouraged by members over there. So let's not try and deflect responsibility for this. But back to the bill as before us today. The SPADs are a political appointment, as they are in all institutions that I can think of in Western-style democracies. So the Minister is responsible for their SPAD, for their appointment of their SPAD. To try and fully equate them with the civil service is a mistake.
and will not allow for a good functioning government. So let's not try and create a scenario where government isn't working, which I think is Mr Allister's intention. The amendments before us today allow for mitigations against the worst aspects of this bill. And it's unfortunate that many times in this chamber we have to spend our times mitigating against the worst ideas from members on the benches opposite. I think of Brexit. We spent a long time trying to mitigate against that. And today we're going to try and mitigate against the worst aspects of another piece of legislation being brought forward by and supported by members opposite. So, in conclusion, last Concordia, we will be supportive of the majority of amendments before us. We still think the bill is unnecessary. We think the motivation of the bill is to create problems in the functioning of government. And it's always worth reminding that if someone wants to break the rules or go around the legislation, if that motivation is there, it doesn't matter how thick the rule book is, they will continue to do it.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak, hopefully fairly briefly, on Group 1. Group 1, as others have said, contain in large part technical amendments which tidy up the drafting of the legislation. Group 2, we have some amendments, and obviously I will be speaking longer on that group. First of all, since others have done it, just to give some broad thoughts on the context and purpose of this bill. I and my party have come to this with an open and constructive mind throughout. We haven't sought to assume absolutely everything in this bill makes sense. We've had specific and substantive reservations. Indeed, the purpose of today, hopefully, is to discuss and correct some of those. But in answer to the previous speaker, have we taken a closed-minded approach to the principle of legislation? No, we haven't, to be perfectly honest. And the reason we haven't is that the depth and breadth of public concern over bad behaviour, to put it lightly, in our political institutions is so severe and so profound that simply to brush away the principle of legislation on the basis that either we disagree with the bill sponsor, and be in no doubt that we do disagree with the bill sponsor on practically everything else, and I look forward to returning to normal business and arguing with the bill sponsor passionately about virtually everything else, or also that the idea of legislation is in and of itself not the way to deal with this. You know, we haven't taken those blanket approaches. Just to deal with the second approach, that legislation is, in a sense, anathema to good government, or that this is all captured in codes and guidance. Well, I mean, up to a point, that's right. Legislation cannot change culture, it can't change behaviour, but legislation exists in a whole range of areas in order to give legal underpinning to standards of behaviour, and where there is a particular and clear public desire for a shift in approach, then I think there is a real meaningful argument for legislation. Will this legislation, either as it was tabled or as it's amended, fundamentally shift behaviour patterns among certain political parties and their... Yeah, give way.
May I thank the member for giving way. I think it might be useful for the members of the Assembly to remind ourselves that at the same time as we had members from the department who were explaining to the committee that there was no need for any legislation and legislative process because normal processes and procedures would have seen things to have improved. At the same time as the committee shortly thereafter was looking to take opinion on whether we'd have to compel the department to actually give us information and advice as well. Would you consider that to be normal legislative process?
Thank the member for his intervention. I think what I would say is that as a former civil servant, civil servants will very often prefer that things are in codes and guidance. That's understandable, and also in large part it's justifiable. I don't think that everything is best captured by legislation, but I think that this bill will go a significant way, or go some way, to allowing us to be able to say to members of the public that we are starting to take action. There will be a range of other things that need to be taken forward. The Minister, I know, is working on this area himself. I hope he'll come forward with further proposals and we'll be constructive and open-minded about them. But let's be honest about the civil service view that codes and guidance are always the exclusive and sole answer to profound questions of public administration is something that we as legislators have a right and a duty to challenge and think about. A couple of months ago, the Northern Ireland Audit Office brought out a report on the capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, and it wasn't, I'm afraid, flattering, notwithstanding the terrific and diligent work that many hundreds, if not thousands, of civil servants have undertaken this year in terms of response to COVID. We're in a situation where we know that there were profound problems highlighted by the RHI scandal that we need to address. I should say, it's also worth saying in relation to the civil service, this bill, part of what's happened in the amending process with this bill, and I hope it happens further today, is that the bill's focus will be more clearly on special advisors and politicians. I think that's a good thing, because I think it clarifies where it clarifies the purpose of this bill. That's not to say that further legislation may not be necessary in relation to civil service reform, but it's clear that some of the previous provisions, for example around criminalisation, in my view were too broadly directed and would have captured too many civil servants. But the principle that this bill was wrong on its face was wrong from our perspective. At the same time, there were significant and challenging issues with both the drafting of it and also some of the provisions. We've worked on the provisions. In large part, the bill sponsor has engaged on that, and I know that the largely technical amendments in the first group that the Minister has come forward with today will improve the functioning of the bill. That's all that we can ask for, that we have a bill which lands on the statute book and is functional from day one. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I won't go into too much more detail other than to say that we're supportive of the vast range of technical amendments which make this, should make this work, and I'm glad that the Department has been drafting and is confident. I hope that this will be a more usable piece of legislation when it comes to the statute book. As I said, as a former civil servant, I'm in no doubt about the efficacy of legislation to correct all ills or to fundamentally change the culture of either a political system or a bureaucracy. But that doesn't mean that it's without merit. That doesn't mean that we just say, oh, we won't legislate, and legislation has no purpose at all. I am disappointed that an amendment that my party laid has not been taken for debate today. I'm slightly confused as to why it hasn't, given there are other amendments have been tabled which seem to me slightly more extraneous to the core purpose of this bill. What we had hoped to do was to introduce a provision which would have tightened down on bullying inside government by ministers and special advisors. That's not to say that, certainly not lobbying any accusations at individual ministers who are serving now in the past, but we know, and we've seen at Westminster more recently, how egregious the practice, how egregious the situation is where ministers are able, when behaviour is purely codified in guidance, they're able to get away with the most egregious behaviour. Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, I can see the Deputy Speaker is about to direct me back onto. I'm merely making the point that very disappointed that we were not able to include that in legislation. I think it would have been a clear sign. It would have been this place actually taking a lead, and hopefully other jurisdictions would have followed us. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I will say that I'm pleased that the Minister and his department have gotten to work and tabled a range of technical amendments. My party has been broadly supportive of the intentions of this bill, though we have retained throughout a desire to improve it, because we thought it was far from perfect whenever it was tabled, and we had very specific reservations. We'll continue to do that today. That's why we hope several of the amendments, particularly in Group 2, we hope are passed, because we think they're important. But on that, I will conclude my remarks on Group 1 and say that we will be broadly supporting the largely technical amendments.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to speak on the amendments included in Group 1. In the previous stages, our party expressed concerns over aspects of this bill while remaining supportive of the overall aims and objectives. The debate today focused specifically on the amendments proposed at further consideration stage. It should not be Groundhog Day. I therefore do not intend to reheat the debates that we have already been covered extensively in this chamber into the small hours at consideration stage and also at second stage on the 16th of March last year. Nor do I intend to speak at great length. My English teacher taught me one important lesson many years ago after I previously wrote reams and reams. She taught me that the quality of your work should not be judged on the quantity, but rather the quality and substance of your argument. I welcome the numerous amendments that have been brought forward at this stage and would like to thank the proposers, their staff and the Bills Office for all the hard work to date. My party has considered every one of the amendments in detail. We have held fruitful discussions with other parties and also with members from the Bills Office to ensure that we are clear on the amendment's intention and the potential impact. I would particularly like to thank my researcher, David Morrow, who continues to studiously analyse this bill as it progresses. Scrutinising legislation that has the potential to become the law of the land is at the core of why we're sent to be here as MLAs. It is a responsibility that should be taken with the utmost seriousness. To be included as part of this bill, each of the amendments must pass that test that they will improve the quality of the proposed legislation and serve to fulfil the bill's ultimate objectives. Turning specifically to the amendments in Group 1, Alliance will support Amendments 1 through to 13, which focus on Clause 1. Amendment 4 addresses concerns that we raised at consideration stage. It ensures that ministers will continue to be able to dismiss their SPADs and therefore retains the crucial principle that a minister is accountable and responsible for their SPAD's behaviour. We also welcome Amendment 7, which aligns the cap on SPAD remuneration to civil service pay grades. Overall, we are satisfied that Amendments 1 to 13, if passed at this stage, significantly improve Clause 1 of the bill. We will support Amendments 14 and 15, which amend Clauses 2 and 3, respectively. We have satisfied ourselves that these amendments are purely technical. As has already been mentioned, Amendments 16 and 17 and 49 to 51 are linked. What these amendments are trying to achieve is very similar in substance. We are content to listen to all the arguments made in the Chamber today before deciding which of the amendments is the most appropriate. We value the opportunity to engage in amendments such as this in the Chamber today. Lastly, we are content to support the remaining amendments in this group and to change the long title. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, we broadly welcome the amendments included in Group 1 and believe that they improve the clauses of this bill. Thank you.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Last can call you. As my party colleague has said, Sinn Féin will be supporting most of the amendments tabled in Group 1, and he outlined the politics of why we oppose this bill and continue to oppose the bill. We have been consistent in that approach from the outset. We don't believe that the bill is necessary. I listened to Paul Frew talk about reform coming out of the executive, but in terms of the context of this, I mean, this issue was dealt with and agreed by all parties in the NDNA, and as Matthew O'Toole has said, the Minister has brought forward changes and reform with regard to this issue and is working in other reform of the issue. I mean, Jim Allister has named the bill the functioning... Go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed, but for a point of clarity, when it came to discussions about NDNA, many of the things, particularly our party asked for within NDNA, were not placed on the table and indeed are not reflected in the document at all.
And that would be the issue for all parties. The thing is, the NDNA is an agreement. Not every party got everything that they asked for or wished for. In terms of this bill, I mean, as has been pointed out by myself and others during this debate and other debates, even the naming of the bill, functioning of government, is ironic in that the intentions of the bill sponsor are in all likelihood to dysfunction the work of the government and ministers and SPADs and all strangle effective government from taking place. Go ahead.
Why is it every time when we come to this House, if a bill or a proposal comes from the members opposite, it's this is how it is. But then when someone else comes, oh, there's an interior motive. Let's question it. If we started to question the motive of the members opposite for all that they've done over the years, I can tell you we would be in a far worse place than we currently are. So will the member at least give this House the respect and the member who brought the private members' bill, because there will be more private members' bills. And I think that we need to accept the fact that the member in all good faith brought this bill and at least give it the decency of being heard in this chamber as it's been done today.
I have listened to the member speak over many years in relation to this House, this institution and the Good Friday Agreement, and never once have I heard that member speak positively in terms of the outworking of any of those institutions. Yeah, you know, as I said, he has made no secret or opposition, quite the opposite. And I doubt very much that he, despite Mervyn Stories alluding to a road to Damascus change, I doubt very much that the bill sponsor has changed his opinion on this institution. I mean, we've said from the outset that the bill is necessary, and that must also be stated today. The amendments, though, will mitigate some of the most problematic clauses in the bill and hopefully ensure that any legislation that may emerge doesn't inhibit ministers in delivering the good and efficient government that we should all want to see within this institution. Supporting the amendments does not in itself indicate support for the bill. Rather, it is an attempt to mitigate the worst and most damaging aspects of the bill in the event that it should pass.
Would the member now reflect and agree with me that the attitude of his members, and he can't be blamed himself because, of course, he only arrived in the committee late in the process, having replaced the dynamic contribution of Mr Lynch. Now, would he agree with me that the entirely negative approach of his members didn't reflect well on his party? I have sat in this chamber for 26 years. I have never seen a party oppose the long title of any bill in that 26 years. That just does not happen. It doesn't happen in the Oireachtas, it doesn't happen at Westminster, it doesn't happen at any parliamentary assembly. Does he not accept that there was ample opportunity to deal with his concerns at the committee and it wasn't taken? And I've never seen a more negative approach by any party to any bill in my long time in this chamber.
I mean, I did make the point the last time in relation to the title, and I've made it already. I mean, the title is Functioning of Government, and it's my view that the bill sponsor isn't bringing this bill forward to enhance the functioning of government. So, I mean, with regard to that, that point has already been made. I mean, I think my party colleague actually made a really good point in terms of the mitigations and the amendments brought forward by the Minister when he described Brexit. And I think that is the situation similar to where we are today. And supporting these amendments, as I said, doesn't indicate support for the bill. It is an attempt to mitigate against the worst aspects should this bill pass. And the Minister has already outlined in great detail the substance of the amendments, and I will echo much of what he has said about them. Many of the amendments, as others have said, are technical in nature. They're designed to fix unfortunate wording or ill-conceived wording and provide greater clarity and indeed cover. Indeed.
Way, as he knows, I always give way too. But what the member has said, and I reserve his right and I protect his right to oppose any bill or any legislation or any amendment. But what the member is saying is that he's opposed to this bill not because of the content, but because of the sponsor. And that is really bad form, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I ask the member, if it is the content of the bill, is there not one clause that he could support on a blank blue page?
The member obviously hasn't been listening to my contribution. I mean, it isn't because of the bill sponsor. I mean, the bill in itself is unnecessary, it is unneeded, it is unwieldy, and it is bad legislation. All of that has been pointed out, and the amendments brought forward are in some way an attempt to mitigate against all of that. Amendments 3 and 4, for example, will reassert the primacy of the Minister over the Special Advisor. Special advisors are political appointments, and ministers are therefore granted full discretion in their appointment. That's why SPADs shouldn't be subject to the civil service disciplinary procedures. The minister is ultimately accountable for the actions of the special advisor and should therefore have full discretion also when it comes to disciplining, including removal from the post, should that be necessary. Amendment 8 deals with the problematic Clause 1, Section 4, which renders the appointment of a special advisor of no effect if the appointing authority does not adhere to the Code of Appointment outside the Civil Service Act 2013, and retrospectively invalidating an appointment leaves open the possibility of legal challenge in respect of remuneration for work already done. So the amendment provides for the immediate termination rather than retrospective, and this is just one example of the short-sightedness of this bill. There are many others, of course, and I will finish up again by reiterating the point that this bill isn't necessary.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this once again. One of the most pressing matters of this part of the debate, obviously, it seems to me, is when we can get these measures into place in this Assembly and when they will become in operation. I think few of us, Mr Deputy Speaker, could doubt why it is important to get changes around junior ministers and SPADs into place as swiftly as possible and to ensure that there is a code of practice in place which at least attempts to get a standard of behaviour for those in power and their advisers that the public should expect of them. It is concerning to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, from my reading of the amendments, or some of them at least, that while the bringer of the bill obviously seeks to ensure as much as possible of this bill comes into effect on the day after it receives royal assent, the Minister wants to put in a 6 months delay for some clauses and indeed to maintain a delay until April 1st, after April 1st for others. And I wonder if the Minister, or can the Minister in his closing remarks speak to his desire and rationale for that. I didn't hear it at his introduction of those amendments, especially around the ability to appoint a SPAD and insert a 6 months delay before the Code of Conduct changes will be made. And his answer may provide clarity on amendments that we will be voting on, obviously, today and shortly. I can't, Mr Deputy Speaker, personally see the need to push these measures back. We've gone long enough with rules in this place, or lack of rules rather, and scandalous effects resulting from them. And we would be in favour, without further explanation from the Minister, of introducing them as quickly as possible. And to be frank, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we were in the Executive and in a position, we're obviously not, to set rules on this issue, I don't think junior ministers should have had SPADs. There would never have been as many SPADs to begin with, and they should have and would have been paid in line with the average worker's wage along with the ministers in this House. And the upper echelons of this institution wouldn't or shouldn't be allowed to get away with some of the dodgy schemes and decisions we've seen over the past 10 years, and in some cases longer. And obviously, if we were bringing this bill, we might have and would have sought to go much further in maybe different directions in some cases. And I remain as unconvinced as ever that solely strengthening the hand of this institution when it comes to doling out punishment or taking action is the solution or the sole solution to many of the scandalous problems at the heart of this Assembly. And as it goes, we obviously aren't calling the shots, probably to the relief of many in this place and the upper echelons of the Assembly, but are able to talk to some measures in this bill which seek to curtail the actions and conditions that led to the RHI scandal in the first place. So, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're satisfied with most of the amendments and we're seeking some clarification around 48 and the ones 48, 49 and 50. Thank you.
I call Pat Cackney.
Thank you. I have enjoyed the work that has been done at the committee stage of this bill and been able to take an in-depth look into the impact of each clause. It is clear, and I would suggest that no party here would disagree with this, that there is a responsibility on all of us to restore the public's confidence in these institutions. There will be many that will point to when we have failed to do this, but we have another opportunity in how we look at this bill and the important reforms it is trying to bring in. The bill speaks to the heart of how this place operates, how executive ministers interact with departments and this chamber, how special advisers fulfil their role without stepping over boundaries, and how this place can operate in a transparent and effective way that the public can have faith in. We all know that this hasn't been the case in the past. It goes further than RHI. It is a culture that must be rooted out from structures that must be reformed. Though there are disagreements as to how this should be done, I don't think there is any disagreement that it must be done. Questions have been raised at each stage if the changes this bill seeks to make should be implemented through a private member's bill. Some have suggested this is a reason to vote against the bill in its entirety. I do agree that legislation must be properly formed, and poor legislation leads to poor outcomes. However, although I have many disagreements with the member on policy, there is a saying about broken clocks, and I do think the bill sponsor has shown himself to be well versed in all the detail required to create a sound piece of legislation whose meaning would be unnecessarily debated for years to come, dare I say it, by overpriced lawyers. I think that to reject the bill just because of who proposes it is a very poor decision. That said, for those that have engaged fully with this process, I think the amendments that have been brought into the bill at each stage have contributed positively to the bill and will improve its functioning. I want to also thank the bill sponsor for his willingness to listen to the concerns of members, and I think a lot of his amendments have sought to address many of those concerns. This positive attitude has gone a long way to finding a consensus on the bill. And who knows, maybe the member is softening in his old age. Speaking to the amendments in this group, most of which are largely technical, therefore I see no issue with them. I welcome the clarity brought by Amendments 4, 5 and 8. These should be allowed for a clearer functioning of the bill in real-life terms. Amendments 16, 17, 48 and 49 address the issues of commencement of the bill, which I know was a concern for some. Each of these amendments should allow for the provisions of this bill to come into force in an acceptable but realistic timeframe. As I said, most amendments are technical and provide clarity. I will speak to the amendments relating to administrative reform and accountability later.
I call Jim Wells.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak. It's a rather surreal situation we're in at the moment, because I sat for every minute of the scrutiny of Mr Allister's bill in the Finance Committee. As I said in a previous debate, the Finance Committee has turned out to be an extraordinarily interesting body to be on, and I think that's reflected in the very high turnout of members during the scrutiny of Mr Allister's private member's bill. I have never seen a more negative approach by any party in any committee in my time in this building. The attitude of the members, Mr McGuigan's colleagues, was simply this: we are against every line, jot and tittle of this legislation. We're totally opposed to it, and we'll vote against every clause and every sentence, which they did. Excuse me. And now, at this very last minute, the Minister comes forward with amendments at the 11th hour. having not put forward one change, one amendment throughout the entire process at second reading, at a third reading stage, or in any part of the committee scrutiny. Why? This is just no way to do legislation in this building. There are many pieces of legislation that I have opposed over the years, but I've always made it my point to come in early at second reading, to flag up my concerns and to try and submit amendments and changes as the process goes along. And here we're sitting now with Sinn Féin coming up with a whole series of amendments. And I think Mr McGuigan has let the cat out of the bag. And I thank him for that. The reason why there's so much opposition from his part of this bill is not the bill at all, it's the person who wrote it. That if Mr Allister stands up and says crows are black, Sinn Féin immediately say it's a plot to bring down this assembly, crows must be white. Everything that comes out emanates from the words of from the mouth of Mr Allister is wrong because his motivation is to bring this place crashing down. He's opposed to the Good Friday Agreement, well I was as well. He's opposed to the institutions, he's opposed to mandatory coalition. And because of that, everything that he does must be suspect and must be opposed. When most reasonable members of this House are saying, well, let's look at the content. Don't look behind the motivation. What does the legislation actually say? And the legislation is, and Mr Allister has been successful in achieving a consensus across the House, apart from one party, that there's an awful lot to be said for what he's trying to do. And I think Sinn Féin know full well that if this legislation goes ahead, the obscene situation where dozens of decisions which were being made by the executive were delayed because ministers from Mr McGuigan's party were referring material, confidential material, up to Colney House, where super spads were making important decisions on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland. Super spads which were never elected, never stood for election, which were never appointed through the normal process, were never subject to the controls, the very limited controls there were.
Can I draw the member back to the amendments?
Firstly, could he clarify for me if he includes himself as one of the reasonable members of the House? That would be an interesting confirmation or denial. And the SPADs who cause problems in relation to RHI, I doubt ever set foot in Conley House. They spent a lot of time around DUP headquarters though.
Again, members, I would encourage all members to come back to our duty today, which is to discuss and decide upon the specific amendments that are in front of us. Mr Wells.
Mr Deputy Speaker, but anyhow I'll try and come back. Well, just answer Mr Dowd's intervention. Yes, but at least the DUP have had the sense to see that things went very badly wrong with their SPADs and are supporting Mr Allister's legislation. Your party have still opposed every jot and tittle of this legislation. That's the difference. You haven't realised the fundamental mistake you made by having people up in bunkers in Conley House making decisions on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland who were totally detached from the democratic process. Now, Mr Allister, again, Mr McGuigan letting the cat out of the bag, saying that it's wrong because Mr Allister is suggesting it, including some of these amendments, just to keep myself right with the Deputy Speaker. Now, but the fact is that I have never seen anybody so reasonable in promoting a private member's bill. He spent hours before the committee discussing their concerns with the bill. As it happened, fortunately, he happened to turn out to be a member of the Finance Committee, so we had the benefit of having his expertise. And I would say, Mr Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of merit for the proposal that members who are promoting a private member's bill should be allowed to sit ex officio without a vote on the relevant committee. I see a lot of merit in that because fortuitously we had that situation with Mr Allister. That was absolutely invaluable. He was declaring interest on a regular basis for that reason, but it certainly helped the promotion and the scrutiny of this legislation. But I wouldn't like to think how many amendments Mr Allister himself has proposed to this bill, including quite a few that are before us today, including those in the first schedule. Mr Deputy Speaker, once again keeping myself within the right parameters, that he has tried and tried and tried to meet the concerns of members present. And in many cases, those amendments have strengthened the legislation. Now, it was unfortunate that in a couple of major points, Mr Muir, obviously receiving his orders from the Justice Minister, stood up and opposed what I thought was a very important part of the bill and helped secure its defeat. And I hope Mrs Long is proud of what she's achieved. But the point is that time and time again, Mr Allister came back with amendments, with new tweaking of his bill to try and achieve consensus. And the members opposite have just thrown that back in his face. I believe that the behaviour of SPADs on all sides in this building in the 3 years leading up, the years leading up to the RHI inquiry was absolutely disgraceful. It besmirched this building. It, in fact, led directly to the fall of the executive. I believe that Mr Allister's bill goes some way, in fact, a long way, to addressing the public concern about the behaviour of the SPADs. And therefore, as the amendments before us are very much technical in nature and clarifying, of course, should have been brought up long before now, but I do accept that many of them do improve the bill. Therefore, I don't see that there's much in the way of controversy, though I would like an answer to Mr Frew's point about the status of the senior civil servant who can intervene, who that will be and what powers will exercise. I think that does need clarified. But beyond that, I think there's a lot of merit in these proposals. I think the meat of the debate comes after this, presumably after lunch, when we get down to the much more controversial nitty-gritty issues. But please don't oppose this bill simply because Jim Allister's fingerprints are all over it. That is an absolute nonsense. If Mr McGuigan was to propose a bill, the anti-litter campaign bill, I wouldn't stand up, well, it's got to be wrong because it's Sinn Féin. No, I would look at the merit of the legislation and judge it by that rather than the person who is actually proposing it. Thank you.
No other member has indicated that they wish to speak, so I now call the sponsor of the bill, Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will too be relatively brief. I'm not going to be tempted into a debate about the chronology and history of this bill. I'm big enough to take the churlish jibes of Mr O'Dowd, recognising a sense of embarrassment and discomfort amongst the ranks of Sinn Féin, having spurned every opportunity to help frame this bill until this last moment. And the Chairman made legitimate points that when the Department was asked, they had nothing to say. Now I'm glad to have something to say, because I have no interest in putting on the statute book anything but the most orderly of legislation. And I therefore welcome the assistance now being given in terms of the various stylistic and textual amendments which have belatedly come forward. I think probably Sinn Féin's biggest problem isn't just with the messenger, which causes them not to look at the message, but probably continuing to smart over the fact that my first private member's bill removed from office convicted terrorists as SPADs. I think that still smarts, and I think that's why bringing a second private member's bill stretches Sinn Féin beyond the point where they can be rational and supportive. Yes?
Thank you for reminding us of that, but will they also accept that unfortunately what they did then do was they found another way to circumnavigate that piece of legislation, and some of the same people are still under the confines of the party opposite.
Members, again, I encourage you to speak on the amendments before us today.
Yes, well, of course, that does directly relate to Clause 1.6 of the bill, because that's precisely what it is directed at, to try and curb that abuse. The other general point I wanted to make, and no doubt in a fortnight's time or thereabouts when we come to the final stage, there will be more opportunity to make wider comments, but I think Mr Wells made a legitimate point that whereas post-RHI, if there was one party that understandably might have felt a need to bury its head in the sand, It was, in fact, the DUP. And yet, to their credit, in this bill, they've faced up to issues. On the other hand, Sinn Féin can't get past the small-mindedness of who's bringing the bill. And I think that is a commentary more on them than it is on me. But coming to these particular amendments, clauses 1 to 15, I raise no objection to. They are stylistic and textual in nature. I just want to comment on Amendment 18, Amendments 1 to 15. I want to comment because Mr. Frew commented upon it on Amendment 8. Amendment 8 introduces this idea that a senior officer in the Department of Finance, and it would of course be the Department of Finance because ultimately they have responsibility for personnel, that a senior official, as defined in the Northern Ireland Order of 99, can intervene and abort an appointment if it didn't follow the Code of Appointments. Well, one of the reasons why I think that's of incidental significance is that the Code of Appointment doesn't have any process for appointment, courtesy of Minister Murphy, because the Code of Appointment had stripped out of it all the process, whereby you had to have a pool of candidates, whereby you had to keep a record of why you chose who you chose, etc. So it's hard to imagine how a senior officer could find anything in terms of process that might have been done inappropriately if the code doesn't contain any process. So I think the impact of clause Amendment 8 is more imagined than real. Where it could become real, if we reached, hopefully did reach the day that the Code of Appointment actually did have proper processes, then this legislation would govern that, and that would be good. But as of now, I don't see that Amendment 8 makes any real, tangible difference. If I could now to the first of my own two amendments, Amendments 16 and 17, and what I'm trying to do there is meet some points that were legitimately raised with me during consideration stage, and I think some members have recognised I have striven to meet points. And let's be frank about it. If you're a single member in this House trying to bring legislation, you can only sustain it, you can only progress it, if you do seek to make the points that are of objection that are raised. And I'm grateful for those who have acknowledged that I've sought to do that. And in Amendments 16 and 17, I'm trying to get away from being calendar-led in terms of when the impacts of those two clauses, of those measures, come into effect, recognising that time is telescoping and recognising that there is a better way, and the better way is simply to say, whenever royal assent comes, it's 3 months from that date before those elements of Clause 4 come into effect. And I think those who raised that point raised a sensible point, a rational point, and I'm more than happy to meet that point. That point does tangentially affect the link to the commencement clause in 14.1, and I want to then briefly come to it because Amendments 48 to 51 deal with the commencement. At 48, the Department seeks to introduce a 6-month grace period to revise the Civil Service Code as it would apply disciplinary-wise to SPADs. Now, I did have a useful engagement on Friday past with departmental officials, and I probed them as to why they needed 6 months. It's striking me as a rather long period. What they explained was that because it involves revision of the Civil Service Code, there has to be a process which is stipulated of consultation with the unions, and that of its nature tends to be longer rather than shorter. and therefore it was explained to me that it might take, hopefully less, but it could take up to 6 months to complete that process. If that's correct, I'm not going to die in a ditch over that. I think that if the Minister confirms that that is the rationale for the 6 months, then though it does seem somewhat long to me, it's something that in those circumstances I will not divide the House about. I will accept that. Amendment 49 comes from myself, flows from the alternative provision being made under Amendments 16 and 17 to give the 3-month delay on the end of the employment of anyone who has to lose their employment engaged under the 2007 order. As I understand it today, that just simply means the SPAD appointed by the Sinn Féin Junior Minister in the Executive Office, or anyone who if they'd been in position, the David Gordon type figure who was appointed under the prerogative powers, if there was such a person in position, then they too would have the 3 months. And the reason why in 49 I want to take out clause 14.1 was I see no reason on reflection to delay the repeal of the 2007 order, which is the one removing junior minister SPADs, or the prerogative power order, the David Gordon type appointment. There is no logical reason to delay that beyond the bill coming into effect, and therefore there's no function any longer in clause 14.1, hence my desire to remove it. Amendment 49 is compatible with accepting the Minister's Amendment 48, and what the outcome would be that everything except the disciplinary code aspect of clause 1 would come into effect upon royal assent, and that aspect would have the 6 months grace, and that seems to be appropriate. So, in view of Amendment 48, I will not be moving Amendment 51. In relation to 52, since the Department has advised that it's not necessary in legislation to define the Executive Office, then I'm quite happy to accept the Department's word in that and to accept Amendment 52 and 53. And then that simply leaves the tidying up amendment of 56 in relation to the long title. So I think there's a little of controversy in Group 1. There'll be a little more meat in Group 2. I am content to accept any amendments which make for more orderly legislation. And I've indicated to the House my expectations in regard to all of that. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to wind on the Group 1 amendments.
I thank the members who have contributed to the debate today and who have given attention to the extensive list of amendments, some of which make significant and important changes to the bill before us. As Minister for Finance, with responsibility for most areas of policies covered in this bill, I am interested in ensuring that this legislation does it at the very least, not prevent effective work of ministers and civil servants, including special advisers. So there are a number of points which were made, which I am happy to respond on that members have raised. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of my own role as a minister and thereby the role of the department in relation to a private member's bill. Can I say in the first instance, I absolutely encourage all private members to bring forward legislation. No difficulty, and I'm sure private members from all parties will bring forward legislation. So I'm not sure where the notion that private members' bills should not be brought forward has come from as part of an opposition to this particular piece of legislation, nor have any particular issue with the person, the sponsor of the bill, bringing it forward. He's perfectly entitled to do so, and that doesn't in any way reflect my view in relation to the bill itself. But the notion that the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the committee have advanced that in somehow my opposition, because this bill doesn't come in a vacuum, as some people have tried to create that impression, including the sponsor of the bill, it comes on the back of an agreed process by all of the executive parties for dealing with the issues which came from the fallout of the RHI inquiry, a process which was talked through by the parties indeed before the executive was reformed, a course of action which was agreed, which the parties agreed did not require legislation, was then translated into the executive, which again was confirmed did not require legislation, and the executive agreed a course of action which I was given responsibility because of the post that I took up on the executive being restored for leading on, to bring forward significant reform in terms of the codes, and that and I will get back to that area of work in due course. But that was a context in which the executive and the executive parties had agreed to approach this. Now, people who are part of executive parties are very much entitled to change their view in relation to that. The SDLP obviously have to decide that what they had agreed at one stage that legislation wasn't required. Now they don't agree that, and they want to see legislation coming forward in whatever form, whether that's a private member's bill or otherwise. But for the Chair and the Deputy Chair to then assume that the Department haven't opposed that because I was leading on the agreed executive position as to how these issues should be addressed, had a responsibility to go and try and fix a bill which we opposed coming forward at an early stage, to go and try and fix flawed legislation and to make it better, when I had expressed at every opportunity, and the members acknowledged that, every opportunity I had expressed opposition to legislation being brought forward. But then the members opposite, including Mr Wales and others, assumed that I should have come in like a knight on a white horse over the hill and fixed this legislation to make it good legislation, when I had argued that it shouldn't be brought forward, and I opposed it at consideration stage. But now that the legislation is voted for at consideration stage, it cannot no longer be opposed, because it has, unless the entire bill is brought down at the final stage, which of course is still the prerogative of this House, and one which I would advise them to consider. But then we have a responsibility to try and fix what the Assembly have voted through at consideration stage, which is bad legislation. So it's an entirely consistent position. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of my role to suggest that the Department had some responsibility, as led by me, to come in at an early stage when we opposed legislation, stated that we opposed it, outlined the reasons why we opposed it, were true and consistent to the agreed position of the 5 parties who make up the Executive, and then their executive colleagues who sit on the RHI subcommittee, representing all 5 parties, that we somehow, it would have been inconsistent to come in and try and fix what we consider to be flawed legislation. So I'm aghast. And Mr Frew then, I think, would want to suggest, which I think shows that some of the lessons haven't been learned from RHI, that I should have then somehow used my department resources to feed some information to my party colleagues on the Finance Committee to allow them to engage with the bill. I mean, I'm sure I'd have been in front of the committee then answering questions as to why that was the case. So you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't insist that Sinn Féin members then, if I wasn't going to engage with the bill, I should have given them information to engage. That's the department's information. And that's why I've come forward at this stage myself as the Finance Minister, not as a member of Sinn Féin, as the Finance Minister, to try and fix what has already been passed and voted by this legislation. And I had a consistent position throughout this bill to oppose this. I now have a duty and an obligation on behalf of the Executive to try and make sure what is flawed legislation that this Assembly in its wisdom has voted for does not become so damaging as to absolutely prevent the proper functioning of government. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but the Minister well knows, as do I and this House, that the Department of Finance and the Minister is completely and utterly separate from the political party, any political party, namely this time Sinn Féin. But on both accounts, in both parties, both the Department and Sinn Féin, on this piece of legislation, they both failed miserably.
Well, firstly, that's his political viewpoint. But if he reads back the Hansard of his contribution, I think he suggested that I should have then facilitated my party colleagues on the Finance Committee in engaging with the bill. And of course, that is not the role of a Finance Minister, or any Minister indeed, in terms of informing, using departmental resources to inform a party political approach within the thing. And far from failing this bill, as I said, and he chooses not to listen, that's his prerogative, I have been consistent in my approach, not just in my own personal approach. I've been consistent on behalf of the Executive and the Executive parties who agreed that the way to do this was through amending codes, which we've already done. That's the way to achieve this. And Mr Frew, in his contribution, said he supports this because this is reform, and that I should have done reform. I mean, he's the Deputy Chair of the committee. We have put all these documents to the committee. Now, they often maybe bypassed them, but can I say we've reformed the Ministerial Code of Conduct, the guidance for ministers, the SPAD Code of Conduct, the Code for Appointment for SPADs, a letter for appointment for SPADs, and enforcement arrangements have all been enforced, have all been brought forward. So he and others have tried to create an impression that there's been a vacuum here, which the only thing that to fill it was Mr Allister's bill. Mr Allister is entitled, in any circumstances, should we have brought forward what he may have considered the most robust codes and guidance to bring forward his bill. But to try and suggest that there was a vacuum and that there was no proposition of reform is not just to deny what I have done as Minister for Him, but what his own party colleagues have done in the Executive, because the Executive Subcommittee has approved all of those things. The Executive have approved all of those things. His own party's fingerprints are in relation to bringing forward these pieces of reform, which was the agreed Executive approach in dealing with the outcome of the RHI inquiry. So what Mr Allister's brought forward and you now support was not that. So I am being consistent to the position that I outlined, not only in my own position, but in the position of the Executive as well.
Thank the Minister for his clarification, but he neglects to mention or to realise that just because parties agree on a certain stance, that stance cannot, first of all, be added upon and enhanced by other ways and means. And that's what we've simply considered, in the fact that you come to an agreement, a political agreement between parties to advance something, and then if somebody else has a better idea to enhance and add on, that we should look at that, review it, and if it's worthy of it, if it's acceptable, then we should accept it.
Members, we're getting into a debate which is beyond the legislation which is in front of us. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Laskin Cora. And can I say, I said in an earlier response, if parties change their position, that's entirely a matter of them. They're entitled to do that, to change their position and decide that legislation is now required. But I think, in answer to Mr Frew's point that he made during his contribution to the debate, which was allowed, when he said the Department should have brought forward reform. Not only did the Department bring forward reform, but the Executive endorsed that. So the Executive as a whole brought forward a number of pieces of reform in terms of code. And so to try and suggest that this legislation appears in a vacuum of no other activity is incorrect and it's misleading. Just to put that point on the record. He did raise some points and some questions in relation to the Amendment 8. A termination would be the fault of the appointing minister through neglect or deliberate intent, and the bill requires that the appointment be ended, and this has already been decided by the Assembly at the consideration stage. So I'm here trying to fix some things which the Assembly in its wisdom has already agreed to. This amendment ensures that termination is not retrospective, which would be very unfair. The senior officer that I'm referring to is a senior civil servant, grade 5 and above in the Department of Finance, and it would be for the official to examine evidence to their satisfaction. The bill does not specify a procedure for doing this. The amendment reflects the need to give someone the duty to effect the termination of appointment. The original clause did not place that duty upon anyone, which raises a question of whether it could have been effective. A senior official will be bound, of course, by a code of ethics which require objectivity, impartiality, integrity and honesty. He also raised a question which I think the bill sponsor did, and Mr Carroll, in relation to the bill sponsor who did engage with departmental officials at my approval last Friday. I was happy to have them engage with them, because we are beyond the stage where we can prevent, which we try to prevent in relation to this, and we are in the stage of trying to tidy up the mess. And of course the amendment to the handbook is a matter of negotiation, as he has outlined, with the civil service, and the 6 months, as the Department have said, may be on the longer side, but it's much better to give a longer date than recognise the unions and give them place. I'm sure it's something Mr Carroll would not disagree with. He did ask questions in relation to that. Others might not give the unions the required attention and, I suppose, role and rights for consultation that they deserve, but that's what the purpose of the extra 6 months is for. And I hope that answers a number of members who have raised questions in relation to it. Just a number of other points. Mr O'Toole and others in the SLP have outlined their view in terms of the need for legislation, and I think it's not fair to say it was the civil service view that codes are all that are required. It was the parties who agreed that codes were what was required in order to deal with the issues coming out of RHI. It was the parties in the executive who agreed to continue that approach. So to somehow suggest, let me finish my point, to somehow suggest that the idea of codes coming forward was almost a civil service means of kind of cocooning themselves from any real reform, and that we have gone with that. It was actually I know he wasn't part of it because he wasn't a member. He wasn't in this institution or indeed active in the SDLP here at that time. But it was the parties who sat around the table in the working group and decided and agreed that the way forward was through an amendment of codes of practice and enforcing those and making those as strong as possible. And that work was then carried on into the executive, and I was given the responsibility for leading it, and the executive parties agreed that that was the way forward. So I don't think it's fair to suggest that the idea of codes is the civil service view. I think he does go on, I suppose, to give some rationale for their change in view in terms of he's saying that the importance of legislation is public presentation, so we can tell the public we're doing something. It may be flawed and it may create a mess down the road, but at least we can go out and say we did something. So I'm happy to give way.
Is what the Minister saying that because there were working groups before NDNA and that means that all parties who were in those working groups are then forever and a day committed to not examining legislation? Or is it that the Executive Subcommittee in RHI looked at specific proposals and said yes? Were they consequential to that? Were they also then saying nothing else, no other form of reform, legislative or non-legislative, will ever be required, and we're precluding our support for it? That seems to be what he's saying.
Members, I again encourage you to speak to the amendments before us today.
Mr. Speaker, can I just say very briefly, I've said already in my contribution that parties are entitled to change their view. I'm leading this debate on behalf of the Department as an Executive Minister, reflecting the approach the Executive took, and that was agreed by all of the political parties, and that's the approach that the Executive have never suggested that we should legislate for this. None of the Executive Ministers in the subcommittee to deal with RHI have ever suggested that we require legislation, and if they do, that would obviously be considered. But of course he's entitled to change his point of view. But I was challenging him in the contribution that he made during his earlier speaking on this debate, was to suggest that somehow the idea of producing codes as a way to deal with this was a civil service view. It was not. It was the view of the 5 parties that make up the Executive, and that has been carried through in terms of the Executive's approach to this. Absolutely, parties are entitled to change their mind if they feel that public presentation is more important than an effective way of dealing with these things. Mr. Wells has lamented a negative approach from a party that has blocked more legislation. I know he's created clear blue water between himself and the party, or maybe the party have created clear blue water between themselves and himself. But they've blocked more legislation in this Assembly than all of the other parties put together. And to suggest, I'm sure, I hope, I would have loved to have seen his open-mindedness engaging with perhaps marriage equality legislation, which he continues to fight a lonesome battle against, or perhaps the reproductive rights for women, or indeed language legislation, which will come to this chamber. I'm sure he'll be embracing that in the spirit of being a parliamentarian. He laments the behaviour of SPADs for over a long number of years. It didn't prevent him becoming a minister within the party whose behaviour he was lamenting. He was able to obviously put that to one side and indeed challenged and advocated himself being brought back into ministerial position at that point. So can I say, I know that we're coming to a break, and it's probably a suitable point for me to draw my remarks to conclusion. But can I say that the idea which I was setting out in relation to this, that this bill is being conducted in a vacuum, is a falsehood. I still believe that this legislation is not necessary and is wrong and will create more problems than it resolves. And I have a responsibility on behalf of the Executive and the Department and any Executive Ministers into the future who will have to deal with this to try and come in and tidy it up in some shape or form, and that's consistent with my approach throughout the process of this legislation.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I therefore propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister for Communities. The further consideration stage of this bill will then resume immediately after question time, when the question will be put on amendment number 1. The sitting is by leave suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the
will questions today, and the remaining assembly will resume promptly at 2:45 p.m. Before I call Mrs Sinead McLaughlin to ask her question, can I, am sure on behalf of all members of the House, take this opportunity to bring the Minister back to her place and wish her all the best for a speedy recovery from recent health difficulties. Mrs McLaughlin.
Well wishes, and again just to place on record to thank the committee, the chair of the committee who was in contact with me when I took sick, and obviously to thank Carol Nicullen who stood in my place very quickly in a challenging time, and indeed all of the members in the House for the well wishes for my health and back in again, so glad to be engaging with everyone. So just in terms of the question by the member, and thank you for it. Obviously, Minister Nicullen, when she was in post recently, announced the extension of the 2016-19 Child Poverty Strategy to May 2022. The purpose of this strategy is to ensure that it works collectively to tackle the issues faced by children and families impacted by poverty. This extension will allow time for further engagement with the Anti-Poverty Strategy Expert Panel and co-design group on how to address child poverty in the longer term. And these panels and groups have just been established over recent months. They will consider whether measures to deal with child poverty within the overarching anti-poverty strategy currently in development is the right approach, or whether standalone child poverty strategy is required. Also, a review of the People in Place, a strategy for neighbourhood renewal, is currently ongoing, involving a co-design approach with the key stakeholders involved. And it is expected that the review will be completed within the current Assembly mandate, and findings from that review will inform the development of the anti-poverty strategy. As work progresses, obviously, on this strategy, there will be a number of opportunities, particularly for young people, to engage with the development of the process, and obviously I'll be engaging with the Children's Commissioner and those other stakeholders that give young people a voice. And it is planned that the anti-poverty strategy will be published this December, subject to executive approval. Thank you.
Mrs McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. And as you would be aware, organisations that work to support families in poverty, and many of which have at least one parent that is working, are clear that the benefit cap is a significant factor in child poverty. So will the Minister ensure that mitigations are provided for the benefit cap?
Well, obviously, the member will be aware in terms of the budget announcement yesterday in terms of mitigation protections around existing mitigations have been included in the budget going forward. I do have a commitment, obviously, to bring forward that paper on mitigation in the coming weeks to the Executive. And I'm also currently carrying out a review with officials in the department and importantly engaging with those critical stakeholders that impact on areas around poverty to look at what further mitigations and protections we can bring in. So, of course, yes, that issue is part of that ongoing work. And again, I'll inform the committee and this chamber as we're taking all of that forward.
Mrs Karen Mullen.
Good pre-last can caller, and can I also join with members welcoming the Minister back? It's great to have you back. Minister, in your answer to the member, you outlined your plan to engage with the Children's Commissioner and all our stakeholders. Could you outline and give maybe a wee bit of detail how you plan to include young people in the development of the anti-poverty strategy?
Yeah, well, I think this is a critical role to hear the voices of those that are directly impacted by the policy that I want to take forward, and indeed the Executive and Assembly want to take forward as a whole. I had an engagement with the NI Youth Forum just last week, looking at these issues and even across, I suppose, the remit of my department. I want to look at all of these strategies in a co-design with those stakeholders that the policies impact and that the strategies impact. And obviously the co-design panels and expert panels that have been designed are starting to look at that. We're having an ongoing engagement with those organisations that work in and around the wider policy issues around poverty, but indeed with children and young people as well. Obviously, I want to directly hear the voices of children and young people and how any future policy will impact on them, and I want them to be involved in that co-design process. So again, we're looking at ways in the midst of a pandemic that we can do that and to hear their voices, and obviously to work importantly with the organisations that support them directly, such as the NI Youth Forum, but other localised forums and organisations as well.
Thank you. Before I call Mr John Blair to ask question 2, just a bit of housekeeping, members. Question number 8 has been withdrawn and topical question 9 has been withdrawn. Mr John Blair.
Question number 2, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thanks very much. The independent reviewer, Marie Kavanagh, provided my department with a copy of her final report on the 11th of December 2020. And I want to take this opportunity to place on record my thanks to Marie for her report, which was extremely comprehensive, and for completing the review despite the unprecedented challenges that were arising as a result of this pandemic. I acknowledge the important contribution made by the review of people and organisations and recognise that the findings are important in continuing to improve the PIP process and to ensure that it is delivered with compassion and in an empathetic manner. My officials are currently considering the recommendations within the full report, and in line with the approach adopted for the first independent review, my department will publish a formal response in the spring of this year. So in the coming months we will have a response published in terms of taking that forward.
Mr Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. Can I thank the Minister for that reply and echo your sentiment that it's good to see her back here. Can I ask further to the question, Principal Deputy Speaker, if the Minister can do all that she can to ensure that the future provision of PIP assessments will concentrate on helping people to live independently rather than making them prove their disability?
I think obviously, it's an important question, and obviously Marie Kavanagh has come forward with 12 recommendations and areas in terms of the review. Obviously, we have engaged over 250 responses in terms of the impact of the PIP. So in terms of looking at disability and assessor training around that, and obviously, I suppose, given the independence and empowering those with disabilities to engage, then that's something that I want to seriously consider. And obviously, when my officials come back in terms of their assessment of the recommendations, I'll be picking up these issues in the time ahead, and that report will be published by spring.
Mr Mark Durkham.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answers thus far and welcome her return to the Assembly and Executive. Ms Kavanagh recommends that PIP assessments be brought in-house, given the well-publicised negative experience of claimants at the hands of Capita. Yet the Minister has confirmed to me in a written answer to me that the contract with Capita that was due to end in July may be extended for another 2 years. The problems with Capita long predate the pandemic, so can the Minister tell us, is she content to reward Capita with more public money for their failure?
Well, obviously, when I came into the department, I mean, this was one of the areas that I am acutely aware of in terms of the impacts of these assessments, concerns that have been raised by those who go through the assessments, and obviously the independent advice sector in terms of the experience of people as well. And as I said before, I want to create a social security system which works with people, which empowers the citizens themselves, and which is empathetic in terms of their needs. There are restrictions at the moment. I can't just change a complete system right away. You'll understand that a lot of the processes, the IT infrastructure, are not just pertaining to here. They work right across England, Scotland and Wales in looking at some of this, but I have instructed officials to look at a reworked in-house model. I know obviously that this has been picked up in terms of the recommendations as well. And when I'm reviewing the recommendations from officials from this reassessment of the PIP process, that is one of the critical areas that I will look at in more detail. So we can't change it right away, because you can't just change something like that in a matter of months. But I am instructing officials to look at what we need to do, that in the time ahead that we are looking at that in-house model, but more importantly, a model that meets the needs of the people who require it, and engagement with those individuals and with the advice sector in the design and what that will look like will be critical in the time ahead, and there's a commitment from me to look at all and to do that.
Ms Gemma Dolan.
And I too want to welcome the Minister back to the Executive. Minister, does the Department plan to ensure all communications issued to disabled people meet their requirements?
These are obviously one of the issues, and I mean, we're considering the comments that has been made by Marie in terms of the assessment that she has done. It's one of the areas that we're looking at in terms of disability and the requirements there, and I will be bringing forward obviously an assessment of that and what the next steps are once we bring the publication of this and my department's commitments in springtime.
Mr Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and just want to welcome the Minister back. And it's good to see you in such good health, and thank your standing deputy. She was more than capable of doing the job, Carol McKillen. So, Minister, you will note that the review recommendations on special rules for terminal illness have been mentioned, which comes further to the first review and the cross-party support for scrapping of the special rule. Therefore, Minister, can you provide an update on the Department's work in this respect?
Yeah, thanks very much, and it's an important question, and obviously you will be aware that Carol, when she was in this role on a temporary basis, had signalled a commitment to reform the terminal illness rules during the debate that took place at that time. Obviously, this has been raised at the Executive. I think there is broad support in that it needs to change and that needs to be done urgently. Treasury has raised areas of clarification, obviously, in our attempts to make changes. Officials are working with Treasury at the moment to get the clarification sorted as soon as possible, and then for a paper to be brought back to the Executive to make those changes and approval. So I will update members, certainly of the committee and indeed the Chamber, once we're at a point of doing that. But I do want to expedite this as quickly as possible.
Mr Harry Harvey.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker and Minister. That will be question number 3. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your question. Obviously, preparations are underway for the reopening of museums, both by national museums and the Museums Council, and building on the processes developed obviously last year. This includes updating risk assessments to comply with the latest COVID guidance, working collaboratively with other bodies to redesign exhibitions and the visitor experience, and also undertaking promotional activity in advance of reopening. I know that our museums are very much looking forward, obviously, to welcoming visitors back and to ensure that they do that in a safe manner.
Mr Harvey.
First of all, it's good to see you back again, Minister, and I too do wish you well. A supplementary, Minister, would you consider progressing a proposed development of a much-needed historic motor exhibition centre
and a forest park in Newry, Mourne and Down Council area, with the hope of increasing footfall and serving the classic motoring fraternity? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm not aware of any request pertaining to that exhibition coming into the department at the moment, but certainly if the member in the local council area wants to write to me, then we can arrange a meeting to look at the issues, to look at the request, and then to see how we can take it forward.
Spot the classic car enthusiast. Mr. Pat Sheehan.
Fridas Concorda, August Buegas Lesionar, August Falcher Reicherish. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for answers thus far, and welcome back. Could the Minister tell us what financial support has been given the museums during this COVID-19 pandemic?
National Museums obviously have received an additional $1.22 million in resources from the Department. Obviously, working with the NI Museums Council and collaborating with the Art Fund, we have been looking at a programme to support 14 museums to reopen and to work in a safe environment. And obviously, the outline value of that work so far has been £11,000. Also, the NI Museums Council has also collaborated with the Arts Council, with the organisation's emergency fund for local museums to the value so far of £50,000. So obviously, in the midst of the pandemic, the impact that this has had, looking at these organisations and sustainability going forward, I am keeping these measures and any supports that we can introduce under constant review, and obviously liaising with colleagues in the executive around budgetary issues or commitments, and I'll update members as they progress.
Mr. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I too would add my welcome back. My Minister, my constituency colleague, it's great to have you back and to have you at the dispatch box. Can I ask specifically in relation to arts venues, galleries? I think currently they are categorised as the same as wet pubs in terms of the plan for safe reopening, while I and lots of others would be very much like to get back to a wet pub as well as an art gallery. Is it worth looking at whether they belong in exactly the same category in terms of safe reopening, and is that something your department's looking at?
Well, we're obviously keeping the regulations under constant review, and obviously that's in line with seeking the health advice in terms of what's safe to do so. We obviously want to engage with the sector themselves, and obviously we do have an ongoing engagement with officials. If there is an issue, I mean, I'm not aware of any issues in terms of saying they're being compared. Obviously, we're looking at all of these in the context of health and safety. But if there is an issue that is arisen there, I mean, I'm happy to look at it, and I'll take it away just from your question today, just in terms of looking at an answer. But the staff are continuing to engage with the sector. Obviously, we want to get things reopened as quickly as possible, but obviously when it's safe to do so. I know the executive will be looking at issues in the coming days around the current regulations and where things sit. And obviously that will be dependent on what the Health Minister will be bringing forward. So these are under constant review at the moment. We will be engaging with the sector in how we can do that safely around reopening, and again we'll update members. But on the specific issue, Matthew, I'll come back to you just in a bit more detail in terms of what the sector are raising.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I would join with others in welcoming the Minister back to her post. A number of years ago, I was fortunate enough to get a tour behind the scenes of the Ulster Folk and Transport Museum and was amazed to see the amount of items are in storage. What percentage of items are in storage, and what plans are there to bring more items out on display?
I'm not aware of the figures around percentages right now, but I can get that to you. But obviously, we do engage with museums, and even around the pandemic, I suppose just feeding into the initial question, we obviously are working with our museums partners around trying to get as much of the exhibitions into the public sphere as possible, and where that can be rotated to ensure that as much of them, I mean, the worst thing you can do is just to keep them in storage where the members of the public don't see it. So obviously there is an ongoing programme. It's even learning around how we can virtually put things online. And I know as a result of the pandemic, where people haven't been able to visit these spaces, that we're trying to look at ways of improving and doing more of that, that there can be that online, and also looking at possibilities that when things do open up again, can some of these exhibitions actually go out beyond the museum and the building itself. So we're continuing to keep this under review. If you're looking specifics around a programme in terms of the Ulster Folk and Transport Museum, then happy to give you that detail after this session as well.
And now for an encore, Mr Andrew Muir.
Number 4, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thanks for your question. I suppose the Job Start scheme was planned and due to launch on the 14th of December. The Department has had to unfortunately pause this scheme as clarification is needed in terms of funding approval for the scheme going into this new financial year. I am continuing to keep the situation under review and obviously will advise as developments. There's also been limitations obviously with the current regulations in terms of encouraging people to stay at home. We have had engagements with employers, with key stakeholders around obviously the devisement of this scheme. And I do want to get the Job Start scheme kicked off as soon as possibly can. Obviously, the budget has been announced yesterday. We can see the pressures that are presented around the budget, and I'm continuing to engage with finance and with other executive colleagues, and obviously looking at the labour market and what interventions we can do, and particularly this scheme. I want to commit to getting this up and running as soon as possible.
Mr Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. I questioned about this on the 8th of September after the scheme was launched across the water on the 8th of July, called Kickstart, and was told it would launch in November, and now we're being put off yet again. It seems to be more, rather than Job Start, it's more like non-start. Can the Minister outline to me what funding was bid for, and has any money been returned to the centre as a result of these delays in terms of launching this very much wanted scheme?
Well, we are trying to launch the scheme within this financial year, so as of yet, no, there's been no money returned to the centre in terms of this scheme at the moment. Obviously, the delays are around financial commitments in terms of can we run the scheme within the new financial year. So I completely understand the frustrations. I have been raising this also in terms of the financial commitments in the budget, because this is one of the critical areas as you start to look at recovery as a result of the pandemic as well. Obviously, there are current limitations on what we can do in engaging with the labour market and with young people entering because of the current restrictions, albeit we are hoping that those restrictions will start to ease in the coming months. And this is under constant review. I mean, it's an urgent area for me that I can get this programme up and running as soon as possible, and when we have the resource committed in order to do that. So I will again update members as we're moving through. I mean, I appreciate you've communicated on this, and I know other members have as well, and we want to try and get this resolved as soon as possible.
Ms Emma Sheeran.
I want to join with others in welcoming the Minister back. I have the honour of being next door to Carol Cullen upstairs, so when she was off, the biscuit supply was affected, so I have a dual reason in welcoming you back. Minister, can you advise what type of jobs young people will be advised to enter in the Job Start scheme?
Well, I suppose the Job Start scheme different in terms of what Kickstart is like. I mean, there's a greater flexibility in the scheme here, in that a single job opportunity that arises that we can engage. I know that there's restrictions in terms of the scheme across the water, that a smaller employer would need at least 30 applications coming forward before that can be considered. So we are looking at, I mean, it's across any area in terms of the employment sector that's out there. We do want to engage with young people to ensure that they are job ready, to look at opportunities lasting up to 6 months where they can be placed in a work-based environment, and then obviously working with job coaches and youth work coaches around supporting the young person and matching them to the job opportunities. So we're continuing to engage, and there has been engagements ongoing with potential employers looking at potential placements. And I hope that as soon as we can go live with this scheme, that we can issue more details in terms of the type of uptake that we're getting for the young people.
Mrs Rosemary Barton.
Minister, can I wish you all the best in your recovery too, and you're very welcome back here. Minister, you talked about, will there be any training for these young people in relation to the jobs that they're interested in and the people perhaps that will be employing them?
There will be training and support, and obviously we're working with even our psychology experts within the department as well to look at barriers and limitations. In terms of the young people that are coming forward, they will be assigned a support to them from the department in terms of working with them to ensure that they're job ready, to ensure the transition into potential 6-month placements. And we'll be working with them through those work coaches, and they're designed work coaches to deal specifically with young people and the issues and barriers pertaining to young people. Obviously, there are opportunities for young people to be employed with a minimum of 25 hours per week for a 6-month period. And training will be assigned to meet the young person's individual need as they're working through the initial application stage.
Mr Paul Given.
I welcome the Minister back to her place and wish her well. The job support scheme is an important one that we would like to see commenced. However, equally important is to keep people currently in jobs. What efforts is the Minister making to make representation on behalf of sports clubs that are being denied access to the localised restriction support scheme that have hospitality, including bars, such as Ballymacash Rangers, which you visited, that currently are being deprived that support and jeopardising their projects?
Thanks to the member for their question, and obviously this is an area that even within my own constituency has been raised. I know that it just doesn't relate to I suppose social premises within sporting clubs. It goes into social clubs and that as well. And obviously there are limitations. I have given support around sport and the grants that have been made available. I know that where there's a lost income pertaining from the social club end that goes in to benefit the sport, that can be picked up onto that sports programme, which the closing date is tomorrow. So obviously they encourage all members that if they have any sports organisations to ensure that they can get in for that grant. This is an issue that I've picked up. I mean, obviously last year when the first lockdown had impacted, sports clubs and social clubs were impacted even then. I had written to the Minister of the Economy in terms of schemes there. In this scheme then, and obviously that you pointed around the Department of Finance, we have raised this. Officials from both departments are looking at this to see what additional scheme. I obviously can't amend the existing sports scheme because it's a live application process at the moment. So we're working collectively now urgently. I mean, we've done a meeting last week. At the end of last week, we're going to be re-engaging this week again to see if we can look at an additional measure in order to meet that need which is being expressed by members. It obviously is a concern for people. There is a concern, that their profit doesn't go into the private pockets of people. It's actually going in to meet a broader social need as well in terms of how they reinvest that. So we're looking to see if a scheme can be created, and again we'll keep members updated on where that's sitting. The difficulty with the existing scheme that I'm told around the finance end is the rate and the rateable value. That some of these organisations, if you pay it out on the rateable value for some that maybe operate a room, they would be getting paid more than some of our hotels. So obviously there is an issue of disparity there that we need to address. But I am conscious of there's a gap and we need to find a way as urgently as possible to meet the need and to fill that gap. So we can update members as we progress in those discussions, and that will be coming to a conclusion over the next week or so, because obviously we need something in place before the end of this financial year to support those sports clubs, but indeed social clubs as well.
Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Thanks very much for the question, and I suppose under the New Decade New Approach deal committed do you have a review of the future welfare mitigation measures to be taken forward. I'm currently finalising proposals for the review, and I plan to make a formal announcement on how it will be taken forward in due course. Details of the review will be shared with the committee for communities at the earliest opportunity, and members will be afforded the chance to present their views on the proposal. I am not yet in a position to provide the specific details on issues that will be covered in the review. However, I can confirm that mitigation of the two-child policy will be considered. That's part of the considerations. The overarching purpose will be to identify the need to develop a prioritised mitigation package, which will be costed and assessed for affordability. I am committed to the principles of co-design and the desire to embed human rights in all that the Department does, and this will be an integral part in the development of any new mitigation measures. It is therefore planned to include representatives of the independent advice sector and other groups within the interest in social security at all stages. Obviously, we know from the 6th of April 2017 the British Government introduced a limit on the support of a maximum of 2 children. Families are not able to claim a child element for the third subsequent born after the 6th of April, and there are a number of exceptions to the 2-child limit. I do recognise that children living in poverty are subject to poorer outcomes in terms of education, health and other opportunities. And obviously I want to look at how we can close those gaps and to allow children to prosper and to participate fully within society. There are a few things, I suppose, more important in terms of the well-being of children and young people. And as part of the review of welfare mitigations on the 2-child policy being considered, I want to bring forward those new proposals as soon as possible.
Ms Bradshaw.
I'd like to welcome the Minister back as well. It's great to see you. Could you give us an update on the child poverty strategy, anti-poverty strategy? Obviously, we're a year on from the new decade, new approach. Thank you.
Yeah, I covered this, just in an earlier question. I know you might not have been, I wasn't sure if you're here or not, but obviously there is a commitment in terms of having a draft paper ready for this December. There had been delays at the start of last year because of the pandemic, but around all of the kind of social strategies, so the children's poverty, the anti-poverty strategy, we have engaged a group of academics and experts that are obviously trying to bring together all of the information and data. We are engaging in a co-design panel from people who represent and have a voice in terms of dealing with these issues. And we're going to be bringing forward recommendations on next stages to the policy by December of this year, subject to executive approval. There are considerations, as was touched on, under the child poverty strategy and the expert panel that has been established for that. Whether it needs a standalone policy or whether that can be knitted into the wider anti-poverty strategy. So obviously we're looking at those issues. I'll update the committee again and members as the expert panels on these 2 important strategies are coming forward with their work. We obviously want to continue to engage the sector because there's lessons learned even as a result of the pandemic. One of the issues raised around women and the impact of women and particularly children in the pandemic, and how we can look at gender lens and gender proofing, for example, all of these strategies going forward. So I'm keen, and I'm going to be engaging with some of those key sectors, looking at the lessons of the pandemic and how that feeds into the poverty strategy work. And indeed, I'm sure the expert panel, because they're embedded in this work on a regular basis, will be thinking of those issues as well in terms of lessons learned, that we don't lose anything with these strategies coming forward. But there is a commitment to get that done, to have that presented by December of this year for that work to be completed.
That concludes the period for listed questions, and we'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and the first member on my list is Mr John Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. Yesterday, the Minister for Finance in a budget statement indicated that there could be an additional 70 million for housing, and this could lead to 1,900 new homes. Can I ask the Minister if she can confirm that this is the correct number and that that is in addition to existing targets or will supplement them?
Well, obviously we have made a bid under the RRI borrowing in terms of our capital programme overall, of which housing is part of that. And we do want to bring forward a housing programme, just over 1,900 homes for the incoming financial year. It'll be the biggest programme that has been done, certainly in recent years as well. And obviously longer term, I'm looking to build the capacity. I mean, we need to be building more social homes. Just in the first 6 months of the pandemic, there were 2,000 additional people who presented with housing stress. Normally we don't reach those figures. It takes 2 years normally to reach those figures, and the pandemic has definitely increased the pressure around that. So I do want to look at ways that I can increase the social housing build programme, obviously putting more investment into co-ownership and other types of housing choices as well. But obviously the budget is out for consultation at the moment. That has to come back to the Executive to be signed off. Once I know the definite figure in terms of that borrowing and the overall budget allocation for the department, I can give more clarity.
Mr Blair for a supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you, and thank the Minister for that reply. Can I ask further to that if the Minister can confirm where these new homes will be built, and if she can ensure that rural need for social housing in constituencies such as mine will be addressed?
Yeah, well, there's the Social Housing Development Programme, which is obviously in the public domain as well in terms of looking at where the housing need is. There is a big pressure, particularly in areas of highest housing need. We're not building enough homes in those areas. And obviously that's something I know that Carol, when she was in post, wanted to look at that issue, and it's something that I have raised when I was initially in the department last year. So there is a programme there. I mean, I can forward you the specific detail in terms of the proposals and where the homes are ready in this financial year. But we are looking at areas and how we can potentially ring fence or look at a focus in those areas of greatest housing need. I'm also committed in terms of looking at rural proofing and identifying that there are disparities, but there are unique challenges for rural communities, and particularly around accessing or maintaining a home as well. And indeed, that's something that I have asked staff to look at in more detail. And again, I can engage with you on those specific areas. But I do want to ensure that we do have a more ambitious social housing building programme to build the infrastructure and the capacity. That's part of obviously the housing transformation and revitalisation piece that was brought forward in the November statement by Carol. And I'll update members as we're moving through that. But if there are specific issues or queries that you have, then we can follow up after this.
Mr Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And may I wish the Minister a better 2021 than 2020. As a Minister responsible for sport, could you update us on the Sports Sustainability Fund, which I believe closes tomorrow?
Yeah, well, just obviously that fund was launched just before Christmas. The money was committed, obviously, in terms of COVID response. As you say, the application is open live at the moment, and I would encourage any sports organisation to apply for that fund, which is closing tomorrow. We are obviously hoping to do an assessment, a quick turnaround of applications, and to see what the demand is. I know Member Girvan raised an issue pertaining to social entities around alcohol and the impact of the loss of sales has on some sports, and some of those areas can be picked up within the existing fund if they can prove that the lost income has had an impact on the sport itself. And obviously I'm working with DOF to look at what other measures we can put in place. But we are obviously working. I mean, I know that there will be a huge demand for this. We know when we put out the initial hardship fund of 2 million, there was a huge demand which was being shown. So again, I want to continue to engage with Sport NI and with the sports organisations and codes themselves, that if it is oversubscribed, are there other things that we can be doing? But again, it's a live application at the minute. The closing date is tomorrow, and encourage organisations out there, or members indeed in this room, to get the applications in before close of play.
Mr Nesbitt.
I'm aware that the fund, I believe, is 25 million, and as chair of the all-party group on sport, I've been warned that if the big three, the GAA, IFA and Ulster branch of the Rugby Union, put in big bids, there could be less than 10 million left for everybody else. So could I ask the Minister if she might commit to two things? Firstly, to lobbying the Finance Minister for some of the 126.9 million of COVID mitigation that he said is being held back, and that was in his announcement on the budget yesterday. And secondly, to lobby for sports clubs to be included in the localised restrictions support scheme.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. And obviously we're keeping all of these issues, be it sport, culture and arts, looking at the initial community COVID response under review. There is an issue in terms of capacity and for the money to get out in the time that we need to spend it. Obviously it is a live process at the minute. The closing date is tomorrow. At close of play we'll know in terms of how many applications are in, and over the coming weeks what the budget is going to look like. I have been in engagement with DOF and obviously with officials and with Sport NI and others around are there additional pressures and what in monetary terms does that look like in order to allow us to draw up and to make a bid. The important thing is getting certainty from arm's length bodies that if the money is there, are we able to ensure that the money can be spent in time? And obviously there are specific challenges around that in terms of capacity. And because these organisations, you know, nobody could have foreseen this pandemic, but it is under constant review. I'm currently looking at it at the moment. We'll know by close of play tomorrow. The other issue I covered, I'm not sure if you were in terms of, I've identified, obviously we know that there's a gap in terms of social clubs linked to sporting organisations and indeed social clubs more broadly. The current scheme around rates, from some of the engagement, I mean, they're saying that there would be a huge disparity because it's down to the building in which the club is situated. Some of these clubs, maybe the drinking part is one room, but their rateable value is for the entire site. So therefore, you know, a bar of one room could be getting more than a hotel, for example. So that would cause a huge disparity and imbalance. We're trying to see if there is in the time scale to allow in this financial year, can we look at what else we can be doing? Obviously, I couldn't amend the existing sporting scheme because it's live for applications. I couldn't amend that in the midst of applications. So my officials and officials within DOF are proactively working at the minute to see if we can find a solution and a way forward to meet the needs of these clubs that are affiliated to sports, but also social clubs more widely.
Mr Cathal Boylan. Could I welcome the Minister back? And could I ask the Minister, would the Minister join with me in sending the support of this Assembly to the management and staff of the Belfast Multicultural Association and ask her what support can be provided?
Yeah, no, thanks very much for your question. And obviously, I mean, it was devastating, the news that came through last week of the fire that took place in not just a beautiful historic building, but in terms of the work and the vital work in the midst of a pandemic that the Belfast Multicultural Association are doing. Obviously, I attended the scene on Friday and spoke to members of the association just in terms of giving my support and what I could be doing. And obviously there was fear at that point. We didn't know. The police hadn't confirmed that it was a hate crime, and that came through later in the evening. I have liaised over the weekend with members of the association, and I held a meeting yesterday just by Zoom in terms of the association, but also groups that are affiliated, because with this attack there's obviously been a rise in fears within the community. And this isn't just pertaining to now. There's been a building of events. There had been previous attacks, and there is a concern and a feeling of anger and frustration amongst the association, but also minority ethnic communities more generally. And also, you know, were all of the protections put in place, or were there gaps? From that, I have obviously committed. I know that officials within my department were working with Belfast City Council. The first part of intervention, we want to make sure that there's temporary accommodation, because they're delivering essential food and other supports to communities and families that need it. I know they were operating that at the weekend from their homes, and that's not sustainable. So we're looking at current locations. I mean, I know last night Belfast City Council were offering the Waterfront Hall. I know other voluntary organisations have come forward to the department with support for buildings to get them in on a temporary basis. We're obviously working through the food programme that the department is supporting with Belfast Council in this instance, that we can obviously get food and access to food to those families as soon as possible. The longer term then is obviously getting the organisation back into the building, and I think that was one of the big things, that there is a support from this Assembly and from others that we want them back in that building again. We want the building opened again, and for them to deliver more services than what they are now. And I know there's an aspiration and an ambition from the project to do that. So I'm going to be engaging with them again on a regular basis. Obviously there are issues pertaining to the Executive Office as well, in terms of race relations, and indeed with the Department of Justice around security issues, around protection, around concerns that they have raised. So I'll be engaging proactively with ministers in the coming days and weeks on that as well.
Thank you. Before I call Mr Boylan for a supplementary, It's at the discretion of a minister if they wish to go over 2 minutes in an answer, but they should let me know. But given the importance of the subject, I was loath to interrupt the minister in the answer that she was giving, because I think it was important that the House was informed. Mr Boylan.
I'll get the previous because I thank the Minister for a comprehensive answer, but will the Minister commit to keep the proactive engagement going, and also to work with the relevant authorities to ensure that we get the message out there that this behaviour is not going to be tolerated within our society?
Yeah, I think quickly, racism cannot be tolerated and it has to be faced down. I think that was one of the areas that members of the association and the wider community want to see more of, in terms of that visible support for them out on the ground when incidents like this happen. And I think that needs to be the case whether it's racism or sectarianism, wherever it raises its ugly head. I will be continuing to support them through the department where I can. And obviously looking at the wider community and what else can be done in terms of this. And the big thing is to ensure that we can get the organisation back into their existing building as soon as possible. So I'm committed to doing that.
Mr Alex Easton.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and welcome the Minister back. Minister, why are people who are on more pension mobility supplements not entitled to the COVID-19 heating payment, and how does she plan to address that?
Yeah, I know this is a live issue at the minute, and obviously Carl was in position when it came forward, and her main motivation was to try and get additional support to people that needed it, recognising that fuel poverty was a growing issue in the midst of this pandemic. And I'm glad that the committee agreed with that in terms of the corresponding benefits that are being picked up. I know this issue had been raised, obviously, by Andy and others in the committee as well. And I recognise that the system is in place, working with Department of Work and Pensions in terms of that payment being released as soon as possible. And obviously the issue around the corresponding benefit, I am proactively looking at how we can ensure that we close that gap. And are there any other corresponding benefits that have been missed? I want to get as much support and payments out to people as I possibly can. And particularly during this pandemic. So it is recognised that it was a gap that was there. It's obviously been highlighted, and to thank the members who have highlighted that issue. We're obviously trying to find ways, working with DWP and with key stakeholders as to how that can be paid. I know for this specific benefit it's around 800 individuals or people. So we're trying to find a way with the system to have that paid as soon as possible, and once we have clarity on that, we'll obviously bring that back to the committee as well. But there is a commitment definitely to address it.
I'm afraid that's time up on this. The Minister does resemble, it's like Jeff Boycott at the crease, just slow and steady. But anyway, I thank the Minister and again welcome her back. We'll be returning to the further consideration stage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill shortly. If the House would take its ease, and if you're leaving the chamber, please wipe down the surfaces and what have you where you were. If you just take your ease for a few moments. Thank you, members. We return now to the further consideration stage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, and we have a series of questions that need to be taken. So, amendment number 1 is proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 5, leave out and insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Finance to formally move Amendment 2.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 7. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call on the Minister of Finance to formally move Amendment 3. Minister.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 12. Insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 15. Insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 16. Leave out the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 6 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 1, line 18, leave out and insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 7 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 7.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 2, line 1, leave out and insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 7 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 8.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 2, line 2, insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Such enthusiasm. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 9 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 9.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 1, page 2, line 4. Leave out and insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 10 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to formally move Amendment 10.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 5. Insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that amendment number 10 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 11 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 11.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 6. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 12.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 6. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 12 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 13.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, leave out lines 10 to 13 and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 14 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 14.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 16, insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 14 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 15 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment number 15.
Moved.
The amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 20, insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 16 has already been debated, and I call Mr Jim Allister to formally move Amendment number 16.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 2, line 28. Leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 16 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 17 has already been debated, and I call Mr Jim Allister to formally move Amendment number 17.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 2, line 30. Leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that's the first group of amendments addressed. Fair enough. I thought we were just doing one group, but that's okay. Here we go. Keep going. What are you on? We now come, well, you asked for more. We now come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 18, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 19 to 47, 54 and 55. Within this group, Amendments 21 and 22 are mutually exclusive. Amendment 24 is consequential to 23. Amendments 31 and 32 are mutually exclusive. Amendment 37 is consequential to 36. Amendments 38, 39 and 40 are consequential to 37. Amendment 41 is consequential to 36 and 37. And Amendment 54 is mutually exclusive with 35. And if you understand that, you're a better man than me. I call the Minister of Finance to move Amendment 18 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Just by way of, I suppose, information and advice to us, I am assuming then that amendments 48 through to 56 are be voted on at a later stage because they were part of our first debate. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. I beg to move Amendment 18. The second group of amendments is concerned with the role of ministers in particular and administrative matters in departments more widely. It is worth reiterating my belief that this legislation is unnecessary. The effect of this bill becoming law will be that administrative practice becomes a matter of lawfulness and unlawfulness. This bill would increase bureaucracy and reduce the scope to operate on the basis of professional judgment and good sense. Government, which is already often risk-adverse, will become more defensive rather than responsive, and therefore I cannot support the legislation, but I shall seek to ensure that it does no more damage than it must. So let me take each of the amendments in turn. Amendment 18 makes a small technical amendment to Clause 5, Section 17(1)(a) of the Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act, Northern Ireland 2011. It covers not only complaints, but referrals made under Assembly standing orders. This amendment clarifies that the amendment of 17(1)(a) relates only to complaints. Amendment 19 clarifies the reference to the Ministerial Code in Clause 5. The definition of Ministerial Code inserted by Section 6 refers to the existing Ministerial Code, although Section 1 of that includes the pledge of office. But there would be questions about what was intended if a future revision of the Code was restructured so that a new Section 1 wasn't the relevant section. Amendment 20 is a technical amendment to Clause 5 to use the usual words for amending a definition. Amendment 22 attempts to provide a more effective and precise clause to replace Clause 6. It requires the Permanent Secretary of a Department to ensure that the Department has arrangements for recording of meetings and decisions and for the records to be kept in line with existing policies. The clause currently in the bill applies a blanket approach and leaves the key term meeting undefined. As a consequence, it would render unlawful any minute that did not contain specific details, however irrelevant those details might be, and would render unlawful the actions of an official who failed to record something that might or might not be a meeting. It risks real problems of data protection and it clashes with the principles of good records management. My amendment attempts to make this provision workable. It defines a relevant meeting and a relevant decision so that it captures both organised meetings and decisions that are taken outside organised meetings. It requires that an appropriate written record is made, allowing reference to good practice and guidance on what constitutes an appropriate record. It ensures that records are kept in line with the existing policy on retention of records rather than conflicting with existing public records legislation. It achieves what I hope the bill intends to achieve, to prevent ministerial decision-making from going unrecorded. I still believe that this provision will require departments to erect and police bureaucratic structures rather than encourage good practice and engender professionalism and confidence within the civil service. This is precisely why such statutory provisions are inappropriate and counterproductive. Amendment 23 would replace Clause 7 and needs to be read alongside Amendment 22 in the same way that Clauses 6 and 7 are closely connected. It places a duty upon the Minister and Special Advisor to ensure that a civil servant attends every meeting about official business. The civil servant will then record that meeting as set out in the previous clause. It is expressed in terms of taking reasonable steps to ensure that the civil servant is present. This is to ensure that the legislation does not render unlawful a situation in which a civil servant cannot reasonably be expected to attend, where no civil servant is available to do so, where IT links fail, or where planned travel becomes impossible. These circumstances may be rare, but the legislation has to take account of them. The original clause acknowledges that there are occasions where ministers and their special advisers meet in a wholly political context with their party colleagues. It would not be appropriate for civil servants to attend such meetings, both to preserve the minister's right to private meetings of a political nature and to protect the political impartiality of the civil service. The bill sponsor has recognised this principle in his proposed amendment to extend the exemption to meetings with MLAs and other parties as well. My amendment extends that principle further, so it is possible but not necessary for ministers and special advisers to have wholly private meetings of a political nature with other ministers and legislators, as well as Assembly staff. It also extends to meetings with the Attorney-General, the Attorney's staff, so that legally sensitive matters can be discussed in this context. Amendment 25 is just intended to correct the drafting in Clause 8(1). Amendment 26 changes the use of term earliest opportunity in Clause 8 to as soon as reasonably practicable. which allows for appropriate discretion as to what is reasonable. It also ensures that the retention of record of lobbying is retained in line with the Department's existing policy. Amendment 27 is a technical amendment to Clause 8 to reflect the fact that departments do not make primary legislation but seek it. As members have made clear in the debate at consideration stage, Clause 8, as it is currently drafted, would have an immense impact upon ministers and special advisers and their offices, both departmental and their constituency offices. It would require a huge bureaucratic machine to capture and record every communication on any matter within the department's remit. It would, without doubt, hamper good government. I believe the bill sponsors accepted this and tabled his own amendment 29. I can see the benefits of his amendment, although I believe it would be challenging for any minister to decide that an issue of real importance to an individual member of the public is, in his words, inconsequential. I have proposed 2 amendments likewise intended to limit the damage that this clause would have upon good government. Amendment 28 would remove from the scope of the clause any lobbying on issues that are not about legislation, policy, contracts, grants or licences. The functions of a minister's department are so diverse and can cover so many issues close to the interests of so many people that to make lobbying refer to any communication about any function of a department is too wide. Amendments 30, 32 and 33 are also intended to narrow down the impact of the clause as it is currently drafted. They do so by extending the original list of communications excluded from the requirement upon ministers and special advisers to make a record. I am proposing that we add communications made in subcommittees of Assembly committees and the Executive Committee, communications made in meetings with MLAs and in meetings attended by a civil servant. These meetings will be recorded by Assembly staff and civil servants. The list at 8.4 would also be extended to include communications already received by the Minister's Department through private offices or otherwise. The final exclusion in Amendment 33 is an attempt to reflect the real concerns of members about ministers and special advisers having to report back to the Department with every comment or approach by a member of the public, which would otherwise be captured by the clause. It is intended to ensure that ministers and special advisers are not required to report back to the Department every casual remark, every comment in a public meeting and every call to a radio phone-in. Amendment 35 clarifies the meaning of partner in Clause 9, which is otherwise ambiguous. Amendments 38, 39 and 40 attempt to address the language of Clause 10 as it is currently drafted. Amendment 38 removes the phrase directly or indirectly from the clause. It is unnecessary since the key factor is that the communication is made for improper benefit, however it is made. Amendment 39 corrects the word order to make it clear that not every financial benefit is an improper benefit. As is currently drafted, any financial benefit, whether improper or proper, would be captured, and this would render the clause wholly damaging to normal government business. Amendment 40 removes words that add nothing to any person. Amendment 41 clarifies the meaning of civil servant in this clause, and in particular excludes civil servants working in Whitehall departments within the jurisdiction. Amendment 42 clarifies the meaning of statutory obligation in Clause 10 and saves officials when travelling or when based in Brussels, Washington or Beijing having to rely on the reasonableness defence to justify having complied with local law. Amendment 43 is intended to achieve coherence between the opening words of Clause 11 and the words in its paragraph B. Amendment 44 captures the drafting in Clause 13 and ensures that duties are placed upon departments rather than unidentified individual officials. Amendment 46 addresses the ambiguity in the term ministerial in the original Clause 13, as it could refer to approval by the Minister of Finance ahead of a submission to the Executive. Amendment 47 corrects an apparent typographical error in Clause 13. Amendment 54 defines close family members in Clause 15 as required for the purposes of registration of interests. Amendment 55 removes an unnecessary definition in Clause 15. The definition of department is unnecessary because the bill would either refer to a minister's department, which would necessarily be an executive department, or expressly to an executive department. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. My remarks as Chairperson of the Committee for Finance in relation to Group 2 relate solely to Clause 13. That's in amendments through to 44 to 47 for those of you who are following it in your paperwork. As Clause 13 was introduced at consideration stage, the Committee did not have the opportunity to express a view on the clause. However, the clause relates to an area within its remit in which the Committee has a very clear view. The Department of Finance's strategic priority 5 is to ensure government continues to work in an open and transparent way by championing open government principles for transparency, accountability, good governance and citizen participation. One of the Committee for Finance's strategic objectives in our strategic plan is to have in place a budget process that supports full consultation by the Department of Finance with the Committee, robust scrutiny across all statutory committees and open and transparent accountability to the Assembly by the Executive throughout the budget cycle. Guidance on in-year monitoring of public expenditure is issued by the Department of Finance each year in advance of June monitoring, normally. The current guidance is quite clear about what is expected of departments as they engage with committees on monitoring rounds. It states that departments must engage fully with their Assembly committees in respect of the in-year monitoring process, and that the extent and timing of this engagement is a matter for committees rather for our departments. This means that committees should have the opportunity to receive oral evidence from their departments, including full details of proposed easements, movements and bids. This is an important part of the monitoring process, especially in relation to bids for resources, in that it provides committees with information on departmental pressures and the steps proposed to alleviate those pressures. Generally speaking, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, the in-year monitoring process largely seems to have been working appropriately since the Assembly returned last year. The committee has only received 2 complaints from statutory committees where ministers failed to meet their responsibilities to provide complete and timely information to their committees. As drafted, Clause 13 would provide a legislative basis for what is currently happening in most cases and would ensure that in relation to the in-year monitoring, the committee's objective for openness, transparency and accountability is enshrined in legislation. However, Amendment 45 would do away with that openness, transparency and accountability by removing the requirement for departments to share information with their committees prior to submitting returns to the Department of Finance. This in turn would mean that committees would not receive information on where the pressures are in departments and would only have access to information on successful reallocations to their departments. For example, the Committee for Health may welcome an allocation of £1 million in September monitoring to help support a particular need, but if the committee hadn't seen the original bid information, it would not know that the department may have requested 10 times that amount, and it would never have known to ask the department how it proposed to address the outstanding need in the absence of sufficient resources. The provision to committees on departmental bids is an essential part of the scrutiny process, as is one of the few mechanisms for providing committees with a detailed insight into the internal pressures within departments. But the Department of Finance's priorities and Committee of Finance's strategic objectives focus on the need for transparency and accountability. Members may wish to consider whether Amendment 45 is in the spirit of those priorities and objectives. Members of the Assembly, that concludes my remarks for this particular section of Chairperson of the Committee for Finance. Thank you.
Mr Paul Frew. Principal Deputy Speaker, again I rise for this Group 2 list of amendments, and again welcome the debate and the commentary so far from the members who have taken part both in this group and in the previous group before lunch. And again, I know my colleague across the room, Mr O'Dowd, will not like me talking about reform again, but I feel that it is essential to do so because this group of amendments deals with transparency. Transparency of the functions of government. Transparency that allows members of our public and media to light up the mechanisms and to look into the structures and actions and decisions that are taken throughout all arms of our government. And that is only a healthy thing and place to be. So the more transparent we can be, the better it is for good government. And transparency shouldn't stop at any one sector, whether that be a ministerial post, a permanent secretary's post, a SPAD's post, or civil service in its entirety, or departmental ministerial decisions, or committee structures for that matter. Every single function of government should be transparent as possible to allow information to flow. And with that scrutiny, it is important that we enhance the requirements of scrutiny in this place, whether that be this Assembly or whether that be committee structures. It is vitally important that we scrutinise every decision that's taken and make sure and ensure that those decisions are the most solid they can be and the appropriate direction of travel that they should be. Record keeping is also critical to transparency and scrutiny. All of these things are linked. They're tied together and ultimately lead to better functions of government. And then, with that in mind, all of those aspects coming together, maybe, just maybe, the people of Northern Ireland, will have a government that actually functions as best it can. Clearly, that has not been the case to date. And whilst there's many good things that happen by this executive, this Assembly and all the scrutiny committee and everything goes on, clearly there's also been cases where there's been failure. And sometimes there's been cases where there's been a failure to be transparent on failure. And that, members, is a road to no town. That has to cease. That has to stop. Because even when we make mistakes, and we all make mistakes, we have to be upfront, we have to be honest, and we have to learn from our mistakes. That's how you will achieve better government. Because we can't get everything right. How could we? So it's important that all these aspects are enshrined in everything we do at every level of government. And that's why my party supports reform in these areas. And in fact, we always have. It's been in countless manifestos, year in, year out. Reform of SPAD positions, reform of numbers of SPADs, reform with regards to transparency, reform with regards to scrutiny. It's all there for anyone who would care to read the UP manifestos. It's all there. So this is a very consistent approach for my party to take. And it's one that I will champion as long as I stand here in this room, in this House, because it's just essential that we keep moving forward and keep endeavouring to change for the better. And I welcome that, I really do, from whatever guise and form and direction it comes. So here we are, scrutinising this bill. And again, I thank the Minister and the Department for coming forward with a raft of amendments that makes this bill even better and tidies up some of the wording and clarifies some places and positions that maybe needed to be tidied up. So I welcome that, and I will support the Minister in his endeavours with regards to most of these amendments. Going through the amendments, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, again, 18, 19, 20, they're all very stylistic and tidying up language and wording, and that's to be welcomed. Amendment 21 from the SDLP, my colleagues Matthew O'Toole and Pat Catney, who we share time together in the committee, and then also Amendment number 22, that seeks to amend completely Clause 6. Now, if I'm right, if I can recall right, the sponsor of the bill tried to amend what is now Clause 6 at an earlier stage. So again, this was always going to be a natural movement. But can I say that, and I don't know the SDLP's latest position on this, but whilst I have no problem with Amendment 21, I just think that the Minister's amendment covers a lot more clarification and detail. Yes, I will give way.
Whenever I come on to speaking, I'll make clear that we won't be moving that particular amendment in favour of the one the Minister's provided.
I thank the member for that clarification. It's very, very important, because I do think that we probably all agree that that is the case with regards to the Minister's amendment number 22. bringing much more clarity for everyone involved, including the civil service. And that's only something that can be welcomed, should be welcomed. Again, number 23, the Minister stated that these all range together, and I agree with him in that with regards to Clause 6, record of meetings, Clause 7, presence of civil servants, and then, if you like, Clause 8, the record of being lobbied. And the Minister then has a stab at amending Clause 7 in its entirety to add all of these legislators, if you like, and other arenas in the political sense. Again, when I read this at first, I was a bit nervous about adding all of these in, because in most cases, surely, whenever a minister is visiting any of these legislators, there would always be the case, would there not, that civil service would have a presence, either even just to support the minister in his work, or just in order to keep a record of action points and aspects that were debated or discussed with other ministers or other MPs, for that matter, in the different legislators. So again, I understand the need to amend Clause 7. I'm not sure of why we needed to go into a detail of all the different legislators. And I suppose I'm worried that we could leave something vital out. Now again, just because it's in legislation in Clause 7, if this is amended, doesn't mean that you don't have to have civil service there. They should be there in most cases. But I'd just like a wee bit more clarity on why the Department of Finance and the Minister needed to list out all of the legislators there that are mentioned in Amendment 23. Again, I have no problems then with Amendments 24 ranging to... Yes, I will.
Could I suggest to the member that on Amendment 23, in addition to the concerns he's raised about the exemptions, that there is perhaps a more fundamentally alarming thing about the Minister's amendment? Because the member will be aware that in Clause 7, as approved at consideration stage, for such meetings, the Department must, there must be a record taken, and the Department must retain the record. Strangely, the Minister's amendment removes entirely the need to make or to keep any record. Is that not a matter of considerable concern?
The member raises a very valid point, and one, whilst I have had logged before, I was remiss in mentioning it here today. So again, I thank the member for recalling that, raising that issue, and I'm sure he will speak to it in his own contributions, and I await to hear what he has to say, and then hopefully the Minister's winding on that, because I do think it is a fundamental issue, and I can state now that we're not resolved here one way or the other with regards to this amendment. So again, I welcome the debate to be had on that amendment 23. Again, 24 right through to 28, I have no problems with the bill sponsor's amendment or the Minister's. It's again tidying up and stylistic. And I go right down then, Mr. Principal Speaker, to Amendment 33, the amendment to Clause 8, and Section E of that, whereby it reads, made to a Minister by a member of the public in their capacity as a member of the public or in their capacity as a community representative, and relating to a matter in which the person making the communication has only the same interest as all other members of the public or a member of a section of the public. Now again, maybe I'm just not reading it correctly, or maybe it's just my primitive mind can't get around it, but I would ask the Minister then maybe to elaborate on exactly Section E, what it's designed to do, and what does it actually mean. I suspect it's something to do with community groups and chairpersons of community groups, that type of thing, but I think it would be good for the House to hear further clarification on that. Amendment 34 then is the bill sponsor's attempt to get back on to the bill, the use of official systems, which was negatived at the last debate, albeit without the tariff and the offence And again, this is one where I think there was merit in. And again, I know there was concerns in the House around the tariff and the sentencing itself. But again, there should be standards. And I know, and I give the bill sponsor credit, he had moved from a position, from an otherwise position at the very start of this bill process, and he had amended that clause regarding the work and the belief of the committee at that stage. So again, that's something that I think we could support. Amendment 35, again, no problems, the Minister's amendment. And then I come to the Amendment 37 and Clause 10. And I didn't mean to, but when I read this at first, I chuckled to myself. Because the way it reads, I'm sure that the members didn't mean to have it the way I interpreted it. But it sounded as if it was okay to have financial benefit and other improper advantages if you're liaising with your own party. I'll give way, yes.
I'm grateful for the member, not actually for that reason, but we won't be moving that amendment in deference to the other amendments from the Minister, which I think capture, and also indeed Amendment 36 from the bill sponsor. So we won't actually be moving that particular amendment.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification again. Very, very useful. And again, it just reminded me to go back to Amendment 36, because I know that the bill sponsor has, in Amendment 36 in Clause 10, proposing to leave out civil servant. Now, I know that the member opposite, who's just had an intervention, was very concerned about civil service being entailed and encapsulated in Clause 10. I don't share that concern. I think that there should be standards here for all, not least the civil service. But I'm not going to down a ditch over it. I'm not going to divide on it. But you know, it has to be the case that there are standards here for all. And again, whilst ministers and SPADs should be held at the highest esteem and have a level, a standard that should be beyond all reproach, the same should and could be said for the civil service. So again, whilst I'll not divide, I just don't see the need to take the civil servant piece out. But I know that the bill sponsor has moved that direction, and I'm sure that it's because of liaisons with other parties and other members on the Finance Committee. And for that, I can only welcome that engagement, because it's very, very proactive and very, very important to the political process and the scrutiny of this place. So I'll not say any more on that. I don't seem to have any other problems except for Matthew O'Toole, Mr O'Toole and Mr Pat Catney's amendment then on Clause 13, which is the one that I brought at the stage in the past. And I have great problems with this. Not with the fact that the members are trying to amend it, absolutely not, but the fact of the impact and the effect of it. One thing that I am not 100% sure or convinced of, since we have come back, is that departments treat committees with respect. In fact, my experience, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, is that it's the opposite, is that departments still treat committees with a certain disdain. And I wish I hadn't to say that, but I do believe it is the case. Whenever committees ask questions, sometimes we don't get answers. Sometimes we get answers delayed. Sometimes we get answers only half answered. And there's so much effort then wasted in trying to get to the truth. And that's simply not good enough, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Yes, I will. Yeah.
The member for giving way. I rise as Chair of the Public Accounts Committee to say this. I'm not sure that our committee has encountered disdain, but certainly we have encountered some withholding of information, whether deliberate or not. So what we have done as a committee is to have the policy of asking those who come and perhaps don't answer questions in the way we'd have liked, or as fulsome as we would like, to come back. And I think that's one of the ways which the committees can ensure that those questions are indeed answered. And proper scrutiny is delivered by committees who are there to do just that.
I think the member for his intervention, he holds a very esteemed place and position, and he'll know better than anyone how these things are dealt with. So I thank him for his intervention. But it's not good enough. It's not good enough for a committee to have to repeatedly ask for the same information over and over again, and then for the department to treat that as if it's a further request, when it's the original request. And that takes up a lot of time and effort. Time and effort that could be used by a committee to actually support and advise the department. But if we're chasing the department's tail on most, sometimes very information that's of not any great relevance, but yet the committee wants to know, then it becomes a major issue. It becomes a major story even. And it can erode confidence, not even in the population, not even in the media, but by members of the committee who sit in this House. And that is just not acceptable. And so we see here then this amendment. And what this amendment strives to do is change the clause 13 as it sits, whereby as it sits, ministers and their officials must provide the relevant Assembly Committee with a written or oral briefing on the Department's submission to each monitoring round in advance of it being submitted to the Department of Finance. Now, what does that really mean? Because I know that we had a bit of a debate the last time round, and Mr O'Toole raised the issue about, well, look, it's not really for the committee to change or make the department do something with regards to a bid that they will make to the Finance Minister. I agree 100% with that. It is not up to the committee, nor do they have the vires to do that. But I think it's just good government that the department, before submitting a bid to the centre, to the Finance Department and to the Minister, allows the committee sight of that very bid, for the very reasons that my colleague, the chairperson of the Finance Committee, raises. Because, especially when it comes to financial matters, it'll be all well and good if the Finance Minister declares in a positive light that health or education receives £1 million. That sounds like a really good positive story. But it's not if health or the education department had asked for £1 billion. It becomes a very negative story then. So in that light, it just adds context to the bid. And remember, I'm not asking the officials of any department to come before the committee before they submit a bid. What I'm asking is for a written or oral briefing on the department's submission on each monitoring round in advance of it being submitted to the Department of Finance. Now, in committees we get oral briefings all the time, but we also get written briefings. And that written document comes to the committee, it then goes on to a pack. We then get the pack in advance of our meeting, and then at the meeting we discuss that written briefing. And if that's done in advance of any department's bid going into the Department of Finance, that just means that the committee gets good timely sight of that bid. It doesn't mean that they can affect change. It doesn't mean that they can pressurise the Minister of the Department into changing that bid. It doesn't mean that they have the power to change that bid. It just means that they get it in good time. And it's respect more than anything for the committee, because the committee's role is not only to scrutinise, but it's to support and advise. And so the Amendment 45, it prolongs that information flow, and it prolongs it by at least 7 days following submission. And I really do not see the need for that delay after everything I've just outlined in my arguments in my debate. So I say that it is right that departments submit their bid either in written or oral form to the committee in advance of the bid going to the Department of Finance. Remember, some of these bids takes weeks to formulate. and there'll be brainstorming throughout all the department as to what they require, what they don't require, what they need and what they don't need, and what they want to do and pursue, and what they don't. So that will have taken weeks, months in fact, for each monitoring round. So there's no way a committee can just throw their size 9 into the middle of that process. It just wouldn't be right, nor would I want that to be the case. But it's about transparency. It's about respect. And surely every single department can give that. Surely they can give that. But alas, it isn't the case, because even the Finance Committee has received complaints from chairpersons of committees around lateness, around late information flow to the departments, around monitoring rounds no less. So that's why it's vitally important, especially when we have a budget process, albeit that's consulted upon, which is quite unique throughout the world, of course. But the monitoring rounds then, all 3 stages I think there are now, it's very important that committees from every single department gets a grip of what is actually taking place, but not only the information and the numbers and the noughts and the pound signs, but also the context. So what did you bid for, Minister? You bid for 50 million. What did you get? 1 million? That is a debate to be had, and that can only be had in the committee. So it's vitally important that scrutiny committees are furnished with that information in advance. It really is. So, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I've said enough on that point. I'm sure members will agree. So, we will not be supporting that amendment from the SDLP. I appreciate that they've tried, in their eyes, to make a clause better. I just don't see it making it better. It's not what the clause was designed for. It's prolonging it. And again, I've spoken to all the Minister's amendments and some of the points that I would seek clarification on, and I look forward to the rest of the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call Mr. Philip McGuigan.
Thank you, It's always difficult to get up to speak on any subject following my constituency colleague Paul Frew, because I stand up forgetting what it is we're actually talking about, because the majority of his conversation had nothing to do with the bill. But I did, in the midst of it, go off on a wee daydream about warmer days and being out cycling. As people know, I'm a keen cyclist, and one of the skills of cycling is being able to sit behind in a bike race the others who break the wind for you, and you only have to account for 60% of the energy, they say, and that term of the people who come to the front and shield the rest from the wind are called domestiques. And as Mr. Frew was speaking, I'm thinking to myself, we really need a phrase for the people in this chamber who do the opposite of breaking the wind, but create wind. Go ahead. He's going to come up with a term, a French term for that.
I thank the member for giving way, but would the Deputy Speaker agree with me if the member found it hard to follow Mr. Frew's contribution? Perhaps maybe the member could help explain what on earth he's talking about, because it's certainly not what we're reading in the bill today.
I think
I was making that point through jest.
Well, I was about to say, I think throughout the course of this debate we've seen long and winding conversations on all sides of the House. Mr. McGuigan.
I was just about to turn my bicycle round to get to the point. So anyway, Sinn Féin will be supporting many of the amendments in Group 2. In this morning's debate, we reiterated the point that this bill is unnecessary and indeed could actually work to constrain the work of government. And just to clarify, given that Mr. Wells earlier laboured on the point that I made in the debate about Mr. Allister's opposition to the Good Friday Agreement and all that flowed from that, including power sharing and these institutions, Mr. Wells inferred that that was the sole reason for Sinn Féin's opposition to this legislation. That isn't the case, and we said that at the time, and I just want to reiterate that. Sinn Féin, I clearly don't believe that Mr. Allister has a road to Damascus transformation and suddenly wants Stormont to work. That said, Sinn Féin do and we want good government, and our opposition to this bill is on that basis. And I mean, just to point out, myself and Mr Allister, as constituency colleagues, have worked and agreed on plenty of issues in the past. I mean, for example, we have agreed time and again on the scandalous behaviour of the DUP MP in North Antrim when he was found to have broken the Westminster Code of Conduct. And just to reiterate a point made by the Minister earlier, this bill isn't filling a vacuum when it comes to reform. Codes of practice have been strengthened. The Executive Subcommittee has started its work on implementing the RHI recommendations. And let's not forget that at no stage did Justice Coughlan, after a rigorous investigation around the issues that led to the DUP-led RHI scandal, recommend in his report that legislation should be brought forward. It should also be said legislation won't necessarily be the deterrent the bill sponsor hopes it will be. Corrupt behaviour can be hard to police, as we've seen with the RHI scandal. What is needed is an attitude change in which all those who are in positions of power have due regard for the office in which they hold and respect for the people that they represent. Turning to the amendments at hand, Amendment 22 deals with Clause 6, which is flawed in its current state. The clause as drafted doesn't even define what a meeting is. And remember, there is no scope for interpretation once this becomes legislation. A meeting could be someone stopping you for a chat outside Mass or a supermarket and they mention government business. This amendment sets the parameters of what constitutes a relevant meeting, tidies up Clause 6 so that it's workable. The amendment also inserts a provision that requires appropriate levels of details, that requires appropriate levels of details recorded when taking notes of meetings. Otherwise, civil servants could be found to have broken the law for not recording every level of detail in a relevant meeting, even if that information was inconsequential. So, even in its fixed state, the clause will still add much more bureaucracy than is needed. Departments will be required to police the new system. Moving on to Amendments 38 to 42, within Clause 10, which is the creation of a new criminal offence of unauthorised disclosure of official information for improper benefit. The clause, as drafted, is flawed and assumes any kind of financial benefit must be improper, and we know this is not always the case. Amendment 42 defines what a statutory obligation is and protects special advisers who, whilst in carrying out their duty, may be required to carry out their work outside of their jurisdiction. And again, even with the amendments in place, the clause itself, which creates this offence, could have dire consequences for the workings of government. I'm going to finish my remarks by once again asking that members closely consider the consequences of enacting this bill as it stands and asking, do we really need to bind ourselves in a straitjacket in this way?
Thank you. I call Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Principal. Deputy Speaker, I will be, in my remarks, reflecting on all of the amendments in the second group. I'll also be speaking to the 3 amendments that currently sit in my name and the name of my colleague Pat Catney, although, as I've indicated in the debate thus far, we won't be moving 2 of them. Amendment 21 we won't be moving, which is in relation to Clause 6 and record keeping. We've talked about that already. We will be deferring to the Minister's amendment at Amendment 22, which we think serves the purpose more usefully and in a sense underlines the importance of having officials lend their drafting skills to the legislation. We won't be moving Amendment 21. Likewise, when it comes to Amendment 37, we won't be moving that because we think that a combination of Amendment 36, which is absolutely critical, I think in a sense, and I'll come on to the meat of why I think it's important, but I think Amendment 36 may well be the most important amendment of today's groupings. But we won't be moving Amendment 37 also because we think some of the subsequent Amendment 38 onwards from the Finance Minister do some of the tidying up that we were seeking to do. We have always been, specifically in relation to the criminalisation clauses, extremely careful and very, very careful about the consequences of passing these into law. We saw more merit in this than the previous, what was originally Clause 9 in this legislation. We didn't think that was an appropriate place to create a criminal offence. We think there is more merit in this one, but we do want to see it sharpened and narrowed, to be perfectly honest, and that's why I'm pleased these amendments are on the order paper today, and I very much hope they pass. We will be supporting both Amendment 36 in the bill sponsor's name and the subsequent amendments from the Minister, though not moving our own. Just to go back not to the start but to the context for the second group of amendments overall. Lots of these do touch very directly on the functioning of government. It will affect not just ministers and special advisers, but the civil service. And that's why we have sought, with an open mind to this legislation, to get it right, to look where there are useful and substantial things which, not actually just to correct something the Minister said earlier on, the SDLP has not been supportive of elements of this bill because we think it's just presentationally good. We think there are substantial arguments for having parts of these reforms in legislation. That is clear. Not all of it is merit. That's why we voted against significant bits of it. And secondly, to answer the point that Philip McGuigan just made, with respect, we don't think this will completely address everything talked about in the Cochrane report. But two things. Patrick Cochrane specifically said in his report, I don't have the quote to hand, he didn't say that his recommendations mark the entirety of what the executive should do. He said this didn't preclude or rule out any other reforms. And secondly, we are happy to look at further reforms, both in terms of post-RHI, but also in terms of civil service reform that the Finance Minister brings forward, and we look forward to him bringing those forward. Just on the broader context, as I said, we've always been sought to approach this legislation with an open but critical mind. Our new Clause 6 on record of meetings, as I mentioned, sought to address some of the concerns that we and others had about the burden this would create on the civil service. As someone who for many years was a civil servant, I know the volume of meetings that are informal, short. They involve a minister signing off on a piece of correspondence, having a chat with an official in a corridor. It was always going to be difficult to codify all that in legislation and risk adding an undue burden. Our proposed amendment was designed to ameliorate that and to focus on what was actually important, which is ensuring proper record keeping. And let's be honest, it was clear from the Cochrane report that there was a terrible failure of record keeping in the Northern Ireland Civil Service. However, the Minister's amendment is better than ours. More than happy to admit that, happy to defer. There's no conceit on our part, so we won't be moving Amendment 31 because Amendment 21 because Amendment 22 does it better than we did. Amendment 23, as I've said, Amendment 23 we think is Amendment 23 is the replacement of Clause 7. The Minister touched a little bit on this. We aren't necessarily wholly opposed to this, but some of the concerns that Paul Frew outlined are things that we would like to hear about. I actually see some of the merit in the specific exclusions around the various parliamentary bodies from these islands. It would just be helpful if, when the Minister is wrapping up, he could give a little more clarity on the purpose. For example, could he explain whether, in his mind, what this clause, whether it serves to simply create an exclusion where ministers can have these meetings without civil servants, or create a default position where civil servants don't go to these meetings? I presume it's the former, not the latter, but it would be helpful to understand that. Amendments, as I should have said, amendments 18 to 20 are technical. Again, they're welcome tightening tightnings of the language. Amendments 24 to 33 are broadly the same. When it comes to Amendment 33, we are happy with Amendment 33. and I should go back actually just and say that some of those amendments they're not so much technical. There is a degree of substance in them because they tighten up the exclusions around lobbying, and it's important that they've done that, and we welcome that. Amendment 34 is a significant one, and that is effectively a new clause. It is, in a sense, a substitute for the previous clause 9, which previous clause 9 created a criminal offence of use of unofficial systems. This gave us pause when it was a criminal offence for a couple of reasons. One, a couple of connected reasons. One was that it seemed, frankly, just a fairly draconian thing to put in a criminal offence, and we couldn't agree to it being a criminal offence for that reason. Number two, it did not have it didn't seem to reflect some of the realities of how not just civil servants but special advisors, ministers do business in an entirely often in an entirely innocent way. The bill sponsor has addressed he had frankly addressed some of it in the initial clause and has changed some of it here in the sense that there's some time to there's a 48-hour period in which you put it on official systems. But there are two outstanding questions. It would be helpful if, whenever the bill sponsor comes to speak, he could clarify. One is around devices. So there's this question. The way that the clause is currently drafted refers to anything other than devices issued by the department, systems used by the department, and departmental email addresses. That would seem to suggest to me that this would capture people who use, for example, lots of us in this chamber will use our assembly email on our iPhones or our personal phones. That would seem to me to be captured, and I think there are lots of civil servants who are probably in a similar position. This clause would seem to me to capture that. I'm sure that's not what it's intended to do, but it would be helpful if the bill sponsor could clarify that. Secondly, there is the potential, so there will be a significant amount of contact between ministers of different departments via text, and between ministers and their special advisors by text, and frankly between ministers and special advisors and other people via text. Lots of that will be routine and not substantial departmental business. We would have a concern that this, as currently drafted, might capture that. It would be helpful if the bill sponsor could make clear when he speaks his position on that, why he thinks it is or it isn't included. I welcome Amendment 35, which is a tidying up measure. Amendment 36, I'm very pleased to see this is on here. We think Amendment 36 is, as I said, possibly the most important amendment we are debating today, and I'll explain why. Amendment 36 removes civil servants from the scope of the criminal offence, which is the offence of unlawful disclosure. Let's be absolutely clear. As legislators, one of the biggest and most serious things you can do is to create a criminal offence, thereby create the possibility or a new possibility of someone being deprived of their liberty. It's really important that we're very careful about how we use that power. We felt, in the context of RHI, and not just in the context of RHI, but more broadly, that this bill would be better narrowing the scope of that potential criminal offence to people whose culpability is naturally higher than others. And if you're a minister or a special advisor, then your culpability, Mr. Allister knows a lot more about the philosophy of sentencing in the criminal law framework than I ever will, but my understanding is that the more culpable you are, the more serious the penalty should be. And if you're a minister or special advisor, I think automatically your culpability is higher. There are more than 20,000 civil servants in Northern Ireland. I think it would have been a chilling effect to have them potentially all caught up in this potential in a potential criminal offence. Nevertheless, there is a very real public concern about some of the actions that were highlighted through RHI, and a broader concern, frankly, that has permeated the last decade or so around practices, information being disclosed to certain parties, levels of good governance and standards. So I think, if we can get that criminal offence right, there's significant argument that it might help answer some of that concern and create a specific measure to, I'm trying to find the word, it's completely, deterrent is the word I've been looking for, deterrent to certain types of bad behaviour. So that is Amendment 36. As I said, we aren't going to move Amendment 37 because others have done it better. I mentioned the bill sponsors Amendment 36. I think the amendments from from Amendment 38 to 42, I think the Department and Ministers' amendments are better than ours. I think they clarify and lead to a better, more focused Clause 10, which will hopefully mean that this offence, which will be created if the bill is ultimately passed, will be more focused on those whose culpability is highest, and activity that is not sought to be in the scope of the bill will not be captured. It may be, the ideal thing, of course, would be that this this offence is never invoked and no one's ever prosecuted, because it has the effect of improving behaviour. So to move on to Amendment 45, Amendments 43 and 44 we have no objection to. Amendment 45, which is the only one of our three amendments we will actually move. Amendment 45 relates to Clause 13, which is the through clause, as it were, which is about scrutiny by committees. It is clear in my first year, a little over a year now I've been in the Assembly, that the work of committees is one of the most fundamental things about the Assembly, and where some of, if not most of, the best work is done here. There are clearly inconsistencies around how the information departments share with committees and the level of information they get. There's no doubt about that. Broadly speaking, there's merit in the clause, which is why we supported it at the last stage. But the amendment we've put down clarifies that we think it makes more sense for the department in question to share information, or for the statute to provide that they have to share it with the committee, their monitoring bid, within 7 days of it having been submitted to the Department of Finance. Why? Because what we want to avoid is a bidding war or a bun fight inside committees before something is submitted to the Department of Finance. There's no SDLP party interest, there's no departmental party interest. This is simply on the basis of this provision working better. I could envisage a hypothetical situation in which, if this provision goes forward as it is, with departments having to send stuff to committees in advance of it going to the Department of Finance, and obviously they can. There's nothing in law to stop them doing that, to stop the department doing that if they want to. But if it's in law that they have to share their bid with the committee before they send it to the Department of Finance, surely what that will mean is that there will be a strong political incentive for members of the Health Committee, the Education Committee, the Communities Committee to say, well, hang on, why aren't you bidding for this? Why aren't you bidding for this thing in my it's genuinely a straightforward question of, you're just creating a perverse incentive. We're all politicians in this room, apart from the officials who have to sit and listen to us. We're all politicians. I give way to Mr. Wells.
Wouldn't it be absolutely terrible if members of a committee, were having had that information released to them, would use it as an opportunity to push for deserving schemes for the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland or their constituency? We can't have that going on in this Assembly. That would be terrible.
Well, I mean, there are a couple of things I could say to that. One is that there's nothing stopping anyone doing that, of course. The point is that the logical extension is that you get information get information in live time from the department, and you're allowed to, every email that gets sent out from a civil servant, you're allowed to, check it and second guess it and say that, personally, I don't think that's a good way to do government, nor do I think it's a good way to do scrutiny. I think our job is to scrutinise. Yes, we input, and co-creation is a good thing. Yes, we input into the policy-making process, but there's a limit to which I think it's constructive to have MLAs second, third and fourth guessing information as it's being debated in a live sense within the executive, and there will be no shortage of opportunity for people to call for money to be spent on particular projects. I will be doing a lot more of it in the weeks to come as we debate and scrutinise the budget which was presented last night, the January monitoring round. I would just worry that if we create a provision in statute where a bid has to go effectively before it's final to a committee, what you're saying is, here's our draft, what do you think of it, will you help us with our working out? And while I actually, in my experience, though, Mr Frew's a great speaker and he is a very good collegiate committee colleague, and actually I've learned that he is completely sincere in his belief in the importance of scrutinising and all that, and I agree with him on a lot of it. We have to be realistic about the fact that we are virtually all of us, with the possible exception of Mr Wells, members of a political party, and even Mr Wells isn't completely apolitical, I would argue. We are politicians. Getting this information about how much the Health Minister has bid for in relation to a specific area of care or in relation to a specific development of a hospital in a particular area. I remember actually not so long ago it was Mr Wells who was convincingly pointing out the difficulty he had when he was Health Minister at carrying out important reforms in the health service because of the high tendency of MLAs in this chamber to be very, very protective of their local patches and to be rather parochial when it came to these things. I would say back to him, the current Clause 13 would, I think, merely deepen that challenge, because it would just create an incentive for MLAs to say, well, look, hang on, why isn't the Communities Minister, for example, why didn't she bid for more 3G pitches because there's a 3G pitch that I want in my area? I could go on, but I will give way, yes.
I'm for giving way. He's very gracious with his time, but nowhere in that Clause 13, subsection 1, does it say that the Minister of any department has to gain approval or get ratification from their respective committee before submitting a bid to the centre. And that is not what I would request, nor would I support that, because it's the department's bid. It's not a committee's bid or a shared bid, it's the department's bid. And those officials will have spent months, weeks on these issues. And one thing I've learned is that committee members usually give due respect to officials and the expertise with regards to those officials. And it's not the committee's members' job to formulate a bid or to ratify it.
I'm grateful to the member. I mean, what he said is true in a literal sense, but I would also point out that, my argument is not that, I'm not saying that Clause 13 creates a power for the committee to say yea or nay to the bid. I'm saying it creates a political incentive for members of that committee to second guess, to challenge, to, I'm happy to I will be challenging the Finance Minister, I'm sure, about what's in the budget before too long. I'll be challenging other ministers about why they haven't spent money here, there, or everywhere else. All I'm saying is this particular provision creates a specific unintended consequence. It's not about whether the committee gives approval to the monitoring bid or not. I'm not saying it does that. It's about creating unfortunately, a fairly distorted political incentive. And actually, just to go back to something else that you had said in relation to Amendment 45, or sorry, the member had said in relation to, should be speaking through the chair, the member had said in relation to Amendment 45, you said that my committee colleague, Mr Frew, said that committees would never know whether the department had asked for more money. Well, there's nothing stopping us getting that information. There's nothing stopping the committee asking, requesting, and the department giving their original bid. And I'm sure it very often to be in their political interest to say, well, actually, we bid for another 50 million, but Conor Murphy didn't give it to us. The point I'm making is that it's better to do that after the fact. If you insert a committee process like where you're suggesting it's inserted, I think would just create unintended consequences. So that is the one amendment we will move today, which is Amendment 45. Beyond that, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, given we've all spoken for so long on this bill, I'll keep my remarks brief, other than to say I welcome the fact that we've had progress in particular areas. I am not in any way naive about the capacity of legislation to completely reform the culture of our politics, good practice within governance or standards in the civil service, nor am I saying that everything about our system of government is bust. We believe in the Good Friday institutions passionately, profoundly. It's at the core of our party. I also believe, actually, in the role and function, given my previous life, the work of special advisors. I believe that most politicians, even politicians in this chamber whom I profoundly disagree with, actually in large part want to deliver things for the communities they come from and the people they represent, and all people we represent. I also think that that civil servants do a huge amount of good work, and you'll never be wanting in finding me talking up the capacity of civil servants versus those of politicians, because I know the difference between the two roles. All that notwithstanding, I think there are substantial bits of merit in this bill. We still have specific reservations, but we are broadly supportive and will be broadly supportive. As I've said, those specific areas I'd like a bit more clarity on that I'm not close-minded about, but they relate to the Clause 7, I've not forgotten the amendment number, the Clause 7 from the Minister's amendment to Clause 7 and the bill sponsors Amendment 34. But at that, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I will wrap up my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to speak on amendments in Group 2. My party will support amendments 18 to 20, which are technical amendments to Clause 5. Amendments 21 and 22 are both rewritings of Clause 6 on the requirement to maintain minutes of meetings. Both amendments are improvements on the wording that was passed at consideration stage, as they tighten the definition so as to only refer to meetings where policy or spending decisions are taken. I note that the SDLP do not intend to move Amendment 21. On balance, before even knowing that, our preference was for Amendment 22, which places the requirement on permanent secretaries to put relevant arrangements in place and provides further detail regarding what is and what is not a relevant meeting, as well as what constitutes a ministerial decision. Moving on to Clause 7, we support Amendment 23 as proposed by the Finance Minister. The amendment tightens the definition regarding to where a presence of a civil servant is required and includes elected representatives of another parliament within the UK and Ireland. I know there are different views in this amendment within this chamber and welcome the debate, but feel on balance it's right to support the proposed changes. We will support amendments 25 to 33, which help to ensure that Clause 8 will not present an unrealistic burden on ministers and special advisers by clarifying when they need to record lobbying. We maintain that additional specific legislation is required in this area, specifically by the creation of a register of lobbyists and also by placing more of the burden on the lobbyists themselves. And some of our arguments which were outlined in the consideration stage still apply in terms of whether the appropriateness of some key elements of this legislation apply and whether it will actually add to the better functioning of government or detract from it. We will oppose Amendment 34, which is the new Clause 8A, which seeks to reintroduce the provisions on the use of official email systems and devices which were rejected at consideration stage, but this time without the criminal sanctions. Concerns were raised at consideration stage regarding how this law would work in practice, and these have not been addressed. I recall that I have my own iPad, my own laptop, my own iPhone. I use my own devices very largely. That's the way of the world nowadays in 2021, and I feel that by passing this amendment we'll be passing bad law, impractical law, that would actually inhibit the functioning of government and doesn't reflect the reality of how communications occur at the moment. So I really would urge members not to support this. Proper record keeping and the use of official systems by ministers and SPAs are essential components of good governance, but at this stage we maintain this is better dealt with through relevant codes rather than included in this legislation. We're passing legislation here. This is not codes, this is legislation placing requirements on how government will work, and we have to tread very carefully. Amendment 35 addresses a concern that we raised in consideration stage regarding the register of interests and the definition of a close family member. We note that Amendment 35 and 54 are substantially attempting to achieve the same thing. We will support Amendment 35 with its definition of partner and tighter definition of a close family member. Amendments 36 to 42 deal with Clause 10 on unauthorised disclosures. We raised a number of concerns with Clause 10 at consideration stage, including overlap with the offence of misconduct in public office and the potential impact on lower-grade civil servants. The proposed amendments will go some way to dealing with the latter point in particular, but don't leave this legislation in any way as perfect. In terms of the amendments presented in relation to the monitoring round by the Finance Minister and also by the SDLP, we will support those. Our view is that those changes in relation to monitoring round should be not within legislation. We need to be practical in relation to how that will operate, and these in some ways make it more practical, but to not pass these makes the whole issue around monitoring rounds and how they work and the interface with committees even more cumbersome. Once again, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank all of those who contributed to the amendments before us today and for the members of the House for today's important debate. Whilst we do not agree with everything in this bill, a substantial amount we don't agree with at all, much of the amendments today will improve it and, before it becomes potentially law of the land, and that's why today's debate is so important. Thank you.
Mr John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Prívlas Concordia. The amendments before us once again prove the weakness of the original piece of legislation. The original piece of legislation, as published by Mr Allister, was 15 clauses in a 7-page bill, which is a very short piece of legislation. Today, in total, we will have brought forward, as a collective, 81 amendments to that 15-clause, 7-page bill. 81 amendments to a piece of legislation that was published with great gusto that it was going to cure all the ills of the Assembly, of the Executive, and resolve the issues of the RHI report. It quite clearly wasn't capable of doing that in its original format, and while if the Assembly passes the bill, it will go down as history as Jim Allister's private member's bill. It's no longer Jim Allister's private member's bill. It's a bill brought together by a variety of resources and individuals trying to make bad legislation workable. Well, yeah.
Member for giving way, but does the member not realise the way he comes across, it sounds like this is a personal vendetta against the bill sponsor? And can I say that maybe the fact, notwithstanding the Minister's amendments, but given the fact that the scope of the bill was designed so, that I was able to bring an amendment to this bill which had nothing to do with previous clauses, that I was able to add on. Maybe that's a positive to this bill, not a negative.
Well, I don't know how it comes across to the member. I have no strong personal feelings with Mr Allister either way. I'm politically opposed to him, but I don't bring... I like yourself. I try to make friends. I know you spend a lot of time in committee trying to make friends. I try to make friends too. Maybe I'm not always as successful as you are, but I do my best on it. And I want to make an example of, I think this is, and Mr Muir touched on this, we're making legislation here. We're not passing a motion in the Assembly, and legislation has consequences. And the consequences of passing legislation here could have a very detrimental impact on the functioning of government, and the purpose of the bill is to, allegedly, to improve the functioning of government. So how will the clauses be implemented? And if you look at clause 29, which relates to the issue, and we discussed this at consideration stage, when a minister is lobbied, how do you define that lobby? How do you manage what is an important lobby, what is not an important lobby? And there was some discussion back and forth on that. We have now reached a point where Mr Allister has amended his own bill to say that it's basically a matter for the minister as to whether it is inconsequential or not. So, a minister, I think the example was coming out of a supermarket the last time, I'll stick with that, coming out of the supermarket, and is lobbied around street lighting. The minister walks away and says, that's not important to me, that shouldn't be reported. But the member of the public thinks it's important, or the member of the public didn't declare that they were the chairperson of the local residents group, and they were making representations on behalf of the residents group in that area, or the member of the public didn't declare that as a result of poor street lighting in the area, someone had been knocked down and killed. But the minister has made the decision in his or her head that it's not important, so therefore I don't have to register. 6 months later, the minister's pulled up on this. Said, "Oh, Minister, you've breached the legislation here. You were lobbied an important issue, street lighting, person died as a result of poor street lighting. You didn't register." Now, who decides who's right or wrong there? The legislation doesn't give an arbitrator in this regard. Perhaps the courts. Maybe that's Mr. Allister's intentions. Seems a bit extreme, but perhaps in most extreme circumstances it would go to the courts. But to me, it strikes me as poor legislation. Now, I know the minister has brought forward amendments to the same clause in an attempt to tidy all that up, but it shows that legislating for every incident is nearly impossible, if not impossible. Oh well.
Would the member think then that when the Copyright Act talks about not needing to do things which are incidental, that too is bad legislation?
Well, I'm going to tip my hat to your knowledge of the Copyright Act. I'm sure if you paid another barrister enough, he would argue that point with you, or him or her would argue that point with you, hence the reason we have so many barristers. So there is obviously cases in law which already law in the statute books which are good, which are bad, which are unwieldy. But do we need to add other pieces of legislation which are the same? So the point I'm making in this, using this clause as an example, or this amendment as an example, is those who are genuine about this process are attempting to pass legislation for good governance. And what I'm saying to you is the current bill before you won't achieve that goal, because there's so many different aspects of it. And I'll end on this point. The minister pointed out in the wine to the last debate an important issue, in my mind anyhow. This bill is about, from the sponsor's point of view and mother's point of view, about improving the functioning of government, right? Now, the minister has pointed out that in the NDNA, there was an agreement on how to deal with the recommendations of the RHI report. It was not to produce legislation. The minister has revealed that there was an executive agreement, and apologies if I'm putting words in the minister's mouth, he can correct me later if I'm not exactly right in this, but the minister pointed out that there was an executive agreement on how to deal with the RHI recommendations which did not involve legislation. So tell me this, those who are supporting legislation, how can the functioning of government be improved if an agreement has been breached? What does that do for the confidence of the parties sitting around the executive table, parties working together, etc., if the legislation is in breach of an agreement? So think of the consequences of that. These aren't thinking of the consequences that this legislation will have on trying to administer good government. Oh well.
The basic tenet of the member's contention is that all the legislation isn't needed because all these things could be provided for in codes. The member might have more credibility on that issue if he and his party hadn't voted in 2013 in my first private member's bill on the necessity for codes. It's the 2013 Special Advisor's Bill that provides that codes shall be in place. It was Sinn Féin that sought to vote that down. Now they tell us that codes are enough. Does the member not think he should take a look in the mirror before he makes that comment?
Well, again, the member tries to bring forward an example as a blanket response to all scenarios. There will be scenarios where codes are enough. There will be scenarios where legislation is enough. There will be scenarios where there will be a hybrid of both. So you can't say, oh, you said A, B or C once, so that is a definitive position and all. But the point I'm making, Mr. Allister, and through the Speaker's desk office, is this. It's not Sinn Féin who said that codes were enough. It was the executive who said codes were enough. And the point I'm making on this point, and I'll end on this, A bill to improve the functioning of government, which is based on the breach of an agreement from that government, surely is not off to a good start. I'm going to end on that point. Thank you.
Mr. Pat Cantney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. This group of amendments, the second group, speak to the key reforms that are required to our government. In government, reforms into how meetings take place, how they are recorded, and how information is provided for those meetings. Requirement on who must be in attendance of meetings, so there is optimal transparency. Reforms of lobbying so that the public can be assured of complete fairness in the decisions of government ministers. Reforms on how technology is used and provisions for the suitable use of computers and data. It is important, however, that we strike the right balance. The provisions must be effective in promoting reform and transparency, but they must not be cumbersome. They must allow for the effective functioning of government and not prevent it by creating an environment of restrictions that requires so much time and energy to adhere to that noting of functions. Most of these amendments, I feel, strike this correct balance and will add to and improve the functioning of the bill. I welcome the Minister's amendments 22 to 6 for Clause 6, and I thank him for the clarity he has given. We must be clear as to what constitutes a relevant meeting and an official ministerial decision. An ambiguity could lead to inaction, which goes against what I feel the bill is trying to achieve. I think the amendment gives such clarity, and therefore it is an improvement. I am happy to support each of the amendments regarding lobbying. Again, I feel they allow for the reforms needed, but set out how the provisions will operate in real-life terms. This should allow for better functioning of the provisions and allow for an improvement impact. With regard to the new clause suggested by Amendment 34, can I first say that we welcome the movement and the bill sponsor has made on the criminal penalty. This was a sticking issue for ourselves as well as the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. I am still concerned about this provision and will impact on the fast-paced way in which communication occurs in this day and age. I fear that it may be too easy to fall foul of this clause through zero fault, and that this therefore creates an undue burden. When it comes to the amendments in the name of Matthew and myself, I just want to speak to those, even though some I know that have been withdrawn. Amendment 21 is adequately covered by Amendment 22, which has been brought forward by the Minister, and therefore doesn't need to be moved, as we've already stated. 45 allows for an extended timescale in Clause 13. As I said in the last stage, I understand the importance of the Clause 13 and need for information to provide at this chamber for scrutiny in a timely manner. We all have clear examples and shouldn't be done. For example, when we debate health regulations that are already a month out of date. However, this past year has also shown us that you can never be sure what's around the corner, and legislation must, as best as possible, deal with all scenarios. I believe our Amendment 45 to Clause 13 allows for the scrutiny as well as the flexibility which is needed. This again is about the provision of the bill being able to allow for the normal functioning of political life while creating the reforms necessary. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Wells.
Deputy First Speaker, first of all, can I congratulate Mr. Allister, because I think he's on the cusp of being the first MLA in the history, maybe not even of the Assembly, but in the history of the Northern Ireland Parliament, to have two private members' bills successfully steered through this building. That's quite a remarkable achievement. And Mr. O'Dowd actually paid Mr. Allister a backhanded compliment by saying that his bill had attracted, what was it, 81 amendments. Well, that shows you the amount of scrutiny that Mr. Allister's had to face to get his bill through, and it's looking, having listened to the contributions by members, it's looking like he's going to be successful in that respect. And indeed, I understand he will get a copy from the Palace of his private member's bill after Her Majesty gives it the royal assent. At least Mr McAllister got one on his caravans bill, and he was delighted to have it, and I'm sure it is behind glass in a drawing room somewhere in Southdown. Mr Murphy seems somewhat confused about my status within this building. I am a semi-detached member of the DUP. Outside of this building, I am the official DUP MLA for Southdown. Inside this building, I'm an independent unionist wandering in the political darkness and wilderness without the friendly advice of SPADs and chief whips, and I miss them so much. So therefore, just to say that I'm whipless and spadless, and it's absolutely blissful. I am in exactly the same position as Mr Jeremy Corbyn, the former leader of the Labour Party, who's still a Labour MP, but when he's inside Westminster, he's an independent. So I know that Mr Murphy and Mr O'Dowd have been agonising over this for many months as to my status. But it does give me freedom to say of my experience of SPADs, and it has not been a happy one, and certainly I'm delighted that Mr Allister's bill has made so much progress. Can there have been a member who has bent further backwards to try and meet the concerns of members about his bill? Many times in the corridors of this building I hear the phrase, "That was wonderful, that was sensible, but it comes from Jim Allister. And if it comes from Jim Allister, it must be suspect." How often do we hear that? That people actually measure a bill or measure a motion or question not by its content or its validity, but by the person who actually is articulating the argument. So we're coming now to a crucial stage in this bill. And I'm glad to say there seems to be a coalescence. If I'm reading the tea leaves correctly, I think much, even in the second part of the second schedule of amendments, I think there's a fair degree of agreement, which surprises me because I would told people back at home not to see me till 2 in the morning. Well, actually, it looks like they're going to see me at a sort of sensible time. So that shows you that sense is being prevailed. And I detect from Sinn Féin that they know they've lost the battle here. They know that this is the end game, that Mr Allister has been able to convince many MLAs of the benefit of this bill. And the one thing that neither Mr O'Dowd and Mr Murphy, the two last big hitters left in Sinn Féin in this building, big both in terms of stature and of political experience, the two big hitters have failed to realise that codes of conduct and legislation are not mutually exclusive. You can have both, and that is what Mr Allister's bills and the amendments are trying to achieve, in the sense that we all hope and pray that this legislation will never be needed. We hope that the great run or the great list of codes of conduct and gentlemen's agreement that Mr Murphy has been eulogising about, we hope that they will keep the SPADs under control and that we will not have a repeat of the dreadful, awful situation that arose as a result of RHI, when the SPADs from all parties broke every code of conduct and every rule in the book and every gentleman's agreement that was possible. So therefore, we hope and pray that Mr Murphy's right, but just in case he's not, then it is good to have effective legislation to set the framework and to let the SPADs know your cards have been marked. And if you step out of line this time, we are taking this extremely seriously. Because remember, as a result of their activity, this place was frozen in time for 3 years. Important decisions weren't taken, and there was no control over the executive of this country for an entire 3 years as a direct result of the misbehaviour of the SPADs. And I suppose Mr O'Dowd and Mr Murphy are concerned that this one thing that this bill will achieve when it's passed, it will stop Colony House becoming the fulcrum of power in this country, where decisions sat waiting to be made, maybe for many months, because shadowy figures in the darkened dungeon or the basement of Colony House decided.
Perhaps Mr Wells could speak to the specifics of the amendments that are being debated here. And I did note his remark that he had warned his people it may be 2 a.m. before he's getting home. I hope he's not going to take that as a challenge to try and keep us here that long.
Mr Wells.
I can assure you, Mr Deputy Speaker, as everybody else has been relatively brief this evening, I think it's incumbent upon me to be the same. So therefore, but I still wanted to get one or two final digs in before the end of the debate, and time was running out. And therefore, at least, if all we've achieved is we've reduced the number of SPADs, we've reduced their pay to a sensible level, we've stopped them operating out of Colony House, and we've made them think twice before they leak information to outside bodies, then this bill will have been a success, certainly.
And Sinn Féin across the way here have said that this bill shouldn't go ahead and executive parties shouldn't support it because of an agreement. But surely there was a subcommittee set up to look at and review the RHI inquiry and its findings. Surely if that's all the executive can come up with, we've been shortchanged as a people. And surely there has to be more reform come out of the executive on the RHI inquiries, from which this bill could be part of that.
The Minister and his Permanent Secretary and senior officials came before the committee on many occasions and talked to us about this agreement that had been made by the executive, which basically tried to indicate to us, as mere committee members, that the executive as a corporate body had decided that this legislation wasn't required, it should be opposed. Now, why I thought that was very interesting was because 4 of those parties allowed their members at second reading to stand up and eulogise Mr Allister's bill and say it was the best thing since sliced bread. And there's been the chair of the committee, who's a very prominent member of the Ulster Unionist Party, indeed the leader of the party. There was absolutely no indication during the committee's scrutiny of the bill that he was tied to any decision that had been made at the executive. And indeed, since that, members, with some tweaking and some minor amendments, and of course Mr Muir, who of course is speaking the words of Mrs Long, we want to hear what Mrs Long is thinking, we get it from Mr Muir. So Mrs Long sat in that particular, and by the way, Mr Muir, your good works will be rewarded in heaven for what you've done today. I know that you're far too intelligent to believe what you said today, but you're following the advice from the leader, and I understand that. But the point I'm making is that even with that, it would appear that 4 out of the 5 parties around the table didn't actually believe that signed up to that. And even today, both the 2 remaining big hitters of Sinn Féin, the 2 big beasts in the jungle, even today they believe that there was some mythical decision taken to oppose this bill. Well, where is the evidence of it? Because we'll be having divisions today, or this evening, and we'll find that many of those so-called members of those who had signed up to that so-called executive decision are voting in favour of Mr Allister's bill, and in fact some will be voting to strengthen Mr Allister's bill. I just don't get that. Now, the one area that there has been some debate on today is the use of official systems. And again, with Mr O'Toole, you don't get the words of Mr O'Toole, you get the words of Mr Eastwood. So Mr Eastwood has told Mr O'Toole what to say. And again, your good work shall be rewarded in heaven, Mr O'Toole. And you're on the fast track to greatness. I'm on the fast track to obscurity, you're on the fast track to promotion. Now, he fails to read the amendment by Mr Allister, because I do accept as Mr O'Dowd says, he goes to the supermarket, he gets lobbied about street lighting, or he takes down material on his own personal iPhone. Now, I have the oldest mobile phone in Northern Ireland, probably one of the oldest mobile phones in Europe. It's only 21 years old, and we will soon reach a stage where there will be MLS in this building who are older, younger than my mobile phone. But even I, when I was Minister, would have been caught somewhere by a constituent saying, what are you going to do about that surgery, or what are you going to do about that hospital waiting list? Now, if I put details of that in my little dictaphone in my decrepit ancient phone, the amendment's quite reasonable. It says that within 48 hours or sooner thereafter, as reasonably practical, copy to the departmental system any written material generated using a non-departmental device or system. Now, Mr O'Toole, you're half my age. You have many mobile phones, iPads, etc. You have the ability, if you were the Minister, and no doubt you will be someday, you will have the ability that if you do get caught in Sainsbury's or whatever, that you can...
Mr Wells, all remarks go through the Chair. and you're here long enough to know that.
I was here before you were born, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So therefore, yes, I have been here. You weren't born in 1982, I'm certain of that. Now, what I would... Exactly. So what I'd say through you, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. O'Toole, he has the ability to go home to his palatial mansion at the top of Malone Road and ask one of his domestic servants to download the material and transfer it to the departmental system. And I think 48 hours is perfectly reasonable. So why is this a dreadful imposition to ask people to do that? I mean, surely, and my view is, if in doubt, he made the point, a valid point, what is important and what isn't important? Well, basically, download everything, and then you have nothing to worry about. Simply transpose everything to the departmental official system, and then, if anything does arise, Mr. O'Dowd's suggestion, he's walking through Lurgan, and he meets a constituent who complains about street lighting, and then somebody gets killed. Well, the precautionary principle there was to send the conversation, details of it, to the departmental system. And he, of all people, should know. He was the Minister of Education in this building for many years. Certainly an awful lot better than his predecessor, I'll have to say that, but that's not a compliment, I can guarantee you. But he would have known with his vast experience how to do that. I certainly would have known how to do it as Minister of Health. So, again, with Mr. Allister bending over backwards to make a reasonable amendment, I think that 8A for new clause, well, Amendment 34, is, in my opinion, more than reasonable. So I think this entire exercise, in my opinion, has been good for this Assembly. It's been good for the Finance Committee because there has been a very, very keenly fought interchange between various members of this Assembly on this bill. And I would say, for the most part, that this bill has been improved as a result of that scrutiny, and that people have articulated very well, in my opinion, often the views of their minister, no doubt, or the views of their party leader, but have articulated them extremely well. And I have listened to every minute of the scrutiny in the Assembly's Finance Committee, and have been here for every minute of the debate on this. And I think this Assembly will be a much better place. And those who are still about this building, unfortunately, some of those who transgressed are still stalking the corridors of this building, that should they ever decide to transgress again, they will think long and hard, and the spectre of the ghost of Jim Allister will haunt them for many years to come, long after he has left this building. So therefore, yes, that's an awful thought, I realise that, but that to me will make this all worthwhile, and I am very confident when the division lobbies, and I'll be a teller, when the division lobbies are opened, I think Mr Allister will enjoy a considerable degree of success, and he's to be congratulated for his efforts.
I think Mr Allister is going to become a spectre. Mr Muir and Mr O'Toole are both on their way to heaven. Minded of the line in Faulty Towers, the good Lord has mentioned one more time, I shall move you closer to him. That's not a threat, Mr Wells, I promise. Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On that comment on whether I'll get into the gates or not for this debate, unlikely. I want to speak to clauses obviously behind these amendments in Section 2, and I think some obviously important stuff in the amendment, stuff that I and we as a party oppose, and I'll speak to them now. I think that the recording of meetings, minutes, the registration of interests and the presence of a civil servant at meetings are some of the most basic forms of accountability and transparency that should be expected of ministers, and that a bill is needed to tighten this stuff up, or in some cases introduce these measures, is a testament to the lack of accountability that we've seen from this executive for too long. And to be honest, I think the initial piece of legislation could go much further, and I think some of the amendments 23 and 28 in particular would indeed water down transparency and accountability measures. 23 would allow for a wide range of meetings about official business in which a civil servant does not need to be present. And this would undoubtedly result, or could result, in a situation whereby ministers of this Assembly are in meetings with ministers across the water, talking about schemes involving public money which could go unrecorded, decisions unregistered, and a repeat lack of the transparency which gave rise to the likes of the RHI scheme being implemented. I've heard the Minister's reasoning that to ask civil servants to attend every meeting would be too tall a task, in which I would say the risk of allowing the official business of ministers to go unrecorded and unaccounted for is far, far, far greater, especially the various botched schemes and previous scandals can loudly, unfortunately, attest to. I don't think anyone would expect a civil servant to obviously attend a meeting with a minister's own party or every meeting with an MLA in the House. But when a minister is acting in an official capacity, engaging in official business, one has to wonder what they would have to hide to shirk their presence and oppose a civil servant being in the room. David Stirling amused some time ago that the records of meetings and recorded minutes might be embarrassing for some ministers and their parties. Perhaps that is why there is some opposition to having civil servants in such meetings. And whatever the reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, we don't have any truck with it. If you're in official meetings, potentially discussing the expenditure of public funds and decisions which would impact on people in our communities, you should be prepared to be on the record in the minute book and be totally honest about what's being said and what's being agreed potentially. If we can expect that people in universal credit can detail every aspect of their life and how they spend it on an online journal to get very meagre benefits, and if they don't, they're financially penalised, then the least we should expect of our ministers, who are very well remunerated, is to ensure the meetings that they are in, especially those relating to their department and actions taken by them, are recorded. We cannot, Mr Deputy Speaker, have one rule for ministers and another for everybody else. Amendment 28 seeks to curtail the need to record lobbying in some instances. Again, this is totally unacceptable and not necessary for me. I haven't heard a good explanation of the reason and the rationale for that either. And the bill obviously reads, in this case, being lobbied means to receive personally a communication relating to the exercise of another function of the department. Lobbying is lobbying is lobbying, and if someone sets to gain from that, or their party potentially, that lobbying should be registered. Simple as that. And I can't think of any function, Mr Deputy Speaker, of any department that should be free of registering lobbying, and I don't see the justification here for it, the rationale for it, and the need for the amendment. There is an aspect of Amendment 33, Mr Deputy Speaker, which would give leeway to the record of lobbying from community groups when the lobbying is done on an issue which is mutually beneficial to all sections of society. And my concern here would be that the judgment of what benefits all society could vary from minister to minister. Indeed, there are issues that I argue for in this chamber that community groups endorse, which I believe would benefit all aspects of society, and there are those here, probably in the benches opposite, who would robustly disagree with me on those points. In this case, I am unconvinced that a minister could be totally unbiased in the impact of individual cases of lobbying and making a decision in that regard. I want to speak, Mr Deputy Speaker, briefly to Amendment 22, elements of which give us and me and my party concern. For instance, in a totally hypothetical scenario whereby a minister in their SPAD holds a meeting with Moy Park as official business, but a civil servant is not present, relevant arrangements would not have to be put in place to record an account of this meeting. And I don't think I need to explain to this chamber why I think that meeting should be, meetings like it should be recorded. This is further reason for our opposition to Amendment 23, which would see vast exemptions to meetings where civil servants do not need to be present. Again, this is a basic function of transparency and accountability, and I hope the Minister will provide some clarity on the outworkings of Amendment 33 in his closing remarks. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wish to speak to Amendment 36, which we welcome, to lump civil servants in with ministers and SPADs would be a mistake, and that was touched upon in the previous debate many weeks ago, not only in the case of culpability, but this amendment hopefully can protect the many, many ordinary workers in the civil service which need to be protected in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the sponsor of the bill, Mr Allister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. In speaking to this group, there are a number of issues of non-controversy and some of some controversy. To begin on a non-controversial note, in respect of Clause 5, Amendments 18 to 20, I take no issue with. In respect of Clause 6, we have Amendment 22. Now is the only one in play. I do want to get some amplification from the Minister on a couple of aspects of his amendment. When it says the Permanent Secretary to a Northern Ireland Department must ensure that relevant arrangements are put in place, and relevant arrangements are arrangements designed to ensure that an appropriate written record of each relevant meeting is compiled by the civil servant attending the meeting. What is an appropriate written record? That's, by its very nature, wholly subjective. Is that an appropriate written record in the eyes of the Minister, or of the civil servant, or of someone else? And could it within that ambit be appropriate to have no record? Is that within the ambit, or does that guarantee to us that there will always be a record of some nature, and the appropriateness rather informs the extent and the content rather than the existence? I'd like some amplification from the Minister as to what we should understand by the phrase an appropriate written record. And then it says the written records mentioned in paragraphs A and B are retained in accordance with the Department's policy on the retention and disposal of records. The Department's policy on the retention and disposal of records, of course, can be a moving feast in that, over time, presumably, it can change. What may need to be retained today may not need to be retained tomorrow. So are we, within that amendment, subjecting ourselves to the whim of change within a particular department as to what needs to be retained? I would like some insight and undertaking in that regard. And in regard to the Department's policy of retention and disposal of records, is that policy itself subject to Assembly scrutiny? Or is that a policy which is made internally within the Department, changed internally within the Department, without Assembly scrutiny? So I'd like some clarification on that before I would agree to bind myself by what is in Clause 6. And the final point I wanted clarity on: can each department have a different policy on retention and disposal of documents? Because it's department specific, but is there a commonality today, tomorrow, in department's policies on the retention and disposal of records? So if the Minister could provide satisfactory responses in those regards, then Clause 6, as amended in Amendment 22, is something I think I am probably amenable to, but I do want those clarifications. I then want to come to a clause. Sure.
Thank you for the member respectfully giving way. Of course, there is obviously concerns with the TRIM system, with the Civil Service record retaining system, and how those are actually retained and how those are actually accounted for. So maybe through the Chair, the Minister might, in his remarks, refer to how that these systems would be recorded, because I think there is quite a considerable degree of disquiet about the Civil Service's TRIM system at the present moment in time. And again, that might colour the Assembly's view on voting for this amendment.
I'm grateful. In fact, I think maybe the terminology has even changed of late from TRIM, but no doubt we'll hear in that regard. I want to come to Amendment 23. And I think of all the Minister's amendments, this is the one that gives me greatest difficulty. And in seeking to suggest to the House that it's not an amendment worthy of support, I would ask the House to consider the relative simplicity and intelligibility of existing Clause 7. It simply says, a civil servant, other than a special advisor, must be present and take an accurate written record of every meeting held by a minister or special advisor with non-departmental personnel about official business, except for liaison with the minister's political party. And to that I intend to add, out of deference to the point that Ms Sugden made previously, or members of the Assembly. And then 7.2 is very important in this situation. It says the Department must retain the record made pursuant to subsection 1. So section 7 requires the making of a record about official business with non-departmental people. And 7.2 requires the retention of that record. The first thing that alarms me about Amendment 22 is that it wishes to remove the Amendment 23 is that it wishes to remove not 7.1 but all of 7. In other words, including 7.2. Therefore, the amendment that's before the House is one which changes the circumstances in which you have to make a note, but obliterates entirely the obligation to retain a note. And that, I think, is the fatal flaw in Amendment 23. That even where a note is kept, there's no requirement to retain it, no requirement to put it on the department's system, as described in Amendment 22. No statutory obligation to keep a note. So 23 is doing two critical things. It's diminishing the circumstances in which a note should be taken, and it's totally obliterating the need to keep any note that is taken. And that's what alarms me most. But 23 also alarms me on the scale of the exemptions which are written in. Now, we do need to remember, Amendment 23 is about official business. A minister or a special advisor who holds a meeting with a third party about official business must take such steps as are reasonable. So we need to disabuse ourselves of the idea that this has anything to do with a supermarket meeting. This is about holding a meeting on official business and then taking such steps as are reasonable to ensure that meeting is attended by at least one person serving in the civil service who is not a special advisor. That subsection does not apply for liaison if it's for liaison with the minister's political party. Fair enough, common ground there. But then what it goes on to do, it exempts a whole series of third parties, including Westminster government ministers, Scottish government ministers, Welsh government ministers, Dublin government ministers, any member of any legislative assembly in the British Isles. So what that means in practice is that if, for example, the Minister of Infrastructure was holding a meeting about the interconnector, or the Minister of Economy, whoever it would be, with her counterpart in Dublin, under Amendment 23, there's no obligation to have a civil servant with you. There's no obligation, therefore, to take a note, and certainly no obligation to keep a note. If, for example, the Infrastructure Minister again was holding a meeting about the A75 with her Scottish counterpart, under Amendment 23 as drafted, no need for a civil servant, no need for a note. Let's make the example maybe even a little more poignant. If the Department of Economy was bringing up, working on a new RHI scheme and needed to go talk to our counterpart in Westminster, no civil servant required, no note required. Oh my, was one of the lessons out of the RHI inquiry just where the trouble that gets you into. So I really do not understand Amendment 23 in the scope of the exemptions that the Minister wants to exclude. Talked about excluding meetings with the Attorney-General. That, I think, is a red herring. It's not that there shouldn't be a note kept in a meeting with the Attorney-General. The point is professional privilege would attach, and that note would never be seen by anyone unless the Minister chose to release it. So meetings with the Attorney-General aren't the issue here, but meetings with other government ministers in other jurisdictions most certainly are. So I do say to this House, having come through the experience of RHI, Amendment 23 is really a charter for non-transparency, and worse. And therefore it seems to me that Amendment 23 is not one which should be put before this House, or not one which should be accepted by this House. And therefore, I give notice that I will oppose Amendment 23, and I would urge support for Amendment 24, which is the one which deals with the Clare Sugden point from previously. Coming to Clause 8 of and the amendments affecting it, Amendments 25 to 27 are stylistic, technical, no difficulty with them whatsoever. But Amendment 28 does trouble me, because Amendment 28 seeks to diminish the ambit of lobbying. Members will be aware that Clause 8, with language borrowed from the corresponding GB legislation, which goes under that wonderful title of the Transparency of Lobbying, Non-Party Campaigning and Trade Union Administration Act of 2014, 8.2 in the definition of what it means to be lobbied is a lift, effectively, out of that 2014 Act. It includes, therefore, the line that the Minister wants to exclude, that at 2D, the exercise of any other function of the department. The only difference it makes there is because I'm making these obligations department-specific. The only difference it makes is it changes the language, which was in the 14 Act, of the exercise of any other function of government to the exercise of any other function of the department. Now, why, if that's the language of the 14 Act as to what lobbying embraces, would we want to change that? I just don't yet understand the logic of Amendment 28. I suggest the better answer to the supermarket encounter, the lobbying about the pothole, is my Amendment 29, which bestows upon the Minister the discretion to waive compliance with the need to register it if the subject matter is inconsequential. And obviously, that wording wouldn't appear in this amendment if it wasn't wording that the Bills Office saw as tenable. And I've already pointed out to Mr O'Dowd that language that some might say is imprecise, such as that, already appears in legislation such as the Copyright Act, where it indicates that things which are incidental need not be done. Well, we all understand what incidental means. We all understand what inconsequential means. And certainly, if you were the Minister of Infrastructure and somebody lobbied you about the need to have a pothole fixed, or the Minister of Agriculture was lobbied about that, you might well conclude that that's not something that needs to go into the departmental record, something as a constituency member you'd want to do something about, but it's not something you would feel compelled, maybe, in your own discretion. Or if you meet somebody who talks a lot of nonsense to you, as we all do, you might well decide that that is rather inconsequential. Not in Southdown, I'm sure. That's rather inconsequential and doesn't need to go in the record. But therefore, I say to the House, I believe that there is no need for Amendment 28 if we accept Amendment 29. And I do suggest that that is the way to go. I accept Amendments 30 and 32. And will, at Amendment 31, seek to again cover the Claire Sugden point about members of the Assembly. I then come to Amendment 33. The aspect of Amendment 33 that troubles me, well, I think there's 2 points. I think if we rejected Amendment 28 and accepted 29 and 30 and 32, we don't really need 33. But in some ways, it's anodyne and it doesn't make a huge amount of difference, except I'm struggling to understand subsection E. Made to a minister by a member of the public in their capacity as a member of the public or in their capacity as community representative and relating to a matter in which the person making the communication is only the same interest as all other members of the public and all other members of a section of the public. What does that mean? The qualifier seems to be only having the same interests as all other members of the public. Does that not then make it a matter of public interest? If that's the determinant. And are we really saying therefore that a matter of public interest shouldn't be recorded? I'm struggling to get my head around what E actually, in practical terms, means. So I would certainly like some amplification on that by the Minister. I then come to Amendment 34, which is a new clause. Yes, it has echoes of my failed attempt to insert a criminal offence at consideration stage. But my concern was that in rejecting that, we'd thrown the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, and I'm trying to recover the baby in this amendment. I'm trying to not make a criminal offence, but to make it very clear in legislation what is expected of ministers and special advisers. And that is why Amendment 34 is saying that when, and again, the qualifying clause here is official business. When communicating on official business by electronic means, then you can't use anything other than devices issued by the department, systems used by the department, and departmental email addresses. And if you do, then you should copy it back. Now, Mr. O'Toole made a point. Does that mean that on your personal phone, if I understood him correctly, you couldn't simply use the departmental system? It doesn't mean that, as far as I'm concerned. I think that if you have, no matter where you have it, you're using a departmental system. So I hope that allays his concerns on that. The other concern he had was that, did that mean you had to communicate back into the official system every tittle-tattle of a text message? Well, no. The qualifier there is official business. And 8A 2B makes an express exemption for verbal, that it has to be a verbal communication of consequence, again back to the value judgment that the Minister must properly make. And it seems to me that the same spirit would apply to your text message, that it has to be something of consequence. It's not setting up a timing arrangement for a meeting or a cup of coffee. It's about doing official business. And if you do official business of consequence, then it seems to me the right place for that in perpetuity to be recorded is on the departmental system. Best if you can do it there and then by using the departmental system. But if of necessity you can't, then the sole obligation of this clause is to advise you that within 48 hours, or as soon as reasonably practical, you put it into the official system. Sure.
Would the member not consider that the inclusion of the wording anything other than devices issued by the department poses a significant issue? Because you could log into those departmental systems using your own iPad, your computer from home, your laptop. But this amendment has been very specifically worded. It doesn't take into account the reality of how civil servants, ministers and SPADs work nowadays.
I don't think that's correct. I think that if you're using your own personal device, but using the departmental system on it, I don't see a problem. I don't think that would be at all to thought in breach. And of course, I remind you, it's not a criminal sanction. It's not something that is going to put anyone in trouble in that sense. It's something rather that is a timely reminder given some of what RHI revealed, that people were hiding emails. I remind the member of some of the evidence at RHI. There was a great search arising from an issue which had arisen about whether there was an email trail. There was, but it wasn't on the official system. Where was it? It was on a SPAD's DUP account. And eventually, through the actions of another SPAD, that was uncovered. And that eventually was handed over to the inquiry. Now, if we don't have something like this, how are we going to discourage a continuation of that practice? Because that practice is for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to hide things. There's no other reason to not want to have this other than to want to be able to hide things. And I think, having come through RHI, it is important that we should set a standard of what's expected within that and put it in the legislation as putting up in lights that what went on in the past is not going to be tolerated. This is the standard that's expected and the one to be adhered to. So I do think that Amendment 34 has merit. I would urge the member who intervened on behalf of his party to consider that the choice he is making in voting on Amendment 34 is, do I want things as they were, where matters could be hidden, or do I want to put something in legislation which dissipates that risk? That's the real choice. Sure.
I understand the arguments it's making, but also the decision we have to make is whether what we're putting in law is right and proper. Because once it's put into law, the only way to get back from that is to repeal it, and we all know the consequences of trying to do that. So that's what we've got to consider. And I don't judge that putting this in law is the right way to go. If we're just putting it in law to send out a message, then the question has to be asked, what's the purpose of that? Is it, what's the purpose of bringing forward this amendment? Is it just to send out a message?
Legislation can be about messaging. And my goodness, out of RHI, do we not need messaging? I would have thought we do. The other side of the coin that the member is raising is that if you do nothing, then you're endorsing the arrangements whereby that which previously happened of hiding is an okay thing to do. Yeah.
It's interesting listening to the comments of various members about Amendment 34. During the last consideration stage, their main reason for opposing this was the penal aspect, the fact that you could give someone a criminal record. And your amendment has removed that, because there is no criminal record. But there is, of course, a code of conduct. As I say, we don't place much store by codes of conduct, but stepping outside the terms of this bill would clearly be a breach of a code of conduct. So therefore, we're sending out a message. Now, the problem with Mr Muir is that he wasn't here, and neither was Mr O'Toole, during the RHI crisis. And I don't think they experienced the skullduggery that was going on behind the scenes using off-record messaging. The reality is that most of what happened that brought this place down was carried out outside official departmental systems. It was done on personal email accounts, which was never transposed to official accounts. And it was only fortuitously that one SPAD decided to blow the whistle on this, which opened the hornet's nest to expose what was going on. Had he not done that, we've been none the wiser. So I said to Mr Muir, having had, via yourself, Mr Speaker, having had the issue of the criminal sanction been removed, why does his party leader now feel that we cannot at least throw a very clear signal that if you're going to conduct official departmental business, you have to record it on departmental systems? I wonder as to why there seems to be this opposition, because this really wasn't mentioned the last time. It was entirely the issue of criminal sanction.
I think that the member makes fair enough points. So I do say to members that what the choice is in this regard. Is there a problem? If the answer to that is yes, then do we want to do anything about it? And I say gently to Mr. Muir, if he thought there were real issues in the drafting of Amendment 34, it was tabled before Christmas. He had the opportunity to engage and the opportunity himself to seek to amend it. None of that was taken, but that was his prerogative. Moving on, Amendment 35, I accept. And sure.
Thank you very much for the member giving way. I think one of the other issues when we're looking at about Amendment 34 and the use of official systems, that one of the issues that was raised during the RHI system was the use of unofficial servers, and the fact that there's been attempts to move beyond the control of government communications, which indeed government communications are provided at considerable expense. They're also equipped with methods to prevent them being hacked and added levels of security, which is something that should be of concern of everybody in the government at the moment. So not only is this a matter of increasing accountability and transparency, but it's also a matter of increasing both security and making sure that our official systems, which should be the avenue for official government and business, are used exclusively for the protection for us all.
Yep, I think the member makes valid observations, which I trust others will listen to. I'm saying Amendment 35 I can readily accept, and therefore my Amendment 54 will not be necessary. I then come to Clause 10, which is the surviving criminal offence in this bill. And for two reasons, I've tabled Amendment 36. I will be upfront with the House. I mentioned it this morning. When you're a single member of this House trying to bring a private member's bill, you have to bend and reach an accommodation with others. And this was an issue of particular concern to some members. The fact that the reach of the criminal offence included civil servants. Now, in principle, I think it's right that a civil servant who, for the advantage, financial or other improper advantage, shares information should not be immune from recourse about that. But I accept the sincerity and the genuineness of those who raised that point. And then, having concluded the consideration stage and gone back through my bill, I discovered that this, in fact, was the only clause of this bill which imposed a burden, never mind a criminal sanction, on a civil servant. This bill now is about ministers and special advisers. So I have been persuaded that in that context, that it is appropriate to remove civil servants from Clause 10. Now, I say this to the Minister. He has told us that the Executive is reviewing RHI. They have a subcommittee and all of that, and no doubt they will labour and deliver something in that regard. If that includes, either separately or in tandem with, reform of the civil service, then I'm presuming that at some point that will manifest itself in legislation. And if it does, and if the ambit of the bill permits, then I do put the Minister on notice that I would be minded at that stage, if it's not already in the bill, to include some parallel criminal offence in relation to inappropriate leaking by civil servants. But that's for another day. Today, I'm making the concession that some asked for in respect of Clause 10, not just because they asked, but because I have come to be persuaded that there is some logic and merit in what they have said. 37, we're told, has not been moved. I readily accept amendments 38 to 40, which will cause 41 to fall, if accepted. 42 to 44, I accept. In relation to Article 13 and the interesting debate between Paul Frew and Matthew O'Toole, I have to say I think I'm more persuaded by Paul Frew's points than Matthew's, and I think I think it would really neuter Clause 13 to accept the SDLP amendment, but that's a matter for the House. I just want to make one other point. It does seem to me that Clause 13 and Clause 11 are largely complementary. Clause 11 was the one that was introduced for further accountability and puts the duty for departments to provide information requested. It seems to me that that reads, as it were, substantially and is compatible with with Clause 13. But the House will make its choice. I've indicated, for what it's worth, what my view is about that. I think, Mr. Speaker, I've covered all the points. I just wanted to make one final point. It's been suggested a couple of times in this debate that really we don't need to do any of this, either because of codes or because something more is going to happen. Mr. Wells made the very appropriate comment. There's nothing incompatible between having codes and having legislation. Indeed, you only have codes because legislation provides for them usually. So it's not an either-or. Nor do I think that this bill answers all the problems crying out from RHI. I don't. I think there is a definite piece of work to be done by the executive, particularly in regard to the civil service. I don't think that was for me to do, but I do think that work does exist for the executive. I am disappointed that 1 year on we haven't had any product there, but I do encourage the Minister to produce something in respect of civil servants so that the civil service arrangements can be examined properly by this House. And this bill is not a substitute for that, nor a proxy for that, nor an impediment to that. So, having made those comments, I do thank members for the contributions. And once again, it's been a session where I think from most there's been positive contributions, and I think the beneficiaries of that are the House and its standing. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Finance to wind.
Margaret Cancorda, and we have given close consideration to a very long list of amendments, and these have been brought forward in order to improve this bill. And as I have stated many times over the course of all stages of this debate and passage legislation, I have considerable concerns about the wisdom of legislating in this way, and I believe that there are others in the chamber who agree with that position. There is still an opportunity for the Assembly, obviously, to reject this bill at the final stage, but that's a matter for the Assembly themselves. But in the meantime, it is imperative that we try and improve it as far as we can, having not been able to prevent clauses being put forward and agreed at the consideration stage. Some of the issues we are addressing are a matter of drafting, matters that might usefully have been identified and addressed before the bill was introduced. Others are more substantive and are attempts on my part and on the part of members to mitigate against the negative effects of the bill. There were a number of issues, I think, that were raised by some of the members, which I'd be happy to address at this stage. one of the questions that was raised by, beg your pardon, Mr Frew was in relation to Clause 7, Amendment 23, Clause 8E, sorry. What did it actually mean? And that ensures that a member of the public expressing a view to a minister or special advisor is not counted as lobbying. Lobbying implies someone seeking personal or organisational advantage, but a member of the public or a community representative setting out their views, which they may share with other members of the public, shouldn't be considered lobbying. It means that the clause doesn't catch a constituent buttonholing a minister on a high street about streetlights, or we've gone on to talk about some of the examples of how that might be, or tweeting about coronavirus restrictions that they don't like. So it's to ensure that, that we are clear about what these things actually mean. There was some questions raised around Clause 7 in and around Amendment 23, and whether records would probably properly be kept, and how these things would go together. Can I say that the greater proportion of meetings which a minister holds with other ministers and legislators will be attended by at least one civil servant, and both ministers and officials are well served by that default position. But there may be instances where a minister will hold a wholly political discussion in which it would be inappropriate for a politically impartial official to be present. If a ministerial decision is taken at such a meeting, that will be conveyed to a civil servant and recorded under Clause 6(2)(b, as I propose to amend it. So the effect of a ministerial decision being taken has to be communicated to civil servants, because there is no other way of implementing a ministerial decision but other than to put it into the system. So a minister can't take a decision at a whim in some private meeting and that to be given effect without going through the civil service system, and that's as it should be. Any meeting under Clause 7 will either be recorded by a civil servant under Clause 6, as amended by my own amendment, or by the Minister and Special Advisor under Clause 8. I think this addresses the point Mr Allister was raising about wholly doing away with the requirement for a record and retention of records. Reading the three clauses together should be reassuring that Clause 7 doesn't need to refer to making and retaining a record, but it's covered in the additional clauses. It doesn't stand alone.
I think, well, I disagree with the Minister. Clause 6 is about departmental meetings. Clause 7 is about meeting with third parties. So the obligation under Clause 6 to make and keep a note does not extend in its purview to Clause 7. Clause 7 is about something else. It's about meeting third parties, but meeting them on official business. And Clause 7 is not crafted in terms of protecting political discussions. It doesn't appear in it at all. It's covering all discussions with ministers from anywhere else. That's its flaw, and no notes.
Well, as I say, if any decision is taken in relation to any minister as a consequence of any meeting, that requires it to be put into the departmental system and recorded accordingly. I'll give way.
Mr Allister raised the issue of, for instance, the Minister for Infrastructure meeting his or her, well, her counterpart from the Irish Republic to discuss, say, a road scheme or a bridge. What you're indicating there is that we will have no record of the actual discussions. Now, we may have a record of the decision to spend X amount on a new bridge or a new road, but you're saying that may not require a civil servant to be present, and we will never know actually what happened with the discussions that went, which led to that decision. What is wrong with keeping a record of that meeting? Why is it excluded?
As ordinarily, the default position is that a civil servant is present and a record is kept, but where a political meeting is happening which leads in turn to some action in terms of minister, that action has to come back into the department and therefore will be captured in proper recording processes. Because a minister can't decide to strengthen the Dublin-Belfast railway line and go off and do it on their own. It has to go back into the Department for Infrastructure to be assessed by Translink for one, and I'm sure departmental officials as well, and also by Ian Rodern on the other side. So whatever the consequence of any discussion, if ministers are meeting for a political chat and around north-south arrangements and how they might work, and some consequence of that is a decision in relation to our proposal for a decision in relation to railway, then that has to come back through both departments because it cannot be enacted in any other way. Mr Allister asked a question in relation to what an appropriate written record is, and this allows the record to be proportionate to the nature of the meeting. It will be informed by good practice, particularly the guidance of the Information Commissioner and the advice of records management professionals in the civil service. And of course, that then deals with the issue of consistency, if it is based on that guidance from both the Information Commissioner and civil service record managed professionals. The Chair of the Committee raised questions around the TRIM system. And of course, that records management profession, the civil service, has initiated an impartial review of its functionality, taken on board the issues raised by the RHI inquiry, and following engagement with staff on their experience of the system. It's important that officials are familiar with and confident in its use, and it as itself is not an obstacle to good record management. So, of course, the TRIM system, there were questions raised about it, and of course it has to be make sure that the proper system is in place in terms of retention of records. I think there were other questions raised in relation to decision making as a consequence of meetings, and I think I have dealt with them in relation to that. Mr Allister also asked in relation to the clause in relation to lobbying, I think it was Amendment 28, why it differed from the language of the 2014 Act. The 2014 Act is predicated on the recording of lobbying by registered lobbyists. This bill places a duty upon a minister so that all lobbying is recorded by the person being lobbied. It's a completely different scenario, and the serious consequences for the management of government business have to be managed. I think that has answered quite a few of the points. I mean, in terms of consistency, I think our own attempt to try and put a framework around what a minister may consider to be a lobby and not be a lobby is much more consistent than Mr Allister's proposition of inconsequential guidance that the minister themselves present and provide. And I don't think in any way that would lead to consistency, and we can only cast our mind back across some of the meetings and some of the discussions where records were even changed in relation to that, and I suppose a get-out clause for a minister to decide what they consider to be inconsequential or not inconsequential, I think leaves too much chance for an inconsistent approach, which in itself would be detrimental. So I think there were questions raised in relation to the subcommittee itself and what else the executive are doing in relation to that, and I notice Mr Allister has wished as well. The work of the RHI subcommittee is all but done. Our report will be going very shortly to the executive. We of course have brought forward a range of policy matters and codes for approval by the executive in the interim as they were developed, but the final work of the RHI subcommittee is all but done, and obviously, as with most executive business, has been impacted by the pandemic in terms of the speed of conclusion of all of that, but nonetheless it has been done in accordance with the report itself from Judge Coughlin to try and bring those matters to a close, and that will be a matter, I'm sure, for debate in this chamber at the not too distant future. So in closing the debate, Concorda, I just want to reiterate the importance of good government. Anyone who's worked in organisational change will attest changing the rules never works by itself. We certainly need to have the right rules to provide a framework for new behaviours, but new behaviours grow in a context in which good practice is expected, encouraged and rewarded. Instead, the bill creates a context where good practice is demanded, dictated and enforced in law. It risks making administration a matter of defensive compliance and bureaucratic box ticking, and not of professional competence and sound judgment, and it risks undermining rather than strengthening good governance. There was another amendment which I had, while it's a matter, I suppose, between Mr Frew and the SDLP in terms of the clause 13, I think it was Amendment 45, and the SDLP's argument, or Mr O'Toole's argument, that one of the unforeseen consequences of people putting forward pet projects. Another unforeseen consequence I would see, and I'm sure anyone else who's ministerial experience will say, that departments will now be obliged to put all bids in to seek from monitoring, because the question will be from committees as to why were bids not put in. I think to keep themselves right, what you will find is a glut of bids rather than reasoned and ones with properly thought through and with a genuine expectation of being met will be put in departments. Rather, in a back covering exercise, officials will put forward bids for everything that they wish, and you will probably get a much more congested monitoring process. And I speak as the Finance Minister on the receiving end of departmental bids in relation to that. There are obviously discussions with officials to make sure that you get bids which come forward which are sensible, which are reasonable, which have a realistic chance of meeting some outcome. But if the department's obliged to justify its bids to a committee, even if a committee doesn't have a say and doesn't have approval, but the department still obliged to present them. And my suspicion is that what you will get is departments putting the kitchen sink in order to justify their own position. So, just in terms of unintended consequences, I think it's one. I will, but I am just saying from a Department of Finance perspective, I expect that the consequence of the clause that Mr Frew put forward will make the monitoring round a much more complex and lengthy process for departments.
The Minister would argue that. I would argue it would lead to a more transparent process. But does the member think that it's beyond the remit of a committee and the capacity of a committee to realise what would be unrealistic bids and then to assess that in itself?
Well, I don't think it is beyond your capacity if that's what you want to occupy yourself with. If departmental and group departmental officials feel that they're going to be criticised for not bidding for things which a committee or individual members of the committee might consider that they thought important, then I think the likely response is, without being too cynical about civil service, the likely response is they will put in everything so they can't be criticised about leaving something out. And that means that all those bids will go to the Department for Finance, and that will lead to a much more lengthy process in actually sifting through those and trying to draft up a monitoring round proposition. And I speak from experience now of the last year of dealing with a number of monitoring rounds where we try to get reasonable bids in and ones which actually have a chance of success and match the amount of funding that we have for them. And of course, there are bids in every monitoring round which are not met, and that's the case. But if we have every single thing coming from every single department, I would predict a much more lengthy and complex and unnecessarily complex process attached to it. As we vote on the amendments, I would ask members to remember the value of improving this bill, because serious consequences of letting the text as it's currently drafted reach the statute book. It's our duty to the community as legislators not to make flawed legislation. It's our responsibility as elected representatives not to undermine the effectiveness of government. Mr Allister did make the point that nothing is incompatible in both codes and legislation. Of course, he's correct, but that's if it's good legislation. And what we want, if legislation is required, for legislation which complements codes, not legislation which cuts across and contradicts the intent behind those codes. So, as I said, the RHI subcommittee will shortly be reporting to the Executive, and I look forward. I was about to finish, but I'll give way for one last time.
Surely, in the pecking order, it's not that legislation shouldn't cut across codes, it's that codes which are lesser in their status shouldn't cut across legislation.
Well, if things are incompatible, I would think they should be complementary. And as I say, there is nothing to say that codes and legislation are not incompatible, but we have to ensure that it is the right legislation and good legislation. In my view, this legislation is bad legislation, it's unnecessary legislation, and we've had to put a substantial amount of time and effort into trying to straighten out some of the worst elements of it. I hope that those amendments do achieve some success. They won't undo some of the damage that this legislation will do in terms of governance, but they'll try and mitigate against some of the bad effects of it.
Thank you, members. And I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting for 10 minutes for a comfort break, and the sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Okay, members, now the sitting is resumed. Please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, members. Amendment 18. Amendment proposed to clause 5, page 2, line 41. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 18 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment made. Amendment 19 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 19.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 5, page 3, line 6. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 19 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment made. Amendment 20 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 20.
Moved.
The amendment proposed to clause 5, page 3, line 9. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 20 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment made. Amendment 21 already debated. Amendment 21 has already been debated, and I call Matthew O'Toole to move formally Amendment 21.
Not moved, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment not moved. Okay, amendment not made. Moving then to option B, and Amendment 22 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 22.
Moved.
Amendment proposed leave out clause 6 and replace with a new clause, records of meetings as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 23 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 23.
Moved.
Amendment proposed leave out clause 7 and replace with a new clause, presence of civil servants, as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 23 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Could I just remind members to retain the social distance in the chamber, please? Okay, members. Order, please. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Thank you. Okay, order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Sinead Ennis and Philip McGuigan. Tellers for the noes, Jim Allister and Jim Wells. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I also remind you to ensure that social distancing continues to be observed at all times while the division is taking place. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, read the result.
83 members voted. 47 members voted aye. 36 members voted no. One member who voted in both lobbies is not included in these results. The amendment is carried.
Thank you. Amendment is made. Amendment 24. I will not call Amendment 24 as it is consequential to Amendment 23, which has been made. Moving on to Amendment 25 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 25.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 25. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 25 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 26 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 26.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 27. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 26 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 27 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 27.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 33. Insert word as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 27 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 28 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 28.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 40. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 28 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Members, I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113(5)(b) that there is agreement to dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Tellers for the ayes are Sinead Ennis and Philip McGuigan. Tellers for the no are Jim Allister and Jim Wells. Again, I remind all members to follow instructions of the lobby clerks and to respect the need for social distancing. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members, resume your seats, please. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted. 71 members voted aye. 13 members voted no. The amendment is carried.
Amendment is carried. Amendment 29 has already been debated. And I call Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 29.
Not moved.
Amendment not moved. Amendment 30 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 30. Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 4, line 5. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 30 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Amendment 31 has already been debated, and I call on Mr Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 31.
Not moved.
Amendment not moved. I'm moving on to... Just pause for a wee second now, just to... Amendment 31 not moved. 32 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 32. Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 4, line 6, insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 32 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 33 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 33.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 4, line 6, insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 33 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 34 has already been debated, and I call Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 34.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 8, insert new clause, use of official systems, as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 34 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers for the ayes, Jim Allister and Jim Wells. Tellers for the noes are Sinead Ennis and Philip McGuigan. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members, resume your seats, please. Very clear, yeah. Clerk, please read the result.
85 members voted. 40 members voted aye. 45 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
Amendment falls. Amendment 35 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 35.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 9, page 4, line 20. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 35 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 36 has already been debated, and I call Mr. Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 36.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 10, page 4, line 24. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 36 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Do the ayes have it? I think the ayes have it. Thank you. Option G. I will not call Amendment 37 as it is consequential to Amendment 36, which has been made.
Option
J. Amendment 38 has already been debated, and I call on the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 38.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 10, page 4, line 25. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 38 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 39 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 39.
Moved.
The amendment proposed to Clause 10, page 4, line 26. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 39 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Amendment 39 agreed. M. Amendment 40 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 40.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 10, page 4, line 26. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 40 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. I will not call Amendment 41 as it is consequential to both Amendments 36 and 37, one of which has been made. Amendment 42 has already been debated, and I call on the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 42.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 10, page 4, line 38. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 42 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 43 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 43.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 4, line 40. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 43 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 44 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 44.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 13, page 5, line 16. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 44 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Amendment 44, the ayes have it. Amendment 45 has already been debated. I call Mr. Matthew O'Toole to move formally Amendment 45.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 13, page 5, line 18. Leave out and insert words on the as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 45 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers for the ayes are Sinead Ennis and Philip McGuigan. Tellers for the noes, Paul Frew and Gary Middleton. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
85 members voted. 47 members voted aye. 38 members voted no. The amendment is carried.
Amendment is carried. Thank you. Amendment 46 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 46.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 13, page 5, line 20. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 46 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 47 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 47.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 13, page 5, line 22. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 47 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 48 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 48.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 14, page 5, line 26. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 48 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 49 has already been debated, and I call Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 49.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 14, page 5, line 26. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 49 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will not call Amendment 50 as it is consequential to Amendments 15 and 49. Amendment 51 has already been debated, and I call on Mr. Jim Allister to move up formally Amendment 51.
Not moved.
Amendment not moved. Okay, thank you. Amendment 52 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 52.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 5, leave out lines 34 and 35 as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 52 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 53 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 53.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 5, line 36, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 53 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. I will not call Amendment 54 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 35, which has been made. Amendment 55 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Finance to move formally Amendment 55.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 6, leave out lines 1 to 4 as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 55 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 56 has already been debated, and I call on Mr. Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 56.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to the long title, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 56 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes, members, the further consideration stage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Next item on the order paper is the adjournment. Item 6 on the order paper, adjournment. Question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.